morning, everybody. My name is Christian Bugge Henriksen, and I'm the coordinator of the FoodSHIFT 2030 project. And I'm very happy to welcome all of you to the FoodSHIFT Stakeholder Innovation Conference and the Barcelona FAL Showcase. So, as announced, this is a fully fledged hybrid conference, hybrid event, meaning that we will have all of you sitting here today in Palo Alto, the beautiful location here in Barcelona, but also a lot of people joining online. And I would like to welcome all of you to this event here. So as you can see from the slides here, and as announced, we will have two connected events today. First, from now on and until 1:30, we'll have the FoodSHIFT Stakeholder Innovation Conference. And after lunch, from around 3:30, then we will have the Barcelona FAL Showcase, where we are going to explore the local food system innovations here in Barcelona. So, a good question to begin with here is, why are we organizing a Stakeholder Innovation Conference? So we are organizing a Stakeholder Innovation Conference because innovation is the key for transforming our food system. And you, all of you who are sitting here today and who are joining online, the food system stakeholders, you hold the key to unlock the transformative power of innovation. And the FoodSHIFT 2030 project is also an innovation action project. And what this means is that we are focusing on multi-stakeholder collaboration, focusing on innovation in action. The project is coordinated by the University of Copenhagen and features a multi-stakeholder consortium of 30 partners, including 7 municipalities and local governments, 7 non-governmental organizations, 9 small and medium enterprises, and 7 universities and research institutions. So the objectives of the FoodSHIFT 2030 project is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including also a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets. And we're going to do this by utilizing and supporting the transformative power of citizens that are already engaged in developing the food system solutions throughout the European city regions. So in the FoodSHIFT 2030 project, we are focusing a lot on citizen empowerment. Citizen empowerment is the key or the core of the project. So we want to empower the citizens to make informed decisions about their own food consumption and to engage in grassroots movements and NGOs working on food systems. We want to empower them to build their own food startups and to find jobs in the food sector, and also to influence food policy in their city regions. And we are doing that by establishing citizen-driven open innovation living labs. So what do we mean by citizen-driven innovation and citizen-driven food systems? As stated here by Dirk Wascher, our innovation manager, and Martin Krivits, who are leading work package 1, citizen-driven food systems are considered as models for a democracy of space, people and knowledge, ensuring transparency and control over food security, safety and quality. Furthermore, we also need to move away from thinking of ourselves as consumers, as food consumers, towards identifying ourselves as food citizens. So, as stated here by the Food Council in the UK, Ethics Food Council, we need to develop a citizen mindset by unlocking our ability to influence and steer the food system towards one that's fair and resilient for all, be it for people, animals, or the planet. In the FoodSHIFT 2030 project, we are implementing a groundbreaking mechanism to accelerate food system innovations by maturing, combining, upscaling, and multiplying them. And we are doing this by establishing 9 FoodSHIFT accelerator labs in 9 European city regions. We are then transferring knowledge between these 9 FoodSHIFT accelerator labs, between these 9 labs, and also to further 27 FoodSHIFT enabler labs that are established throughout Europe. Each of these FoodSHIFT accelerator labs, or FALs, as we call them in short, they are open innovation living labs based on the quadruple helix approach, meaning that we have representatives from both private companies, public authorities, research institutions, and civil society. Each of the FALs, they have identified a specific innovation focus and outlined a number of innovation actions. And each of the FALs is organized with a lab leader, a lab host, and a lab assistant. The lab leader is usually a food system innovator from an NGO or a food system startup. The lab host is usually a local municipality or government, and the lab assistant is usually a researcher. So these 3, they constitute the core group of the FAL, and this is then expanded by other key food system stakeholders to form the steering committee. The wider lab is then composed also of additional food system stakeholders, including both food system innovators, citizens, and other stakeholders in the food system. So with this short introduction of the FoodSHIFT 2030 project and our mechanism for accelerating food system innovations and engaging stakeholders, I would like to pass on the word to our conference facilitator, Rasmus Bjerngård, who is the CEO of Next Food and also our lab assistant here in Barcelona.
Thank you, Christian. And I'll be very short. We are going to be super strict on time, and I'll be the menace in doing that. In a minute, we will have Ryan Edwards on, but let me just give you a couple of practicalities. Restrooms down in the back. We are both online and offline here in the room. Please mute your phones. There's a program outside, you probably saw it. There's even a QR code here if you want it on your phones instead. And for those of you who are online, you can find the program as well. So during the morning, we'll have a number of presentations, and we'll have a big debate where you can participate, both here in the room and online. There will also be a Mentimeter tool where there's a QR code available, and you'll see that later. So if something spawns a thought, a question, something you want to explore, remember it for the session just before noon. Now, also, there'll be lunch, there'll be breakfast. You can see in the program when it is. In total, there'll be 4 breaks here in the morning. Again, timekeeping, so I'll get off stage again. And welcome Ryan Edwards. He's the co-founder of Naked Innovations, an agri-food transformation hub here in Barcelona. And he'll tell more about himself.
Thank you, Erasmus. Mask off. Be careful. Okay, hi everyone. I'll just get my water sorted. Very important. Okay, great to be here with this little clicker. Okay, this is me. And I'm going to talk about food citizenship, but really, why food citizenship? We want to drive to a more sustainable food system. Okay, so I'd like you all to put your hand up if the following applies to you. You can do it online as well if you're watching. Have some fun at home or in your office. So, which people here eat food? Okay, most of you. Not quite as a couple of gentlemen there who don't, but that's impressive. Maybe humanoids. Keep your hand up if you like to eat food that is sustainable and nutritious. Okay, again, even those 2 gentlemen also now like to eat nutritious and healthy food. That's sustainable. Good. Okay, keep your hand up if you are involved in the production of food, the innovation of food. Okay, great. And those of you who got your hand up, so that's about half the room, which of you involved the citizen in that process? Wonderful. And which of you involved the citizen from the start of the process? You design it with the citizens. Okay, only a few now. Great. Okay, well, hopefully we'll hear all of those stories today as well. This is what we want to talk about, is how we can really drive a system where we begin with the citizen and work with the citizens throughout. Okay, so this is me, looking pose if you like. Strange pose that I've gone for. So I'm the co-founder and co-CEO of Naked Innovations, based here in Barcelona 10 years now. You can probably tell from my name and accent I'm not Spanish. I'm actually British, but decided this is a nicer place for me to live. So I've been 15 years in the agri-food industry, the first 10 of those years at Cargill as head of marketing and innovation. And then I decided it was time to try and run some startups myself and become an entrepreneur to really make a difference and drive change. I'm now running my third startup. I've been involved in open innovation, been involved in a blockchain solution for agriculture, and now running Naked Innovations, which we see as an agri-food transformation hub. Okay, so let's imagine a world, if we can, which is creating the food sector is vibrant, it's kind to animals, kind to people, kind to the planet. This is something that we can achieve. This is where this food system is actually in our hands as people, as citizens, where organizations and individuals can come together to drive this change, where we can actually not only rely upon citizens as consumers at the end of the supply chain, but actually be involved in making the food we eat, actually creating the food we eat, and giving real clear feedback on the things they don't like and the things that they do like. So this is a world where we're treating each other as equals, and this is already emerging. We're at the start of this shift to become food citizens, but there are some great examples here in Barcelona and what we're doing, we're going to explore today and see more of. The idea that we are just consumers is very limiting, but it is still the norm, unfortunately. I'll talk more about that. And it's unfortunate. My background is very much a business background, and I do see that most of the organizations we work with still don't fully engage with consumers. It's a learning process. It's a transition that we're trying to drive, but most of them still see consumers as, at the end of the supply chain, there to consume and just to buy their products. The only real impact they have is choosing what they want to eat. So this food citizenship can be an antidote. We can change the way we're doing this. Let's move forward. So why, as I said at the start, why are we doing this? I mean, it's nice. It's great to engage citizens, of course, but what I believe we're trying to do is create sustainable food systems. And to be truly sustainable, there are many definitions of sustainability, as we know, but we need it to be economically sustainable, we need it to be socially sustainable, and we need it to be environmentally sustainable. All of these have issues. I was reading recently the World Benchmarking Alliance. They did a report on 350 food and agricultural organizations. And they showed that there's been a lot of progress on environmentally sustainable solutions. We're not there yet, obviously. We're suffering a climate crisis. But people are aware of this, and there's a shift. However, in this report, of the 350 organizations that were benchmarked, at the top was Unilever, second was Nestle, third was Danone, to name a few. It was shown that the social sustainability was really lacking. Out of 350, only 341 of them did not have clear policies in this area, and over half of them were not moving towards giving fair human rights, looking at land usage for people, paying a fair amount to farmers and fishers. So there's a long way still to go, especially on the social side of things. And a big way that we can drive that is by engaging citizens in that process. So this is super complex. This is a typical food system. It's even too small for me to read because then I'm here. The point here is that the food systems are very dynamic. They're very complex. What we do see is that in the middle is us, consumers. And the little blue arrow actually says money. So what it's trying to tell us is the only real influence right now as consumers we have is our choice of what we buy. And by making a system like this, of course, it disenfranchises a lot of people who do not have the economic power to really buy what they would like to buy, nutritious, healthy, hopefully sustainable food. So this system is not working. However, as I keep saying, we have a chance from food citizenship to actually engage these people in all different elements, all different parts of the food supply chain. So, one thing I want to say is, of course, there's some amazing technologies being developed. We here in Europe have some brilliant researchers, some amazing scientists and technologists. We're seeing a massive focus on startups right now. It's kind of, I call it the startup cult. At Naked Innovations, we've worked with over 400 agri-tech and food tech startups in the last 3 years. And they're making some really cool concepts. But are they really innovating? Well, some of them, yes, but a lot of them, no. And we find that's because there's not enough focus on the user, on the people behind the solution, and who is the solution really for. So what we see is this great potential of invention, but are they really going to market? Are they really scaling? What's really the user case for drones? What's the user case for robotics? What's the user case for AI in agriculture and food? Where's the real impact? We've seen massive amount of investment in tech, in agri-tech. I think in Europe last year it was 2.4 billion euros going into agri-tech and food tech. It's a big number. I tried to find the number for investments in social innovation in food. It wasn't so easy to Google and find that number. I'm pretty sure it's not as big. So the point here is that, of course, we want to embrace technology, but it's about working together and designing the technology for and with the users in this case. Okay. So, why citizen-driven innovation? We all eat food as we established here. Well, 99% of us eat food, according to this room. So, we should all be represented in how we design this food industry. That's our belief. And to do that, we need more diversity and inclusion in the organizations that make food, in the communities that are represented in food citizenship. We need to engage all the different socio-economic backgrounds, the different belief systems, the different cultures behind food. That is not the case today. As I say, I've been working in the food industry 15 years, leading innovations at one of the biggest food companies in the world, and I can tell you that unfortunately there was not a lot of diversity in that process. And that, as we know, we don't bring fresh perspectives, fresh ideas, then we're not getting the best innovation. We're often doing incremental innovation rather than the breakthrough innovation, transformational innovation that we need. Okay, so another definition of customer-driven innovation. This actually comes from the EU's handbook for mayors of cities around Europe, so hopefully they're listening. They say the only way to really bring people into the process is to start with people, not technologies. From the initial moments of conceiving and designing a product, system, or a service application. So again, it's right now, in the most innovation I see in food and agriculture, it starts with technology. It's clever scientists coming up with great concepts and then trying to push them into the market, trying to perfect that. What we need to see is actually taking a step back and understanding what are the big challenges that we face and engaging from the start with the citizens to develop that technology that's really going to make an impact. I guess this is not a surprise. We need to revalue the agri-food industry. So right now on this side, on the left, the majority of the value in our industry is in the market. It's in the companies, very much towards the end of the supply chain. And there's not so much in nourishment or nutrition, and certainly not a lot of value right now spent on the economy of nature. I'm not against profit. I work for a for-profit company. We know that in our capitalist society, of course, profit is an important part. But we need to have a more equitable share of the value in our industry. So, a concept that I've been thinking a lot about recently is there is a lot of innovation happening, but I think it's very reactive. And we need to move more towards proactive. So what do I mean by this? Well, we're seeing things like, we're shifting hopefully away from plastic packaging. Okay, good, it could go faster. We're reducing sugar in drinks in some of the cereals we eat, especially for children. I'll talk more about that later. We're banning hydrogenated fats. Okay, these things are starting. We already knew a lot of this in science, but it wasn't coming to the forefront. But this is reactive. This is starting to be aware that consumers are not happy as they get more transparency and trying to ensure that we keep market share by reacting and incrementally changing our products. Fine, good, it's the right direction. But what we need to be doing right now with all these new technologies that we see is, as I said before, starting by engaging the consumer, or in this case, actually the citizens from the start, being proactive. We have a great chance right now. Alternative proteins, so plant-based meats, cell-based agri, these kind of amazing transformational innovations are just at the start of their growth. And we, as a citizenship movement, are also at the start of this path. So these technologists who are developing things like alternative proteins, we need to engage with them from the start. We need to work with them to design their amazing innovations in a way that is going to be driving sustainable food solutions. I want to just show you a couple of examples where this has not worked. So Frito-Lay, PepsiCo company, already back in, I think it was 1998, they launched these wow crisps. Can you imagine Doritos with 0 fat? It was a huge success. In the US, they sold over $400 million of sales in the first year. However, it was quickly established that the olestra, which was the chemical they replaced the fat with, actually caused chronic diarrhea. So quite quickly, these are pulled off the shelf, but it's an example of not engaging with people when designing the product. In the laboratory, it looked great. Chemically, it worked. Not so good when your consumers are having that reaction to your product. Some of you will be familiar with the horse meat scandal that happened here in Europe. I think it began originally in Ireland and the UK, and it spread across. This is to do with the fact that beef products and some pork products were found to actually have traces, or a lot, of horse meat in them. There was over 500 tons of horse meat being sold as beef and pork in the UK, in Europe, without consumers' knowledge. That was the issue. This was against some people's belief systems, against some people's religion, to be consuming these products that they thought were beef. This has caused a huge loss of trust in the food industry. This is when really the loss of trust came to the fore. I mean, a lot of people now don't trust the agriculture and food industry, unfortunately, and that's one of the things we need to work on as food citizens to cause that shift. But this is when it really began, and we've seen many more scandals since. The baby milk formulation scandal in China, where unfortunately, many children died. And this has led to criminal offenses. So we as leaders of businesses as well need to be very careful that we can't just strive for profit all the time. We have to be aware of the social implications and sustainable implications that we cause. Another one, if you didn't know, especially for us British people that drink a lot of tea, the bags are often full of microplastics, bad for us, bad for the health of the planet too. This is known. Now, tea bags have been around for a long time. It's only recently that the scientists are making this more aware of this. So it's not the fact that we designed it badly to begin with, but now that we know it, we've got to change. This is a reactive example, but a lot of the companies behind tea bags still are using the original ones. Why is that? Why are we not focusing on the people? Another example, that's a Greenpeace shock advert from a while ago. They chose Kit Kats. It's a very popular food, as we know, but it's high in palm oil, which is one of the cheaper vegetable oils, which causes deforestation and monocultures in Borneo, in Indonesia, Malaysia, which is the natural habitat of the orangutan. That's apparently an orangutan's finger over there. I don't think a real one. I think it's just it's stage and makeup, so don't worry too much. But no, seriously, it's a loss of biodiversity, and we know from our industry that the habitat loss is leading to all sorts of problems and even causing things like coronavirus, right? As we get more and more as we destroy more and more biodiversity. So this is an example, again, of people not being aware of what's actually in their food. And I'm going to move on, but also there's fair trade. There's lots of conversations that fair trade is doing good in some cases, but also it's not doing good in others. It's got a great... the means behind it, the idea behind fair trade is obviously excellent. To look after the farmers, the producers, and give them a fair wage, a fair salary. However, the way it's been implemented, and it's been exploited in some respects, especially in coffee, less so in bananas. Bananas are doing well and starting to sell better. So the point here is it's not easy to do this, to engage with citizens along the supply chain is not an easy task, but we've got to try. So who are they? Well, again, it's all of us, and we are diverse, and we need to be included in this. We want to move towards action is the first pillar. We want to participate in this food citizen movement. We need to reinvent how society works. You know, here in the West, it's very much individualistic society. The idea here is to create communities, to work together, to bring together all those fresh perspectives. And the last thing is to move beyond profit, not instead of profit, but as Simon Sinek says, those of you who know him in his Start With Why, he talks about if we begin with purpose, clear values, clear goals, then profit will be a result. We'll get our early adopters. People will follow us. They'll engage. And this is proven again and again and again by many companies. I've got examples later. So this is the 3 pillars of really the citizenship shift. And building on that, we know that citizens do still consume. So I'm not saying that citizens are not consumers. We are. And we have that double hat, that double role. We're going to continue to learn beyond just being served. And there's this shift that we need to have, which is more to local, to start owning our community, start owning our local food systems. And you're going to see some fantastic examples today about that. So a little story here. Please try and see if you can follow along. So in the early 20th century, we were all more or less subjects. We lived underneath kings and queens or dictators. And, you know, we were very much there and dependent on them. It was our duty to follow. Keep your head down, do as you're told. And you're given your food, you know, or you took it off the land. During and after the 2 world wars that we suffered, we became consumers, very much independent, to make our own choices, this freedom to choose what we wanted to eat. We had rights. We could demand what we wanted. And we were advertised through television was the main means of advertisement. We're now, as we come into the 21st century, we're already 20 years in, we're on the cusp of driving citizenship. This is where we're interdependent upon each other. We work together. We drive for purpose. We don't just receive, we actually participate in this system. The internet and platform are the ways that we can communicate and work together. So it's much less of a centralized and much more local and spread system. So in this moment of shifting from consumer to citizen, we have to ask ourselves, which of these 3 stories we just suffered, and we're still suffering from the COVID crisis, which direction do we want to take? Do we want to continue just being consumers and just making independent individual choices and being told and being advertised to? We know that the climate crisis is partly a result of this. Do we want to even go backwards and become subjects again? We're seeing this now through lots of conspiracy theories, lots of surveillance going on. There's even the reality that maybe we go backwards to subjects. Or do we want to, and that's the easy thing to do, to continue with what we know. You know, we've suffered last 2 years. We want to get back to normalcy. We want to get back to how it was before. But this is actually a moment of opportunity. But it's not the easy path. The unfamiliar path to make a difference, to try something new, which is what we all advocate for here, is to try and become food citizens. There are different roles in this journey, which is wonderful. We start with desirability. Do people actually want this product? Do they want this service? Is this something interesting? Let's focus on what they need, so putting them at the start. And then, understanding if it's viable, we're going to make money, still important, and if we can actually do it, build the technology. It's really exciting that we're here. However, what we're pushing for is the next step, which is let's also include circular design. Now, what I've seen in a lot of big companies, as I say, work with the likes of Danone and PepsiCo and Bimbo, is often they have 2 departments in this space. They have a corporate social responsibility department, or ESG, environmental, social governance department, or a sustainability department, whatever we're going to call it, who are focused on trying to drive the company to be more sustainable, whatever they mean by that. And they have another department, which is the marketing department, which is all about consumers. How do we build for the consumer, the desirability. And often, those two things don't align. Often consumers, whatever they tell you, really in food what it comes back to is they want convenience, they want good price, and they want good taste. That is not often doesn't often work well with circularity or natural design. So what we need to do is understand what we're designing for and engaging both the planet and the people in this shift of innovation. Okay. One way we can do that, I think I have a quote from my friend Albert Einstein here. He said, "The formulation of a problem is often more essential than its solution. To raise new questions, new possibilities, to regard old problems from a new angle requires creative imagination." So we need to bring the citizen closer. We need to bring them into this process of design for circularity and people. We need to not only empathize with them, but also actually have them help us design this process when we're building new products, new services, new business models. And keep on checking in with them. Okay, so some examples of food citizenship organizations. Again, I won't go through all of them. There's quite a few. One I like is Brewdog. You have Brewdog here in Barcelona, I guess in many cities now around the world. You might go and enjoy it later today. They're not paying me to say that, by the way. But originally, a couple of guys in Scotland, they enjoyed brewing their own beer. They then created an organization that now has, for their regular AGMs, they have 6,000 people coming up. They have 120,000 punk investors. These are people who actually brew their own beer as well. They share their recipes. They share how they brew these things. They have different places that you can come and brew your beer. They sell your beer for you as well through their system. There's a real movement of people who love brewing their own beer, love tasting these beers, and empowering these people to do that with the skills and the expertise and the facilities. Another one that's not on the slide is Divine Chocolate. So Divine Chocolate, really tasty stuff. This is a social enterprise. So they work with 100,000 farmers in Ghana, where they cultivate the cocoa beans, the cocoa pods. And those 100,000 farmers actually have a 44% share of the company. And they have a 40% representation on the board of this company. And of course, it's fair trade, so they receive a premium and a minimum fee for their cocoa. It's really cool stuff. I'm going to skip this one. This is some of the work that we at Naked Innovations have been doing, helping these corporates, as I said, to be more citizen-focused, to drive how they do innovation in a new way. One example that I'm working with just last week, it's been going on 6 months now, is with UNICEF. So UNICEF are driving these big supermarkets, some of the biggest supermarket food retailers in the world, to think about child rights in food advertising, to tackle childhood obesity. Things like we need to stop having chocolate bars at the end of the aisle when you're paying for your food. This is now law, I think, in the UK and in France, and they're trying to encourage these supermarkets where it's not regulated to do this. This is already shown to reduce 30% the sales of chocolatey, sugary foods to children. This is a loss maker for these supermarkets, 30% reduction in sales of chocolate. But these supermarkets are on this journey where they want to do better, they want to change, they want to enhance their reputation, they're thinking longer term. So this can be done, and UNICEF and us are driving that. In this journey, it's not just all these smart people, procurement managers, innovation directors. We're including children in the conversation. We're including parents in the conversation, understanding what it is that frustrates them, understanding what's influencing their buying decisions. So this is not just about a bunch of us on a call trying to make these decisions about them. No, we have to engage them, as I said, from the start, the user, the citizens in this journey. We did a really nice project last year with Danone around systems thinking, holistic thinking on the whole supply chain of their dairy yogurt. So that they were really influenced by external perspectives. One thing I'll just touch on is impact venture building. So this is, again, I talked about the startup drive. We can build startups that begin with impact and actually If you, as business people, as entrepreneurs, as scientists, technologists, are looking for how to get involved, there are programs out there. This one is funded by EIT Food, one of our partners. And we found we're launching 15 new impact agri-tech and food tech startups this year, where we've taken entrepreneurs who wanted to make a difference, technologists who have a really cool idea or concept and don't know how to really launch, and take them on this journey together to co-found a matching between them and building this together with the support of the ecosystem. So yes, there's opportunities for all types. Alpro, I'll just say, next time you want to have something that's both planet and people focused, Alpro is a good option. It's helping kinder to animals, kinder to planet, and kinder to your health as well. Next time you buy Alpro, if you do, have a look on the packaging. They've got some really cool stories on there and what they're doing. There are some cool technologies out there that help you on this journey. One that we know is Concept Source, where they have 3D virtual reality spaces so that rather than testing your product when it's already made or already gone through expensive laboratory testing, you're already able to experience what it might be like, to engage with it before you've done all of that. So we can engage people through technology too. I'm going to end with this. There's some interesting questions up here for you to think about as citizens. So as citizens, we have the individual lens, we have our community lens, and we have our company or employer organization lens. And we can ask ourselves interesting questions. How can you recognize yourself when you're being treated as a subject or a consumer? How can you call this out when it happens to you? Or as a community, how can you make a contribution that you can sustain and is right for you? How are they operating and treating people locally? As an organization, how could your organization invite people more directly and actively to participate? So with that, I think that the point here is that, as I said before, we're on this cusp of a change. And it's up to us to decide if we want to remain as just consumers, if we're more comfortable being subjects, or if we want to go on that difficult path that can really lead to sustainable food systems by becoming food citizens ourselves and driving this change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Now, we're going to hear about the 90 innovation cases in FoodSHIFT. Just before, Wi-Fi. If anyone needs some Wi-Fi here, there is a Wi-Fi FoodSHIFT, it's called. And the code is, what is it, Food 2030, right? Food 2030, all in capital letters. To help us look into the 90 innovation cases in FoodSHIFT 2030, we have Dirk Washer and Francesca Volpe. Dirk is the innovation manager here in FoodSHIFT, overseeing all the innovation and that we keep our targets. And Francesca is a social researcher and an innovation leader from Italy. Dirk is from the Netherlands. Please welcome on stage.
Hello. Thank you, Rasmus.
The two sides there.
Thank you, Christian, and for the introduction. Indeed, you've seen that the FALs, the FoodSHIFT 2030 acceleration labs, play a key role for our project. And we've seen an overview already that they, what type of activities they lead. But I'd like to show in the next slide that these are the 9 FALs which we operate with, and that they have different type of focus areas. I don't think I read them all, but just for an example, Berlin is focusing on Food Life Center, which is Lebensmittelpunkt, it's a word game. Ostende is working on city agro-parks, which is really a concrete area outside of Ostende. Then we have Bari, Back to Land, looking at sustainable land use and food chain strategies. Barcelona, for example, this afternoon we're going to hear a lot about Barcelona. They have sustainable solutions which are very much also linked to tech solutions and are addressing a large variety of options. Here you see a list on the right which are the themes which are being examined or which are being pursued. And during the last 1.5 years, we're working closely with the FALs of just identifying new possibilities, new innovation cases. So this led to 90 in total, and of course the variety also asks for assessment and analysis. So we went 2 ways. We made a qualitative assessment and a quantitative assessment, and the qualitative one is called MICRA. It's just an interview-based assessment in which we get behind the storylines actually of these innovators, actually of each of the 90 innovators. And we did a quantitative assessment, the Lime survey, which is using indicators and comes up with much more, let's say, quantitative details and aspects of how the activities are distributed. Next one. I just picked one example from the MICRA. We're going to hear in a moment more about the Lime survey from Francesca. In any case, the MICRA stands for motivation, implementation, cooperation, restrictions, and ambitions. And I think for all the people in the FALs, that has been a very rewarding process, because engaging and exchanging with the innovators is clearly of a high value in just creating a link and understanding where they're coming from. Well, in this case, the example Semi di Vita, which translates to seeds of life, is a very, very interesting activity in Bari, where basically urban gardening and the engagement of disabled people plays a key role. And this motivation was strongly based on Angelo Santoro's, let's say, passion for people who were not participating in the work process, and he helped them really to get involved and to play a key role. And it started actually 10 years ago with just kind of 2 hectares of small urban garden in Bari, and it extended now after 10 years to being awarded with 27 hectares of land outside of Bari, in which they can really apply their skills and involve much more citizens. And it's interesting in terms of cooperation and implementation, that combining, that linking up with other businesses, with other groups, with other corporations, has really been key to the success story of that specific example. And so each of these 91s has really very interesting, very passionate, let's say, motivations behind it, which are very enriching and also rewarding to be to exchange about. So I think we move on to the next one, to the Lime survey. Francesca, please take over.
Thank you, Dirk. Thank you for having outlined the overall approach we followed. In order to capture the transformative power and the motivation behind the development of the solution, we addressed a different way of intended innovation. That is to say, we included other dimensions in the meaning of innovation, which could also entail the change of behaviors, cultural aspect, decision-making processes, and organizational models. So we see that our innovators rank among social and process solutions, which are addressed to target low carbon inclusiveness and circularity by a bottom-up approach. They are the co-producer, they involve citizen and they address citizen as a co-production of the solution. In our case, we have also a case of a yogurt producer, which is a plant-based yogurt producer in Wroclaw, which bases all the production process on a zero waste philosophy. Or we have, as we later will know better, Closka in Barcelona that is an early stage innovator, a bio packaging which could be also reused. Or in terms of process innovation, we can mention the Tuinem Fasten, which is a community-supported agriculture, which innovation is based on a new approach, a new way of empower citizens in using public spaces as edible garden, where people can meet, pick up fruit and vegetables, and the same is in Athens as the In Common experience, which is promoting educational program to empower the next generation toward circular economy approach and reusing food waste. In the social innovation, as for the social innovation examples, we can mention Supercoop in Berlin, which is a community-led initiative which gain a fundraising, which through a fundraising campaign is now starting a community-led food market. Where people, the initiator, will also work in it. As for Avanzi Popolo in Bari, they are a group of volunteers that distribute food waste, collecting them from hyper-local retailers and caterers to distribute to charities that support vulnerable people. And as a governance innovation that is a way to boost the food on the policy agenda, or work with policymakers to change their approach toward food policy. I can mention Agrilocal in Avignon, which is a platform linking food producers and public procurement stakeholders in order to improve the offer of local food into public canteens. And the same is in Brasov for the Sustainable Development Agency, that is leading a multi-governance process to include innovation in the rural strategy agenda. So thanks to the adoption of these two layers of analysis, the quantitative and qualitative methodology, we discover lots of peculiarities of this vibrant community. And one of the aspects that is expected to be very successful for the FoodSHIFT project is that the innovators deal with topics and solutions that are very much aligned with the FALs they are located in. This will ensure and guarantee a mutual benefit, the maximum level of mutual benefits, because while the FAL will support the innovators based in their local food system, the FALs will accelerate the way to achieve their strategic goal and impacts in terms of increasing of job opportunities, sustainability, citizen empowerment, and transition, of course, while the innovators, by receiving these services and tools by the FALs, will be rewarded, will increase its readiness toward the market and toward society. As for their organizational model, they are small and beautiful, we can say. I mean, they are very small initiative, mostly non-profit and private, and they attract their consumers with unconventional tools of communication, such as social networks and their own website, and they involve consumers through mostly through insight events in their premises and locations. What about the innovation readiness and societal readiness level? These are two indicators set at European level, which stands for the readiness of the innovation toward the market, how the innovation is ready to be launched to the market. And the societal readiness level is how much, the innovation has been adapted into society and so used by society. So while for the innovation readiness level, we see that, they are mostly in a testing phase and a demonstration, but not yet fully in a deployment stage. So the support the FAL will provide them would be rather in maturing their business model. While the readiness level towards society seems to be much higher, that is to say that the co-production methodology these innovators adopted with their with citizen is much more successful and understandable. In fact, the cooperation, the innovators, or the stakeholders type, the innovators which are seeking to cooperate are citizens and consumer, farmers and producers, because one of the main aim is to shorten the food supply chain, and food business enterprises, because we discovered that they do not really compete with the other actors in the value chain, because they stand at a different scale. While enterprises are orientated to profit, they are orientated to purposes, like Ryan said before. And the factor that positively affecting these innovators, these innovations are, of course, again, the consumer behavior and funding, because they are small, they are low scale, and in some cases fragile. And because they are filling a gap that neither the market and neither the government are filling, they need a support by public funding, but not only, also crowdfunding could be a good example to support these innovations. On the other hand, again, funding could be a negative factor that affects these for the same reason, and the regulations. Because in some cases, as the motivation is started by citizen, in some cases there are not yet policy regulations that could include or fulfill these solutions. This is the case, for instance, in Bari. We have, among our innovators, a urban garden. It took 2 years to establish this urban garden because the municipality of Bari didn't know how to regulate this aspect, a group of citizens willing to recover a public abandoned land into an edible garden. And now there are many and many, urban gardens that are emerging in the city. And the investment they planned in the future are connected to social innovation. So again, they want to tackle a societal challenge. They want to take the lead and the ownership to solve a problem. And they want to invest on capacity building, both in terms of empower citizens, but also to acquire improved skills to manage their organization, product quality, of course, and also marketing, communication, circular economy, and so on. What they are intended to contribute toward the common goods, environment, and food security. So they want to provide ecosystem services, social facilities. They want to recover common goods, which are cultural heritage. So combine solution between food and people. And for the environment, they want to improve the reuse and recycle of food. They want, of course, increase the sustainable production and sustainable use of soil, climate change mitigation, biodiversity. And in terms of outcomes on food security, they both will, at the same stage and the same level, ensure healthy and nutritious food, but also empower people on how they choose the food they eat. And so, Dirk, the word.
Thank you, Francesca. Yes, so this has been an overview on the variety of, let's say, developments and also aspirations on the side of the innovators. And this collection of data now is in a certain way empowering also us as the project coordinators, but also the FALs to just work more closely and in an informed way with the different innovators, which is key to the process. As you can imagine, having all these different motivations and agendas, it's very important to orchestrate a development which is just allowing the different actors to really improve their cooperation and just to kind of develop that type of progress they're really after. And we hope and we think that this information we have gathered will allow us to just walk with them this way. And of course, we also know that it's a dynamic situation, that, for example, Corona was just one of the examples. Others will and might come up at the regional level, where we also have to be flexible in working with these innovators towards their goals they have set. And the main, since they are very driven, and since resources are often scarce and they're often small, these innovation activities, it's also clear that there are certain limitations. So they have to focus on something which is really on the, let's say, priority of their list, which might be to establish a certain type of innovation, like having a better machine in place, or having, let's say, a truck or something, a bus for transporting people around the city. And these activities just are quite demanding on them. And there is not so much time and possibility to look left and right and to just really engage with all kinds of, let's say, associated partners within the city. So here comes in the FAL to really help them in their case itself. That is the maturing part, which Francesca meant, moving up on the social readiness level or innovation readiness level. We detected this, we know where they are standing, and they exchange with us. And of course, they are eager to move up and to just basically bring this to a certain type of completion or an establishment which really is bringing back the rewards and not only lots of work input. So that maturing part is in a way standing first. And we're not only looking at the technological and social readiness levels, we really play also into the concrete needs of the moment, where eventually a certain technical handicap or a certain contact is needed to just set the next step. And I mentioned it before, the combining is very much at the heart of the project, because it's a matter of establishing eventually an innovation ecosystem, which consists of many partners which collaborate, which eventually are dedicated to circular economy, where you have benefits from one partner who eventually offers certain types of energy savings or packaging possibilities or waste avoidance techniques. And we could bring them into the picture, and we could link people up and provide the space to interact in an actually situation where also information is available. So not to forget, all this is supported by the project, let's say, research dimension, These are work packages which allow to feed in targeted information on, let's say, the impact which can be reached on the situation in the environment or in terms of the social situation in these cities, who is benefiting from which parts of the city are eventually lagging behind. And innovators on location, of course, know a lot, but together with the FALs, with the Living Lab organizations and the research infrastructure which we provide, we do think we can just kind of target this even better and allow combinations which maybe haven't been thought about before. And then that whole leads, of course, to the upscaling. Upscaling is often a desire. It's not always in the planning, as some people and some initiatives really think small and also do not intend to just kind of multiply the activities across the whole region or even the country. On the other hand, it's also something which is in reach if you cooperate. So we do examine these questions, and one of the things is really maximizing the impact, as we've seen, and we hear about it a little bit more later. The situation is still that the existing food system is very erosive on our environment, is very much basically reducing the climate perspective for us. And in order to just kind of make that transition to really have this switch in the system, we just need to just maximize impact. And we will not, of course, challenge the individual innovator to all of a sudden grow into kind of the superhero to just save the world alone, but just to see how the existing ideas can be basically embedded in the more system thinking and attracting more people to join this, and eventually to imitate or follow up on these examples in other enabler cities which are part of the project, so that there is kind of a cross fertilization between FALs and across different cities. So this is what we have subscribed to within the project, and where we are now with a dedicated program of establishing a casebook, an innovation casebook for the different FALs and the innovators, where the innovators directly cooperate with FALs to just see what is the current state and what are the potentials of their innovations to be tackled in the next months and in the further flow of the project. So that's, I think, for now, maybe the situation we are actually in, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are actually more than on time. And I think that it means we have a little bit extra time for breakfast and some networking. And those online, you'll have to make a cup of tea without microplastics yourself. Please be back on time. It's 11:15 at the latest. We'll be having quite a lot of you. I can take this off now here on stage, that's allowed. Yeah, please be back on time. 11:15, we start again. Thank you.
Local producers, closers, and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a Food Life Center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation.
Tomemos como ejemplo las cifras de desperdicio de alimentos en un país como Nigeria, uno de los más alarmantes, con 189 kilos de desperdicio per cápita al año. O el hecho de que una bebida para niños contenga más de 8 aditivos que alteran su orden hormonal y cognitivo. Afortunadamente, los movimientos de resistencia se muestran cada vez más convincentes y populares. Las granjas urbanas de autoabastecimiento en las grandes urbes, el veganismo como un estilo de vida, el boom de la fungiculture y la reaparición de la fermentación como herramienta de empoderamiento son algunos de estos ejemplos de cambio. En Ciudad de México, el 20% de los alimentos son autoproducidos por los ciudadanos gracias a un proyecto de huertos urbanos en azoteas. El 3.2% de la población europea se ha convertido en vegana en los últimos 4 años y un restaurante de 3 estrellas Michelin reivindicó el antiguo hongo fermentado del té, el kombucha, al utilizarlo con residuos de café en su aperitivo de bienvenida. Hay un optimismo de volver al pasado, de preservar las tradiciones. La fermentación es precisamente eso, una práctica antiquísima desde el vino hasta el ají que hoy se incorpora como una alternativa poderosa para cambiar la percepción de consumo inconsciente, revela los ciclos naturales y emancipa al transformar de manera natural los ingredientes. Precisamente una cultura maestra en nacer es Asia del Este, que comprendió el poder de la fermentación desde muy temprano. China y Japón han dado especial importancia a estas prácticas y se registran aún en sus libros de poesía, historia y cultura. El Qimingyao Shu, un tratado de agricultura y bienestar, cuenta cómo se descubriría uno de los métodos de preservación de alimentos más apreciados, el hongo tradicional chu. La historia cuenta que en las bodegas del emperador cocían los cereales al vapor para guardarlos, hasta que notaron que el alimento había desarrollado un aspecto y olor extraños. Pensaron que las cosechas estaban arruinadas, pero con el tiempo, la ayuda de la sal y el azúcar, descubrieron algo exquisito, el vino de arroz baichu. Todo sucedió gracias a este hongo microscópico. La fermentación con Aspergillus oryzae o koji hace posible alimentos esenciales de Asia que destacan su gastronomía por sus sabores potentes y directos. Algunos de estos fermentos hoy son apreciados y protagonistas en las mesas del mundo: la salsa de soja, el miso y el famoso sake de arroz. Y es apenas obvio que Japón haya construido toda una cultura en torno a esta bebida fermentada a base de arroz. Igual que en España, el arroz es un símbolo de tradición y de identidad. Estos dos países comparten además similares geografías, climas y especies naturales. Al hacer esta reflexión, mientras trabajaba en restaurantes catalanes y japoneses, la pregunta recurría en mi cabeza: ¿por qué no combinar la fermentación japonesa con el suelo español? ¿Por qué no crear umami mediterráneo? Esas alubias de toda la vida ahora podrían convertirse en un gran miso añejo de 2 años. ¿Por qué no? De esta pregunta nace en Barcelona Condimentos, con la ilusión de mostrar sabores de Asia de manera genuina y auténtica, buscando también la participación de la gente en la cocina y en la fermentación, mientras conocen y cambian su percepción de una cultura tan diferente a la suya. Nuestros fermentos buscan reconciliar al pasado con el presente usando algo de tecnología con un buen puñado de sabiduría popular asiática. Por ejemplo, el miso de la sopa que probarán hoy está hecho con arroz Bahía de Pals, en Girona, y pulido a la manera japonesa por un catalán enamorado del arroz desde hace más de 15 años. Este arroz, igual que en el Qimingyao Shu, vivirá una transformación. Lo cultivaremos con koji durante 42 horas en una incubadora tibia y crecerá el micelio para que las grasas, las proteínas y azúcares del cereal se tornen en biodisponibles y pueda morir reposando en grandes vasos de cerámica por 10 meses o más. Al contar historias de este tipo sobre los fermentos en nuestros eventos, buscamos crear una experiencia de inmersión en el tiempo, en la vida de los alimentos y sus ciclos. La experiencia Ma quiere construir una ciudadanía alimentaria hands-on, donde nos ensuciamos las manos, lo probamos todo y compartimos historias de nuestras identidades y nuestros orígenes alrededor de una mesa llena de deliciosos fermentos. ¿Y quién es este ciudadano Ma? Pues son humanos de todos los colores y sabores. En el mercado pasado estuvimos con Pablo, chef de un restaurante de la Costa Brava que nos pedía seguir creando ases en la manga, como llama él mismo a nuestros condimentos. A veces viene Mod, una chica vegana que ama venir al mercado y el amasake en las mañanas. Pero nuestros ciudadanos son locales y a veces solo los conocemos virtualmente. Pao es una chica taiwanesa basada en Londres que sigue detenidamente nuestros pasos en Instagram y lo fermenta todo. Y Julieta es una niña colombiana de 7 años que ama nuestro miso en su sopa después del cole. Nuestra comunidad, como ven, está en todo el mundo. Este pequeño sueño no sería nada sin esta comunidad que hemos construido entre todos. El reto de convertir la marca en un ejemplo de micronegocio circular nos ha hecho conectar con profesionales maravillosos, pero sobre todo con personas que han enriquecido y hecho realidad nuestro concepto paso a paso, poco a poco. Estas alianzas y redes de micelio construidas en 2 años nos han llevado a impactar a más de 4.500 personas en redes, a estar presentes en 10 tiendas conscientes de España y llegar a muchos deliciosos platos de la mano de más de 15 chefs en Europa. El sueño al iniciar MA era que las personas aprendieran e incluyeran la palabra koji en sus léxicos, ya que no la conocían. Hoy, estas personas no solo hablan de koji, sino que lo han incluido en sus mesas, en sus prácticas de cocina casera y, para nuestra sorpresa, también en sus bibliotecas. Queremos creer y promover que este ingrediente milenario de Asia ha llegado a Barcelona y a España para quedarse. El koji nos ha traído hasta aquí y nos ha permitido participar de iniciativas muy interesantes. Ahora que nuestro tiempo de incubación ha terminado, tenemos la base y es momento de dar un salto para construir nuestro dojo, un espacio propio que nos permita por primera vez abrir nuestras puertas y seguir ofreciendo umami, mostrando cocina regenerativa y preservando nuestras culturas. Hace tiempo observo un grave problema. Lo que comemos no es alimento verdadero. Nuestra comida está repleta de ingredientes que imitan ser reales ingredientes. Estamos llenos de fast y fake food. Y en mi opinión, esto es uno de los verdaderos problemas que nos han traído hasta aquí. Tomemos como ejemplo las cifras de desperdicio de alimentos en un país como Nigeria, uno de los más alarmantes, con 189 kilos de desperdicio per cápita al año. O el hecho de que una bebida para niños contenga más de 8 aditivos que alteran su orden hormonal y cognitivo. Afortunadamente, los movimientos de resistencia se muestran cada vez más convincentes y populares. Las granjas urbanas de autoabastecimiento en las grandes urbes, el veganismo como un estilo de vida, el boom de la fungiculture y la reaparición de la fermentación como herramienta de empoderamiento son algunos de estos ejemplos de cambio. En Ciudad de México, el 20% de los alimentos son autoproducidos por los ciudadanos gracias a un proyecto de huertos urbanos en azoteas. El 3.2% de la población europea se ha convertido en vegana en los últimos 4 años y un restaurante de 3 estrellas Michelin reivindicó el antiguo hongo fermentado del té, el kombucha, al utilizarlo con residuos de café en su aperitivo de bienvenida. Hay un optimismo de volver al pasado, de preservar las tradiciones. La fermentación es precisamente eso, una práctica antiquísima desde el vino hasta el ají que hoy se incorpora como una alternativa poderosa para cambiar la percepción de consumo inconsciente. Revela los ciclos naturales y emancipa al transformar de manera natural los ingredientes. Precisamente una cultura maestra en nacer es Asia del Este, que comprendió el poder de la fermentación desde muy temprano. China y Japón han dado especial importancia a estas prácticas y se registran aún en sus libros de poesía, historia y cultura. El Chimin Yao Shu, un tratado de agricultura y bienestar, cuenta cómo se descubriría uno de los métodos de preservación de alimentos más apreciados, el hongo tradicional chu. La historia cuenta que en las bodegas del emperador cocían los cereales al vapor para guardarlos, hasta que notaron que el alimento había desarrollado un aspecto y olor extraños. Pensaron que las cosechas estaban arruinadas, pero con el tiempo, la ayuda de la sal y el azúcar, descubrieron algo exquisito, el vino de arroz baichu. Todo sucedió gracias a este hongo microscópico. La fermentación con Aspergillus oryzae o koji hace posible alimentos esenciales de Asia que destacan su gastronomía por sus sabores potentes y directos. Algunos de estos fermentos hoy son apreciados y protagonistas en las mesas del mundo: la salsa de soja, el miso y el famoso sake de arroz. Y es apenas obvio que Japón haya construido toda una cultura en torno a esta bebida fermentada a base de arroz. Igual que en España, el arroz es un símbolo de tradición y de identidad. Estos dos países comparten además similares geografías, climas y especies naturales. Al hacer esta reflexión, mientras trabajaba en restaurantes catalanes y japoneses, la pregunta recurría en mi cabeza: ¿por qué no combinar la fermentación japonesa con el suelo español? ¿Por qué no crear umami mediterráneo? Esas alubias de toda la vida ahora podrían convertirse en un gran miso añejo de 2 años. ¿Por qué no? De esta pregunta nace en Barcelona MA Condimentos, con la ilusión de mostrar sabores de Asia de manera genuina y auténtica, buscando también la participación de la gente en la cocina y en la fermentación, mientras conocen y cambian su percepción de una cultura tan diferente a la suya. Nuestros fermentos buscan reconciliar al pasado con el presente usando algo de tecnología con un buen puñado de sabiduría popular asiática. Por ejemplo, el miso de la sopa que probarán hoy está hecho con arroz Bahía de Pals, en Girona, y pulido a la manera japonesa por un catalán enamorado del arroz desde hace más de 15 años. Este arroz, igual que en el Shimin Yao Shu, vivirá una transformación. Lo cultivaremos con koji durante 42 horas en una incubadora tibia y crecerá el micelio para que las grasas, las proteínas y azúcares del cereal se tornen en biodisponibles y pueda morir reposando en grandes vasos de cerámica por 10 meses o más. Al contar historias de este tipo sobre los fermentos en nuestros eventos, buscamos crear una experiencia de inmersión en el tiempo, en la vida de los alimentos y sus ciclos. La experiencia MA quiere construir una ciudadanía alimentaria hands-on, donde nos ensuciamos las manos, lo probamos todo y compartimos historias de nuestras identidades y nuestros orígenes alrededor de una mesa llena de deliciosos fermentos. ¿Y quién es este ciudadano MA? Pues son humanos de todos los colores y sabores. En el mercado pasado estuvimos con Pablo, chef de un restaurante de la Costa Brava que nos pedía seguir creando ases en la manga, como llama él mismo a nuestros condimentos. A veces viene Mod, una chica vegana que ama venir al mercado y el amasaque en las mañanas. Pero nuestros ciudadanos son locales y a veces solo los conocemos virtualmente. Pao es una chica taiwanesa basada en Londres que sigue detenidamente nuestros pasos en Instagram y lo fermenta todo. Y Julieta es una niña colombiana de 7 años que ama nuestro miso en su sopa después del cole. Nuestra comunidad, como ven, está en todo el mundo. Este pequeño sueño no sería nada sin esta comunidad que hemos construido entre todos. El reto de convertir la marca en un ejemplo de micronegocio circular nos ha hecho conectar con profesionales maravillosos, pero sobre todo con personas que han enriquecido y hecho realidad nuestro concepto paso a paso, poco a poco. Estas alianzas y redes de micelio construidas en 2 años nos han llevado a impactar a más de 4.500 personas en redes, a estar presentes en 10 tiendas conscientes de España y llegar a muchos deliciosos platos de la mano de más de 15 chefs en Europa. El sueño al iniciar MA era que las personas aprendieran e incluyeran la palabra koji en sus léxicos, ya que no la conocían. Hoy, estas personas no solo hablan de koji, sino que lo han incluido en sus mesas, en sus prácticas de cocina casera y, para nuestra sorpresa, también en sus bibliotecas. Queremos creer y promover que este ingrediente milenario de Asia ha llegado a Barcelona y a España para quedarse. El koji nos ha traído hasta aquí y nos ha permitido participar de iniciativas muy interesantes. Ahora que nuestro tiempo de incubación ha terminado, tenemos la base y es momento de dar un salto para construir nuestro dojo, un espacio propio que nos permita por primera vez abrir nuestras puertas y seguir ofreciendo umami, mostrando cocina regenerativa y preservando nuestras culturas. Hace tiempo observo un grave problema. Lo que comemos no es alimento verdadero. Nuestra comida está repleta de ingredientes que imitan ser reales ingredientes. Estamos llenos de fast y fake food. Y en mi opinión, esto es uno de los verdaderos problemas que nos han traído hasta aquí. Tomemos como ejemplo las cifras de desperdicio de alimentos en un país como Nigeria, uno de los más alarmantes, con 189 kilos de desperdicio per cápita al año. O el hecho de que una bebida para niños contenga más de 8 aditivos que alteran su orden hormonal y cognitivo. Afortunadamente, los movimientos de resistencia se muestran cada vez más convincentes y populares. Las granjas urbanas de autoabastecimiento en las grandes urbes, el veganismo como un estilo de vida, el boom de la fungiculture y la reaparición de la fermentación como herramienta de empoderamiento son algunos de estos ejemplos de cambio. En Ciudad de México, el 20% de los alimentos son autoproducidos por los ciudadanos gracias a un proyecto de huertos urbanos en azoteas. El 3.2% de la población europea se ha convertido en vegana en los últimos 4 años y un restaurante de 3 estrellas Michelin reivindicó el antiguo hongo fermentado del té, el kombucha, al utilizarlo con residuos de café en su aperitivo de bienvenida. Hay un optimismo de volver al pasado, de preservar las tradiciones. La fermentación es precisamente eso, una práctica antiquísima desde el vino hasta el ají que hoy se incorpora como una alternativa poderosa para cambiar la percepción de consumo inconsciente, revela los ciclos naturales y emancipa al transformar de manera natural los ingredientes. Precisamente una cultura maestra en nacer es Asia del Este, que comprendió el poder de la fermentación desde muy temprano. China y Japón han dado especial importancia a estas prácticas y se registran aún en sus libros de poesía, historia y cultura. El Chimingyao Shu, un tratado de agricultura y bienestar, cuenta cómo se descubriría uno de los métodos de preservación de alimentos más apreciados, el hongo tradicional Chu. La historia cuenta que en las bodegas del emperador cocían los cereales al vapor para guardarlos, hasta que notaron que el alimento había desarrollado un aspecto y olor extraños. Pensaron que las cosechas estaban arruinadas, pero con el tiempo, la ayuda de la sal y el azúcar, descubrieron algo exquisito, el vino de arroz baichu. Todo sucedió gracias a este hongo microscópico. La fermentación con Aspergillus oryzae o koji hace posible alimentos esenciales de Asia
Yeah, I liked it too. I might here in the next break, I might take a little run, so there's room for the lunch as well. It's Leka doing the lunch. They do some pretty cool things. They have a restaurant here in the area, and they also opened recently one up in the mountains. They do fantastic food. So the FAL here has, or the FoodSHIFT Accelerator Lab here in Barcelona has worked with Leka in doing these future dinners and stuff in like a food hub that has been here, which is pretty amazing. And I can see they're gearing up. So it was good breakfast, but I hope you saved a little bit for the lunch as well. Now, let's explore the innovation challenges and how to fast transition related to how to fast transition to a new food future. And to help us do that and to look into that, we have Christian Bugge Henriksen, who is the FoodSHIFT coordinator that you met as the first person here on stage. And we also have Raluca Babu, who is working with innovation processes and policy making, both in Romania and in the EU, and she leads the FoodSHIFT Accelerator Lab in Brasov. We also online have Karin Beukel, who is a co-founder of Agrain. That's in Danish. Agrain maybe in English. It's one of the companies related to FoodSHIFT. They use the spent grain from brewers, so some of the leftovers from the brewing process. Please enjoy.
Thank you very much, Rasmus, and welcome back. And indeed, we're now going to talk about the challenges, how to address the challenges that will make it possible for us to make a fast transition of the food system to by 2030. So what are these challenges? We have, first, you could say the environmental challenges, because in the European Union, we have a number of challenges with a lot of environmental impacts that is also responsible for about 10.3% of the greenhouse gas emissions in Europe. That's actually down from 20%, but it's still too much. And this is mainly caused by the dietary choices, because the European diet is still primarily animal-based, which leads to both high energy consumption, pesticide use, eutrophication, compared with more plant-based diets that would reduce emissions substantially. Some of the other challenges we have is the health, which is also associated with this more meat-based diet. So approximately 75% of all diseases in Europe and up to 85% deaths can be attributed to these non-communicable diseases that are all affected by what we eat and how much we eat. So the EU government is also spending a lot of money on this, about 700 billion euros to treat these non-communicable diseases. So this is a big challenge also related to the food system. And finally, the urban and rural regions in Europe, they are not developing evenly. So whereas the GDP per capita in urban regions is about 24% higher than the EU average, then the GDP per capita in rural regions is 30% lower. So we have an urban-rural divide that we need to do something about. So actually the farm to fork strategy is aiming to address some of these challenges, because the main goal here is really to reduce the environmental and climate footprint of the EU food system and strengthen resilience and lead a global transition towards competitive sustainability. So that includes both ensuring that the food chain has a neutral or even a positive impact on the environment, and making sure that everybody has equal access to sufficient, nutritious, sustainable food. And finally, also very importantly, also for the urban-rural connection, is to generate a fair economic returns in the supply chain. so that we also strengthen the position of the farmers in the supply chain, while also making food that is both sustainable and affordable. So what are then the solutions and innovations to address these challenges? We have some examples seen already. For example, here the Dutch Minister of Agriculture, Carola Schouten, suggests to introduce a levy on products in the supermarket that are less sustainable. So, and these advantages of this should then go to a fund to farmers who want to produce more sustainable. So that's one idea of a solution. Another solution, innovation, comes from actually what we're working with in the FoodSHIFT project. In the Greater Copenhagen lab, we are applying a tool called the Metropolitan Foodscape Planner, where we can actually assess what is the land required to produce the food that is needed in the city. And what you can see from this figure here is that the outer black circle, that represents actually the area required for providing the food during the current consumption regime, which is, you could say, primarily meat-based. For example, if we then change the parameters for the consumption to follow the Eat Lancet planetary health diet, which is a primarily plant-based diet, then we will actually end up having only this black part here that is used for producing animal-based food. This leaves room both for producing more plants for human consumption, but also for more area required for regenerating nature, providing habitats for biodiversity, and planting more trees. So the difference is quite large, actually 1,000 hectares used, 1,000 kilohectares used for the meat-based diets, and only 300 for the plant. A last example here is the municipality of Copenhagen that has recently implemented a food and meal strategy with the goal of reducing the climate impact of all food consumed in the municipality by 25% per capita already in 2025. And this is notably not only within the municipality kitchens, but the entire municipality. And this should be achieved by actually reducing the total amount of animal food and replacing it with plant-based materials. So what are we then needing to do? We need to, of course, work on more of these examples in order to achieve this fast transition. We need many more solutions and innovations. What do we mean by fast transition? We mean that we need to work on what we call radical innovation instead of incremental innovation. It's not just about stepwise, slowly improving the technologies. We need really innovative solutions that can have transformative power. And then we need to accelerate what we call multi-scale solutions. So we're working not only on one level, but on several levels and scales. We really need to address also circular value chains. We need to make sure that we close the loops, that we reuse, upcycle, recycle all the different elements in the food value chain. Then we need to also, what we discussed earlier today and what Ryan mentioned, we need to move from being food consumers towards being food citizens. Then we need to apply also impact-driven innovation management to make sure that the innovation really creates impact. And then we need to make sure that we address both people, planet, and prosperity. So in the FoodSHIFT project, we are working on creating this impact through 4 impact pathways that will be operationalized in all the FoodSHIFT accelerator labs. One is on citizen empowerment, making sure that in all our FoodSHIFT accelerator labs, citizen empowerment is addressed. We will also have a blueprint at the end of the project, a citizen empowerment scheme. We're working also on job creation to making sure that all the innovations contributing to sustainable jobs. And we're working on developing a job creation platform. We also work, of course, on sustainability throughout the project and each of the labs to ensure that the innovations are really sustainable, making sure that we assess both the social, environmental, and economic sustainability of the innovations. We will also have a sustainability scoring system as an outcome of the project. And last but not least, we are of course working on food system transition to making sure that the innovation has transformative potential. And we are working also to complete a food system transition toolkit by the end of the project. So with that, we would actually like to warm up for this debate that we are having shortly by looking a little bit on different perspectives of these challenges from both the EU perspective, the city region perspective, and the innovator perspective. And it's important to note here that you can actually also have your say here, both all of you who are here in the room here in Palo Alto and all of you who are online. You can go to Mentimeter and have your expression here of your viewpoints. So to start with, I will talk a little bit about the EU perspective on which policy and market strategies would have significant impacts to serve as inspiration for the following debate here. So one of the things that one could address here from the policy perspective is to establish a link between promoting more environmentally sustainable and healthy food consumption and then supporting the transition to more plant-based food production in the EU. Because as it is currently in the Farm to Fork strategy, it's mentioned many, many times that we should support sustainable food consumption, but there is not really a direct link to that. This should also really facilitate more plant-based food production, for example, in the EU. So this is something that could be addressed. What one could do here is to establish a food labeling framework based on standardized sustainability criteria, environmental footprint calculations, and also geographical indications to support also the more locally produced food. Another option is to link the Farm to Fork strategy closer with rural policy, the EU rural policy. It's already included to some extent, but it would be a suggestion to apply territorial justice for creating a comprehensive policy for rural areas in the EU and empowering local communities to choose the most sustainable transition pathway. This should be done to strengthen the position of farmers in the supply chain and ensure that they get a fair share of the added value generated via sustainable production. I think this is a very important aspect to bridge this urban-rural gap and for reconnecting cities and urban areas. My last suggestion or example here is that we really need to move from a common agricultural policy to a common food policy for the European Union. Because this would overcome the short-term thinking and the path dependencies in a way that is not possible in the current CAP. So a common food policy can revive the public participation in policy making, reconnect the citizens, the European project, and reclaim public policies for the public good. So with this EU perspective, I would like to give the word over to Raluca Babu, who's co-owner of Highclear Consulting and also associated with our lab in Brasov.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Christian. And thank you to our colleagues here in Barcelona for organizing the conference. It's good to meet everybody face to face after such a long time of online. I'm here today to give you a perspective of the city region, and that is for Brașov area, southern Transylvania in Romania. The Food Acceleration Lab, it's actually a combination of 3 partners. It's us, High Clear Consulting. We are dealing mainly with policies in agriculture, rural development, food and environment. And at national and European level, it's Metropolitan Agency of Brașov, who is dealing mainly with governance, and Iceberg, who is more focused on private sector. When we started to think about what is necessary in Brașov and what's the objective for the FAL, we started from lining up the needs, and that is to integrate the local small producers, very much acting around Brașov. And we realized that the linkage between rural and urban is quite broken. Supermarkets have penetrated strongly the urban area, the city area, but also the rural area. And the connection and access of small producers to the city market, it's quite broken at the moment, and we set that as an objective for our FAL, but also to work with restaurants, for instance, as agents for change, but also to capitalize on local gastronomy. So just to give you a background, because maybe you are more familiar with this part of Europe, where we are coming from. It's a mountain hilly area. The whole region of Brașov is about over 500,000 inhabitants. Half is in the urban area. But the discrepancies, the gap between urban and rural is quite big, meaning that there is a certain level of GDP at the urban area and quite a low one in rural areas. So it's very much about working with the small producers to start finding their way to the consumers in the city by addressing their social and economic needs as well. There is no strong or functional advisory services for the small producers. So it's very much about creating capacity for them to become more professionalized in providing food for the urban area. Cooperation between farmers is also requiring some support as well. We are coming from a communist regime of 50 years where association was done forcefully, and farmers are still a little bit reluctant in gaining trust with each other, working with each other, and especially sharing market together. In the most recent years, there is also a strong tendency that the chefs to bring back the local gastronomy. We've been through all sorts of waves, like promoting French cuisine, Italian cuisine. Finally, we are coming back to the Romanian cuisine. And that is very much about taking out the local heritage and the local ingredients and put them in an innovative way on the plate, because tradition is good, but we don't want to fossilize on that. So it's very much about working with these chefs to bring the best from the area on the plate. We are focusing on three specific objectives. As I said, this local food process innovation, but we would like very much to start testing how to integrate local producers into a public procurement, because again, that is where the food system is quite broken as well. Food in public catering units is coming from all over the place, if not all over the country, but also all over Europe. And sometimes that is creating huge disruptions in the system. So we would like to test, and we started to assess the needs, but also how to pilot with some kindergartens the introduction of at least one local product coming from local producers. And of course, it's also very much about working on distribution and marketing and supply chain. We would like to promote very much the idea of short supply chain. Some consumers are familiar because they are doing it in an informal way. Everybody has somebody in the countryside supplying them with some products, with some food. But how to bring that and make it a normality, turning it into a normality and making space for them in the city and become, a norm rather than something exceptional or a hippie shaky stuff that only some people are practicing it. The approach that we took in relationship with the innovations, it's very much to seek for potential, because it was like, okay, we started with a blank piece of paper. Who is out there in Brasov that we should start promoting? So the first criteria was to look for potential. The challenge was that we started this in a very disrupted time when COVID kicked in, and some of the ones that we were initially thinking, they've been through all sorts of up and downs, but we took as a criteria the potential that they were presenting. Sometimes not even themselves were presenting trust in their own potential. So it's very important to start coaching, to start encouraging them to go for action as well. Is to encourage cooperation, as I said, within the food system, but also outside the food system. On horizontal, like between farmers, producers, but also on vertical, meaning with processors, and we have a couple of good examples merging up. And nevertheless, it's involving the citizens, because we need to start talking with the other end as well. Just to give you a glance, last year, kind of organically, a cooperative of small producers merged up, Fair Soil, Solbun in Romanian. It's still challenging, but they came up with a very strong idea that if they don't get associated and start working with each other, in 10, 15 years' time, they don't see their future very bright. So they gave up on all of the competitions, the frustrations between themselves, and they started to put together a range of products. Some of them, they are organically certified, so they started to add more value to what they are doing. And with the support from our side, from the project, we opened a door to the municipality, and basically they started to occupy a space which hasn't been functional in the last 5 years. And we are aiming to reactivate that, and not just to reactivate it as a free market, but to develop a new concept of producer interacting directly with consumers. And there is a small community, but it's a growing community merging up, very curious about the problems of the small farmers, and very curious about learning why they find tomatoes only in certain times of the year. And it's amazing how basic, actually, we are working very much sometimes based on assumptions that consumers are there and they have the same understanding and the same jargon like we have, actively involved in food area, but actually is far away from that. They come with kids, they want to see kids to touch the vegetables, to put questions, to taste, so it's merging into an interactive space, which is very interesting to observe. Also, we helped them with creating a logo. There were lots of debate. We learned that democracy is good, but not too much democracy sometimes. Asking too many people, what do you think? How do you like it? It's not an ideal thing to do. So they started to be known and visible under this logo now. And yeah, we are in the process of supporting them. We'll let you know how it goes. Another innovation is very much supporting communities of small producers. The communities for small producers are very important. It's pointless to target individual producers and not targeting communities, because that's where their backbone is, that's where their resilience is. And it's very much about promoting them as communities as well, but also to make sure that the value stays in the community and they don't just sell out the raw materials and the return is very little. So one of the innovation is creating and promoting the chain of local gastronomic points where especially women are preparing food and serving food in the farmhold to the visitors coming in the area. There are a couple of touristical attractions, and again, there is a logo, the rooster one, where the tourists can recognize the places where they can eat in the village. And we are working on that to start promoting and creating a larger chain of such local gastronomic points. Also, there are a couple of criteria. They are not allowed to use other ingredients, but only the ones from the village, or to specify which ones are actually coming from outside. We learned in these almost 2 years now of project that it's good to involve the consumers, the citizens. And I'm going to tell you that it's very challenging sometimes to talk with the ones that they are at the age where it's difficult to change behavior. So we started to organize some meetings with young people to ask them, how do you see your food, your plate in 10, 15 years' time? You'll be surprised to hear. They were a little bit, some of them they were concerned, they were quite optimistic, but obviously everybody sensed that there is a change that has to be done. So we started to engage them, and we are slowly but surely coming to the conclusion that I think we're going to have a subgroup for the development of food strategy for Brașov made up by young people. They want to eat healthier. They realize that they have quite some bad habits already embedded from family, from community, and they would like to change that, but they don't know how exactly. They feel also that they are not so listened and involved by the policy makers and decision makers. So that is quite important to keep on the table as well for us. And the last, but this is just to provoke you a little bit for the debate session following this one. We come to question what is more important is when it comes about the resilience, why are the small producers so important? And especially during the last year, which was a very disruptive time, we came to understand that if you don't know your producers, you might be in trouble in times of crisis. Also, it's very much about when we talk about small food businesses, what should be prioritized? Is sustainability of the business or its profitability? I know in both cases is a yes and a no. And also, what kind of jobs do we think about in terms of food sector? And also, who is leading change? Because we keep saying that the food system is broken, but who's going to lead that change? And based on what assumptions? For us, it was very much about, yes, talking in big words, but also it's very much about changing our individual behaviors and our individual choices. So that's it from my side. Karin, I am going to pass the floor to you. Karin is online with us. She's representing innovation. She's an innovator. So we're going to assist Karin with the remote from here. And I think she's going to be online with us. Hello, Karin.
Hello. Hi, Raluca.
Hi.
And hi, everyone in Barcelona. I wish I could be there. But right now I'm in Copenhagen at our small production site here, where we are transforming brewer-spent grains. And that is also what I would like to explain to you today, how we use upcycling in Copenhagen, how we secure that the leftovers from beer production gets a second life. So, but if you will put up my slide deck, then I'll start the presentation.
We are waiting for Karin's presentation to be on the screen. Yeah, let me know when shall I?
Yes. So first of all, our company is called Agrain, and what we do is upcycle food. And upcycled food is when you use the leftovers from industrial productions and then give them a second life. And my name is Karen, and I'm part of the Copenhagen FoodSHIFT Accelerator Lab. Next, please. So in a grain, we see that the current food system is broken, and it's mainly broken due to two reasons. So for many years, we've been thinking about economies of scale and economies of scope when developing new food products. And that has resulted in a global food system where we're using the resources 1.7 times every year, where 1/3 of all food produced is never consumed, and where 820 million people are suffering from hunger. And this is really an increasing number, especially due to Corona. We saw that just last year in Africa, there was an increase in food insecure people by 60%. And then at the same time, which is quite a paradox, is that 13% of the adult population is obese. So we also need to change the construction and the categories of the food that we serve in more developed countries. Next, please. So we see in a grain that upcycled food is really the solution to some of these issues. And just to give you the definition of upcycled food, for those of you who does not know, then upcycled food is when you use ingredients that would otherwise not have gone to human consumption. And it's procured and produced using verifiable supply chains, and it has a positive impact on the environment. And that is exactly what we do in a grain. Next, please. So in a grain, we use the brewer's spent grains. And as you know, beer is produced both locally, but also internationally. So almost in any country of the world, you will see beer production. And a side stream for beer production is the spent grains. So it's really this biological material, which is mainly barley or maize, rice or sorghum that has been cooked in water. And then for the brewing process, you use the wet fraction. So you take out the sugars, and what is left is really highly nutritional grains that are wet. Globally, we produce more than 200 billion liters of beer every year. And out of this, we have 40 million tons of spent grains. 40 million tons is a huge amount, and it actually accounts for almost 3% of the global waste if you account for that. So it's a huge number. And just from 1 ton of brewer spent grain, we can transform it into 200 kilos of highly nutritional flour, which is 20% protein and 50% dietary fiber. And then also 400 liters of nutritious liquids. And these liquids, they are protein rich, and then they also have 8 out of 9 essential amino acids. So again, very, very potential source for nutrition globally. If we were to upscale and upcycle all the spent grains in the world, which is of course what we hope to do, then we could cover these 10% of the calorie deficit forecasted by WHO in 2027. So here we see something that can close the gap that we're forecasting due to the increase in population. Next, please. So is this just a social business where we see a great potential in solving the gap? No, it's also actually a quite sound business case. So if you are to discharge brewer spent grains, the BHG, which is mentioned here on the slide, it can cost the brewer up to €100 per ton. If it's sold as animal feed, it has a potential revenue of €20. When we sell it as a grain, super grain flour, so this flour that's 20% protein and 50% dietary fiber, then we can get a revenue of €650. And then again, if we turn this into different ready-to-eat products, it has an even higher value. So for example, if we turn it into crisp, which of course goes well with beer, then it has a potential revenue of more than €4,000. So turning side streams and co-products from the European food system into other types of foods, nutritious and delicious food, can actually become a very, very good business. So, and we believe that it's not only the spent grains that is available out there, but many other side streams, for example, from wine or from juice production, et cetera, there you can also find huge potentials for building businesses that could build circularity into the food system and also secure that these huge waste streams, that they're used in a proper way. The different, not yet, the different types of products that we are creating is that we are basing this flour on is, for example, the crisp, which I shown here on the top of the triangle, but it can also be granola and also crackers, pasta, etc., etc. So our grain flour can be used in the exact same way as other whole grain flours, and that's really the great potential of it. It is that it's a very versatile product that can be used in almost anything. Next, please. So what are the learnings from building this business? So first of all, we went into business a little over 3 years ago. And of course, it has been a tremendous journey since then. We built a production site here in Denmark, the first of its kind globally, where we upcycle both the wet fraction and the dry fraction of the spent grains. But some of the learnings has been more on an abstract level. So first of all, we see that risk sharing among us, but also definitely the large industry players, the incumbents that are already in the market, is very important. So for us as a new startup to build this huge potential and to get spent grain used across the world is very important. Then academia is very essential in terms of solving these complex questions. We have used and worked together with academia across the world so far, and we will do so in the future as well. Measuring impact has been very much focused on CO2, and we believe that this is maybe a bit too narrow-minded. If we look at upcycling ingredients, then water use or land use will be important factors to use as well. For example, for every kilo of spent grain flour that we put in the market, we save 2 square meters of land, and we use almost no water to do this. So that's very important. And then finally, we also believe that it's very much a relational business. So in terms of that, we see that we will be, you need to work in a circular food system where you build the system not in a transactional way, but in a very much in a relational way. And then finally, it's about transparency. We need to have increased transparency in order for us to identify these different co-products that are needed, that we need to upcycle globally. Thank you very much.
That's a new generation problem. Thank you very much. We are a little bit delayed, not much. I'm just going to take in the next break. It's a short break, and it's before the last session, before we go to lunch for 2 hours. So I think we can manage. Do you agree? Can we manage it? Yeah? Super. So now it's for the big debates. And I'll ask a lot of people on stage. You know who you are. Please come up here. And we'll do a quick introduction. Raluca, you're already here. So the big debate, how can we enable all of this? How will we make the transition? And we would very much like to involve all you here in the room, as well as online. So if you have a question, a comment, please come up here when we have had the debate here with the participants on stage. There will be a position here where you can talk into a microphone. Online, there's the chat, and that's how we will do it. Try to keep it short. We'll also try to keep the answers short. That's for all the participants up here. When we answer there's so many facets in it. It's so easy. I know it from myself. You can talk about what you do for ages. Try to keep that short. So we can get many perspectives. So that's the balance we're trying to strike here. To moderate the debate here, we have Dirk and Raluca on the other side. And let me just mention. Some of you can maybe raise your hand when I mention you. We have some online as well, but let's take some of the names here first. Anja de Kunto is from here, and one of our panelists on the municipality and policy side. Anja is a coordinator and advisor for food and procurement at Eurocities. That is an association or a collaboration between European cities. We have Beatrice Baltal, who is from the FoodSHIFT Accelerator Lab in Berlin, and is also a co-founder in Berlin of the Food Policy Council. Then we have Victoria Williams, director at Food Matters. And online we also have Stephanie Wunder. Stephanie is a senior fellow and coordinator at food systems at the Ecological Institute in Berlin. And we wave to Stephanie. So that was on the municipality and policy side. Then on the business side, we have Ryan Edwards, that you already met. He's a co-founder at Naked Innovations, if somebody has joined later. You just met online Karen Berkel, who's a co-founder of Agrain. And then there is Flavia Catacora, who is a program manager of Ship2Be Foundation. I will let Dirk and Raluca take it from here. Please enjoy.
Thank you, Rasmus. I would like to actually address a question which I think is pushing a familiarity button for all of us. And I would like to address this question to Victoria. Empty shelves in supermarkets kept the first page of the newspapers for some time, and not just in UK, but it was particularly in UK, and then it was accelerated also by the Brexit phase following with the beginning of this year. Victoria, who was the food hero that saved the day in times of empty shelves in the supermarket?
Well, we won't mention the B word too much, hopefully. Well, it's really interesting. It's a very, I would say, the empty shelves were, people not being able to get toilet roll and pasta was quite, well, I guess shocking for some people if they couldn't get it, but, and the fact that people couldn't get online shopping slots was, as you say, in the news, but the people that responded were not necessarily the supermarkets at any great speed, but it was small independent restaurants and shops that were able just to turn their resources around extremely quickly and, with great passion. They were the ones that were turning their shops into delivery services. They would open up the back of their cars. My particular small shop was just a small grocer, and he basically started taking orders on the telephone and would go around and deliver. So you had restaurants, high-end, low-end restaurants that all of a sudden had no customers, but they had a whole ton of surplus food, so they started making meals for those individuals and families that couldn't get out because they were either in quarantine or they were having issues with not being able to access food for money reasons. So I would say the small independents were absolutely amazing, and the speed at which they did it, the passion in which they showed was astounding. And I think one of the important things that we have to remember is trying to understand, and consumers changed their patterns of behavior. They started using local shops for lots of different reasons, but they did do it because they wanted to support local shops and keep people employed. And I think we have to understand what we need to do to help them maintain those changed habits. So yeah, I think it was absolutely astounding the speed at which local shops and local producers and local restaurants changed what they did.
Thank you, Victoria. This first part of our discussion is addressing actually also some of the European dimensions, which is in the case of UK not exactly of the same urgency right now, I'd say, than maybe for others. But for those of us who think and have to think about European consequences of the pandemic, for example, but also the food crisis as such, linked partly to the climate change problems. What would you think, and I address here Ryan maybe, to respond to this example we heard about, maybe not that familiar to everyone, but of having a certain price increase for non-sustainable products? And is this something the European Union should be engaged in? Or actually at the Dutch level, there are quite some resistance against this from the side of the retailers. They didn't really like the idea very much. So is this something, from your experience working with cooperation, etc., is this something where the European Union should, let's say, come to the front with?
Okay, so my personal opinion, yes, absolutely, putting some taxes on non-sustainable, just like we've seen with cigarettes, right, which had a huge impact. We've seen it with sugary drinks. I know in New York, they put a huge tax on huge drinks, these massive gallon ton or whatever it is drinks. And it had an impact there as well to reduce the consumption of it. The reality is businesses will resist, but businesses also adapt. And if it's across the board, if it doesn't become unfair competitive advantage that they all have to adapt to, businesses will adapt or die. And they live and benefit from our capitalist economy. So they have to be there to adapt to that. And I think we also know the term that necessity is the mother of invention. So again, this challenge is an opportunity for these businesses to come up with new ways for the food producers to create new innovations that push them there. If we don't push them, I think we're going to end up with incremental innovation, the status quo.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, there's hope in this direction. We see it in other areas, car industry, etc., where actually in the change of government, car industry meanwhile says, well, we do not want to go back to plan A. We were already on the way to progress, e-electric cars, etc. One announcement which is really important, please from the audience, if you have any questions, we have set up something where Paul is waiting and will give you a microphone and you can raise questions. So please queue up. And you will be able to just ask these questions right there with the camera on you. Thank you. So, any follow-up?
Yes. Maybe for Anya, you're dealing with a network of cities at the European level. What was the first? We knew that the food system was broken before this disruptive time that the COVID-19 brought. But how much more now, the cities are taking a position at European level to adapt to this new supply chains, building on a better relationship between rural and urban. What is your perspective on that?
So indeed, cities started to pick up the slack. I would say that it's really since 2015, with the emergence of the Millennium Urban Food Policy Pact, the cities are starting to recognize the role and the power, especially they have to change food system. I would say the first power is the power of purchase. It's really, as Raluca also mentioned, it's clearly the first step a lot of cities take if they want to change the food system. This is something that we see it's becoming more and more common. Like how can you be strategic in with your public money? How can you achieve both sustainability and health goals for your city with your public money? So yeah, cities are now becoming more and more involved. We just published a position paper on cities' role for the farm to fork. As some of you might know, it's expected that by 2023 we will have a sustainable food system law, which hopefully, we hope, will mean going beyond the common agricultural policy. And indeed, cities are saying, put us at the center because we are the one that we can engage the citizens. We are the one that we want to make sure that we have strategies which are co-created, and we can try to rebalance some of the power imbalances of the agri-food chain.
I'd like to just see, Karen, you are up there, ready to answer? I guess so. A question to you, Karen. In terms of you as an innovator, probably used to stand on your own feet and solve lots of problems in your daily approach. But would you think that the European Union also could do something for innovators like you? Or do you really feel very comfortable with the market is going to just help me doing my job? Is Karen online? Not really, I guess. So, well, there she is. Hi. Hi Karen, did you get my question?
Yes, I did. Thank
Okay,
you very
great.
much, Dirk. So for sure, yes, there's a lot of things that can be done at a European level. For an upcycling business as ours, there are different regulations that could be eased. There could be subsidizing towards reusing and also towards securing that co-products is simply not okay in the future. We should ensure that, for example, for the spent grains that we are dealing with, that this accounts for 85% of a brewer's waste stream. So it could be very nice if there were regulations put in place so that it would be a better idea to use them for humans instead of using it as a feed or biomass or simply putting it on the fields and destroying it. So I think there are plenty to do regulatory-wise, and we are definitely not going to solve this huge issue on our own as a startup. We can take a lot of the risk, but there's so much to be done from a policy perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any? Not yet. Nobody queuing up yet. Okay. Please just feel free to move over.
Maybe a question for Ryan. How is this relationship between small and big working in terms of food businesses, and how much ecosystem we have between them at the moment?
Yeah, this is actually a really exciting challenge for the big companies. I think we've gone through a transition over the last, I've been in agriculture and food innovation for the last 15 years. 15 years ago, that wasn't a question. The big food companies and the national companies were leading, and there was not a lot of room for innovation from the grassroots. I would say maybe 10 years ago, we started seeing some really cool inventions being pushed into the market by innovators, by the grassroots. And the first thing we saw was some of the businesses resisting, others seeing an opportunity and buying these startups, investing in them, and then wondering where the magic went. We invested in this startup, and they were super agile, they were doing all sorts of cool stuff, and now they're not. So they didn't know how to engage the startups once they purchased them. And what we've now seen in the last 5, maybe a bit longer years, is some really cool venture arms of companies like the Foundry at Unilever, who are able to strategically understand what challenges they see in the market, encourage interesting innovations outside of their company, because they recognize that their own R&D might be focused on other things, it might be a lot slower. From personal experience, that is the case when you're inside the innovation of a corporate. And they give them the room and the facilities and some of the knowledge, but also the finance to thrive. So what we're seeing, and I'm painting a pretty picture here, but it's really a space where some of the big corporates and the bigger businesses are trying to get ahead of the shift. Rather than being disrupted, they're trying to do the disruption and invest in the disruption. So I think a lot of businesses now are seeing it as an opportunity. The question is whether they're doing this for profit or whether they're doing it because it's a real purpose shift. I think we all saw the news that Eric Faber, who was the CEO of Danone, who really tried to change the purpose of what Danone was about, to be more circular, to be more purposeful in terms of sustainable food systems, investing in regenerative agriculture. Unfortunately, through shareholder pressure, he is now out of a job from Danone. So these changes take time to become sustainable. And in our current model, and Danone became a B corporation. And if you don't maintain those profit levels, you're going to be under pressure quite quickly. I think Paul Polman, who was the CEO of Unilever, recognized that he's done a really great job of maintaining profit, telling his shareholders this is a long journey, and he was able to take them on a sustainability journey, which is ongoing. Yeah, hopefully that answers the question.
Good point. I mean, we talked about it. It's actually quite shocking that this happened with these, progressive forces. Eventually, this is a question to Stephanie, who is online. Hello. We are talking about the citizen's role, and now a shareholder kicking out one of the key persons from a major industry player is also a citizen. And eventually, we are at the brink of also being a little bit generic by just having this big blob of citizens.
Ought to be done within the municipalities, get the different departments together to see where there are synergies between education, economic support, building regional supply chains, and all that kind of stuff, to come up with like strategies, instruments, and funds to actually push for better solutions. But then, of course, also because cities have been the drivers in many cases, like from bottom up, to engage also with the national and EU policies to make a better change. Maybe stop for now as a first reaction to what you said.
Thank you, Stephanie. Lots of good points. We are anyway gradually just merging towards the citizen level, which is anyway natural because we know at the citizen level is a place where things are happening, therefore the project and therefore also the MUFPP. Do you want to ask something regarding the enabling factors?
Yes, and I would pick up a little bit on what Stephanie just mentioned. It's clear that our plate is full. we have lots of deal to deal with, to cope and integrate. And I will take the sustainability perspective and how many facades it has. And I will turn it a little bit to the social, because as Ryan also explained in his presentation, we have economics, we have environment, but we have also the social. And I would like to ask Flavia, who has impressive experience on managing projects focused on sustainability for public and private, how can we ensure at European, but also maybe city level, that we integrate enough social, that we have good food for everybody, first of all. Beyond any more ambitious, I think it's a matter of acknowledging that we have still target groups in the public, in the society, which are maybe lacking access to affordable food. So I would like to ask Flavia, and thank you for being here with us, how best we can integrate the social aspects into this food system transformation.
I think the main challenge with targeting this problem from the business perspective is linked to the fact that we don't know much about the social problems. Like, we know that there is a problem with, for example, pricing, that the food is not affordable. Like, for example, organic food is not affordable for most of the people living in Spain. This is where I work at the moment. So in Spain, we have this challenge, but we don't, sometimes like the projects we work with, they don't understand where it comes from. Why is it, what kind of barriers do you have besides the fact that there is the price, you have so many barriers, like also the knowledge, education, understanding why this is much better than other type of foods. And this is like one part of the social aspect of food, like how do you make it this more democratic, let's say, how can people get access to this type of food? But on the other hand, you have also this, I would say, this dilemma that most of these organic food, very superfoods come from countries where their economies are based on exportation, and this comprehension is not always very obvious. All the projects we work with, like all the innovators, all the entrepreneurs that want to change somehow and change the world or give a solution with their innovations, they don't understand the problem they don't have this whole broad picture. So from a business perspective, I think, and what we try to do is first that these entrepreneurs, either they come from Bolivia or they come from Germany or in Spain, we want them to understand in depth the problem. We want them to see why their innovation is going, what kind of answer their innovation is targeting. And we realize that it's very complicated because most of these people have a business background and they haven't had studies they don't have social studies, they don't have I don't know, background it depends, but most of the time they come from this will of seeing that there is a problem and they want to start a project. And yeah, the challenge, I think, will come more than the main core, the main thing that we do with Ship2B is trying to let them understand, like have a big roadmap of identify all these aspects and how everything is interconnected, so they cannot have a solution, for example, that in the end is causing another negative impact elsewhere. So yeah, it's quite complicated because I think regarding where you are, all the challenges are different. For example, I think in Spain you have a different challenge regarding this, the power of consumers, right? You were all mentioning about this, about the powers of consumption, of consumers, and it's not the same in Spain, that the power is, we have less power acquisition. We have less awareness of some problems. So
yeah, I think we're quite optimistic that we, at least in the different cities, we can bring these things up. Can we?
We have a question. Thank
you.
Yes. Great, thank you. It's something that's been touched on already this morning, but I wanted to ask from a policy perspective, particularly looking at local city level, what role city authorities and what the key actions and things that they can implement within cities are to really enable citizens to get involved, to influence food systems, and not only those who are already interested, but also to bring more citizens on board and get more people involved in food movements within their cities.
Who would like to pick up on?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for bringing that forward. I think there are many different things that cities could do, but I would like to highlight in particular 3 approaches that are not disconnected from each other, but can be thought together as a meta paradigm, which is a systemic approach, which is more participation, and it's new models of leadership. For one, the systemic approach helps us, like we already heard, to understand the issues better, that they're not disconnected, that the social issues have something to do with the economic issues and the environmental issues. And honestly, I don't even think there is a solution. It's a very, very complex problem. There is no solution to it. There are only intelligent answers how to cope with the issues. And the participation helps to include other people, the affected people also, not just the people in power. And we need to trust citizens also on their collective intelligence. We need to respect local knowledge and traditional knowledge. They might not be all researchers or business people, but they're very aware of their own issues and the barriers they're facing. So we need more participatory models to include people in the discussion on the strategies, the goals, also the evaluation problems. What works well for businesses might not work well for people. And also integrate them in discussion on funding. Who has access to funding and how do we distribute funding? There's enough money in this world already, but it's not equally distributed. People don't have access to it. And new models of leadership relates to not hierarchical thinking, but leaders that acknowledge different perspectives, different views, also local knowledge again, but also motivate and inspire people. So be the change you want to be a role model. And I think we need to also not passively include people, say you're welcome, we invite you, it's an open stage. You have to go out, you have to go to the people and take the responsibility to take the barriers down for the people to be part of a food system transition.
Can I? Yeah, I would echo what Beatrice has said. The organisation that I run is involved with a programme in the UK called Sustainable Food Places, and that is about promoting joined up partnerships in cities, towns, regions. So I would echo what Beatrice said, and I think one of the things is that the more each stakeholder, whether it's an organisation or a person, understands the motivations and the limitations from each of the different, whether it's business, whether it's municipal government, or whether it's citizens that can't access sustainable food because they haven't got enough money. The more you understand that in the round, the more likely you are to find solutions that are workable. But I think it's really important at, say, a city or a municipal level is to have enough things going on that are visible. So the whole thing around, I think somewhere it was talking about the incredible edible. So having things that you can actually see, cabbages planting in rows in your kind of parks rather than flowers, so that people are, just more aware, visually more aware of things happening in their community. They may not be people that are engaged in the food world that we all are. So it's trying to be aware of, when you're completely immersed in it, you think everyone is thinking the same as you, and that's just not the case. So you do need to have the kind of community projects that are less really about the amount of produce you're producing, but they're engaging people, they're getting people to see there are different ways of doing it. And then the stuff that goes on in the background, which is not very interesting, the procurement stuff, the business stuff, that, individual citizens don't really know what's going on. But those are the things that are going to make change happen, in the round, the kind of speed it up, the scaling up. That's boring. That, for most people, they don't see that. They don't see that when they take the kids to school, they're having 2 meals a week that don't have any meat in them. But it's happening because of procurement processes that have happened at a municipal level. I think it's really important to to be aware of where power lies, where influence lies, and where you can make change at the different levels, and be really aware of that. So what are the levers at your local authority level, your municipal government level, where you can make change happen, and where can't you? You can't do anything about the amount of money that people get through benefits, but you can, as a community, galvanize action to campaign for that change. So it's just being aware of the different levels and the different ways you can influence and get engaged.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question? Have I got time?
Yes, I was going to. I've seen that Stephanie was also signing us for a small intervention, but please stay with us. And
just wanted to just ask about that sort of participatory, systemic approach. Actually, in practice, what does that mean? Are we talking citizen panels, citizen assemblies? Practically, what can cities do to bring citizens?
What tools?
Bring their voices to the fore?
All sorts. Well, first of all, going to where people are, engaging with people that have lived experience. I mean, it's all sorts of different things. It might be that you're piggybacking on events that are already happening. You're going to communities where they are just doing what they do and engaging them in that way. And actually not having a subscribed agenda, being able to go in and actually listen and actually hear what communities are saying, not having an assumption about what you want to find out. It's having open questions, it's having events, going to your kids' nursery and doing some activities, it's going to festivals that are happening. It's lots, I mean, you know, we could spend a whole day talking about that. But yeah, there's lots of different ways of engaging. But I mean, you can have an agenda, but it's just having open questions. It's actually genuinely listening to what people want. I think someone said earlier this morning, actually, often it's about, the most important thing is about the process, not necessarily where you end. It's engaging people from the beginning and actually genuinely hearing what they have to say.
Let's also hear Stephanie, and I would like then Anya to step in and give a perspective from a wider range.
Thanks a lot. Maybe I can also partly answer the second question, or maybe also raise a bit of voice of caution, because while I would generally agree with what Victoria just said, like, you know, take it also, the process is a value in itself. I mean, I do know that municipalities do really have limited capacities. And of course, you need to focus what's really important. And I would say directly interacting with citizens has its role. If you, for example, talk about your school food, your neighborhood design. And also, I think a very important tool that is just recently used in like Germany, France, and a couple of other countries is climate assemblies, where like people, not just like whoever signs up, but for like a certain, that all voices are represented, be it gender, be it age, be it education, be it rural and urban. So a good mix to kind of position themselves for tricky questions like, you know, how to reduce meat consumption, how far would we go as a society? You had other examples like in other moral and ethical questions where it really comes in place to ask certain citizens. But at the same time, I would say you don't need to ask everything to certain people. Like, you know, you don't need to ask like, how can we change the climate, or how can we reduce climate greenhouse gas emissions through food systems? We do know that it's food waste reduction, it is reducing animal products, etc. And here I would say you really need to work with civil society organizations that can actually collect these different opinions within their organizations, and now, you know, the point like what a municipality can do, really support these efforts, right? Because it's people doing that in their spare time, and you would need to at least accommodate for some money for that person that coordinates that effort. So that's an important point. What else you can do as a municipality? I would also agree to what Beatrice said, but just like to make it a bit more specific also, like you really need to change like when you interact with people. It's not like you have a final plan and then you get some extra voices. It's really engaging early and, like Beatrice said, being proactive. It's not like wait whoever comes, but really reaching out to those people who are already active. And that's a different task that, you know, administrations often don't do. It is also providing space, right? We're talking about where's the next cooperative supermarket? Where's the next allotment gardens? You know, it's this what municipalities have. So please provide space. and essentially also like, you know, coordinate what you're doing and monitor what you're doing. And that's just a couple of things that work already in cities, but it's still, you know, in the niche that cities really do, you know, kind of food policies, and there could be much more, and these are just some ideas.
Yeah.
And not ideas, but also things that work in practice.
Thank you, Stephanie. I think people wanted to applause, but please go ahead.
I would like...
Just, Anja, you wanted to just also...
Yes, very quickly, because I know we are running out of time. You ask about engagement of not the usual suspect. I think this is the first question a lot of cities ask. How do you engage those that are not already buying biological food, that are not already going to the local markets? I think here the most successful cities were the one that took process related to other type of policy, for example, migration policy. Let's say, okay, let's go to the migrant community, ask them about integration and also access to food. So you don't start with food, you start by other type of policy that might be more directly interesting for them, and then you closely, little by little shift. And indeed, also here, there is a lot of experience we can take from other, for example, climate policy, the engagement that took place with citizens. There is a lot of lesson learned that can be moved to the more food policy. And also again, yeah, the most successful cities were really the ones that are doing citizens engagement all the day, every day, not only related to food, for example, with citizens budget. It's something that 5 years ago looked extremely innovative. I remember Lisbon winning a prize for their green budget. It was €5 million that the citizens could decide how to use, and nowadays is normal. I guess most of big cities have citizens budget nowadays.
So get to know your ecosystem and who is the most influential in the ecosystem, I think. We received some questions.
Maybe an online question which we received earlier, which was on the role of, let's say, technology with regard to citizen involvement. Maybe two words which do not necessarily immediately, you know, it's just seen together. But anyone who has a thought on this and feels, you know, invited to answer briefly, maybe we need to now maybe go for the brief answers.
Well, I think COVID has changed things massively. I mean, you know, you've managed to involve people in events and workshops and engaging with people that wouldn't perhaps have been able to for a variety of different reasons. I mean, you still have the kind of issues around digital exclusion, but the fact that, you know, so much has transformed through COVID in terms of online, I think it's remarkable in itself. I mean, it doesn't go without problems, but I think it's been a really remarkable transformation, and I think we have to learn from what's worked really well through COVID in terms of engaging with people. But I think Ryan said earlier, don't let technology drive something. See, can it be useful? And if it can, how can it be useful? But don't think that it's going to solve something. Start with the problem and work backwards from that.
Maybe to go back a little bit to Flavia as well, how do you see NGOs playing a role here in being a catalyzer and liaison between citizens, for instance, and decision makers, or policy makers, but also business?
A quite challenging question. I think NGOs have been, their role is changing, like, because we see this, for example, interest of businesses to tackle the same problems that NGOs used to tackle for years. And I think the main role of NGOs for the main problems today is that they have all this knowledge that they have been gathering for so many years, and they are experts in what they do. They are experts in terms of understanding how poverty, the main reasons of poverty, the main reasons of how climate change affects the most precarious persons in the world, how this is linked with women, how this is linked with migration. So they have all this knowledge. The difference is that they don't have this ability to scale up and these solutions. They don't have maybe the way of working that might be more answering to a market, let's say. They are like quite slow in the way they interact with the problems they are trying to solve. And this is where I see a huge opportunity of collaboration. The business trying to solve these challenges need to work with NGOs, but because NGOs they know how to work in the field, they know how to gather and monitor information, they know how to measure impact, and we're seeing this shift that is not being super easy because you need to match these two different cultures. An NGO has a different culture than a business. A business can sometimes be very sharp, like super fast, very innovative, very adaptive, and it's not the same from the side of an NGO. And in terms of citizen engagement, I think they are the main, citizens believe in NGOs because they have been doing this for so many years. And there is this I think businesses need to approach from a more humble perspective to have a contact with NGOs, and NGOs try to work also with the business world, let's say, in a way where there is a commitment for both, you know, because obviously for NGOs, they are not able to say, okay, now I'm gonna work with this multinational that violates so many human rights that I'm like trying to fight for, and maybe it's really, I won't be able to work with this corporation. But at the same time, there are some corporations where you can find a middle term and say, okay, we're gonna try to push things forward because I have this knowledge, you have this capacity of execution, and at the end, like one of the main problems come from the business world. So if the solution might be there, then why not collaborate together? And I think like citizens are like believe in NGOs and have a trust in some of them, and they are like a good channel to educate as well, to educate and make citizens aware of why we're doing some types of collaborations, why we're working now with some corporations, what does this imply? Are we just like maybe...
Flavio, sorry that
sorry.
No, I understand.
It's just like
I'm actually not sure whether we have 3 or 2 minutes left, but we do have some pressing online questions, which maybe I just brings us to another level again, city in any way. How is best support for small farmers can be realized at the city level? So because the city obviously sits inside the city and out there are these small farmers. Any answer in this respect, maybe Beatrice?
Yeah, I think, again, there are many different things that can be done, but one thing I would like to highlight, and goes in the direction what you have mentioned, is that we need to think of new funding or financing models. Like the challenges that farmers have is quite often limited access to land, which is linked to limited access to money. And that people also sometimes don't see the valuation of the food and are not willing to pay enough money for the labor and the food. And we really need to think about more flexible budgets and fundings. And because as Francesca also said at the introduction, a lot of those small-scale farmers, they're too small for bank loans and they're too risky. Especially community-supported farms, it's a new model. It has a social aspect, so it doesn't apply for economic funding. It's not economic enough, but it's not just social, so it doesn't apply for the social fundings. So what can be done about it? Interesting answers to that is like participatory budgeting, members' loans. We have initiatives around Berlin where citizens pay into a budget to buy land that provide access to the farmers. Sometimes also crowdfunding, it depends, it's not always a silver bullet, but what all of these different approaches have in common is that the people are involved in the decision of who gets money and how is the money distributed. And we really need to have a democratization of the investment and the financing landscape and a power shift of who has to say where the money goes to. And yeah, eventually the farmers need more money to do the job and to feed the people.
All right. Thank you.
Can I add a point linked to this? that there are many initiatives that are trying to actually democratize, like that you don't need to have a huge amount of money to invest, that you can invest even with €5. Yeah, but just to do a quick summary is that sometimes the barrier is not just about me willing to give money, it's just that I don't know how to invest and I don't know how this world, this investment world works. So there is a huge challenge in that way too.
So it's building capacity basically for these small farmers to get in. But at the city level, how are we making room for them?
Yeah, I already mentioned the power of purchasing. Of course, if we will change European procurement rule, cities will have easier access to decide further where they want to buy. However, I think especially what big metropolitan areas are doing is buying land. And let's say, okay, you now have the power, you can now come, small farmers, and produce on this land, but the condition is that you have to resell to the cities. So this is urban-oriented agriculture, which is something that is taking place in quite a lot of cities. But indeed, yeah, they are all, big cities all very much aware that there is missing land, and the way that basically, yeah, what is the biggest power, the biggest value for the land to build even more housing unit, or to have green areas, or to produce food is not always so simple, and that is also why you need a bit of a coordinated approach. The area around the cities or inside the cities is sometimes it's not only for food production.
And if I may, I would add that it's a matter of representation of the small farmers. I think they are underrepresented, and when it comes about who is getting first to the table of negotiations and pushing for what is a priority, small farmers are not necessarily first ones. So maybe to think about, in terms of NGOs, in getting engaged with building capacity for representing small farmers in the dialogue with municipalities, but also with consumers.
I was going to add to that, yeah, that the voice of the consumer and the NGOs that can represent the small farmers. But one of the things that is happening in the UK, there are some models around using technology in terms of dynamic purchasing around the procurement sort of agenda, and enabling smaller farmers that can't at the moment bid in for big contracts to be able to collectively work on that together. So that's an issue where technology is supporting.
I'd like to ask a question to Karen. It's regarding your presentation, and it's obvious you're just between, let's say, your own business model and the world scale. This means upscaling or really bringing up the impact is key. What could you recommend to other innovators who are faced with this challenge to just really wanting to have a much bigger impact, and which you address? Can you give some tips?
Yeah, so first of all, I very much enjoy this discussion on how NGOs can become part of this. So for example, right now we are working with several NGOs that are present distributing food across the globe, identifying where we can put up production sites that can secure protein-rich flours instead of importing, for example, soya flour from other parts of the world. So what we're doing is really enabling local food systems, ensuring that local employment and the spent range use locally can be done like that. And often NGOs has huge distribution channels and are interested in highly nutritious flour that they can use. So I think working together with NGOs is definitely a good solution in many parts of the world. From a business perspective, it's also always about getting the right people on board. I think we have many abstract ways of thinking of how we can solve things, but often we end up in like small details of whether, for example, certain types of funding is available in one place, or like equity crowdfunding, which is a way of engaging people, for example, across Europe. It's only allowed in certain European countries, and that, for example, for Danish companies, is a challenge because it's not allowed here. So it's really about choosing the right balance and working together with the right companies and the right people for us across the world. And in that way, looking for people that are also interested in the mission of changing the food system, not only in the business part, definitely also in the business part, of course, but ones that are looking for longer term investments and where impact is as important as the business part. And we do see that many venture capital funds and large corporates are really getting much more engaged in this area. So we do see a huge change just in the last 3 years. So engaging in these communities is quite important, we think.
So not to be afraid of the large cooperatives, but just see how you really can get something out of this, right?
Of course, always read the contracts that they forward quite in detail, because sometimes there is a lot of a lot of challenges in them. But yeah, try to really working together with other innovators and incumbents and academia and so on across the full value chain, and remembering that everything is really relational, not transactional. We've built a transactional food system for too long, and we need to change that now. So everybody gets to understand the full chain of what's going on, so we can help each other of really improving the system in all phases.
Thank you, Karen. And I think Christian has a question.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for a very interesting debate so far. Actually linking to what you just discussed about the big corporations and also the small, medium-scale businesses, I think it was very interesting what we heard previously also from Ryan, Ryan's keynote speech on actually integrating somehow the CSR and the ESG elements of the corporations with also the whole consumer side, and actually integrating the consumers or the citizens in maybe the same unit actually. And I'm wondering, this may function actually for the large corporations, but I would like you to address maybe both you, Ryan, and also Karen. How would that work for these more small-scale food system innovators that we are also working with in the FoodSHIFT project? Because they are working like 80+ hours just to basically survive and getting the business functioning, securing capital and funding. How do we kind of make this also a value for them, actually? And how do we convince small businesses that it's an added value, actually, to integrate the citizens already from the beginning and not just at later stages?
You can keep it short, please.
Yeah. Become part of FoodSHIFT. Maybe a bit longer than that. No, okay. So I think really important that the ecosystem members that we support must start with a clear purpose. So like we said, starting with the challenge to build and make it better, whether it's food waste, whether it's tackling obesity, whatever it might be. And if everyone that they engage with believes in that too and buys into that too, then they're going to be on the right track. It's about when you're hiring people, when you're finding partners, when you're finding suppliers, when you're finding customers, that they buy in to that same belief that this is what we're tackling. And then, as I said before, the profit will come later, the scale will come later. The other thing that's really important is that we give these people the training and the ability to engage with citizens, to come to these different forums, to make them aware this is happening, to be able to listen. There's a lot of very clever people who are driving our inventions, and they're struggling to get it to market, to be innovative, to scale. And it's helping them realize that, yeah, you might be the cleverest person in the room, you clearly know the most about your technology, but to really, if you want to take that to market and you want it to scale, which is what you need to do if you want it to actually make an impact, not just to be a nice side pet project, then you need to engage with these people, and you need to find the right people who believe in it too. And sometimes you got to get out of the way. You don't need to make yourself the CEO. You can be the CTO. You can be the chairman, whatever it might, or chairwoman, whatever it might be. But if you truly believe in the purpose you're trying to achieve and tackling that challenge, then you need to find the people with the right skill sets and the right knowledge to help you on that journey. So it's about being humble.
Karen?
Yeah, so Ryan, I very much agree with your approach and what you're saying, and I can say from a personal perspective, what we really engage with in our small little company is that everybody goes out and talks with consumers, because we really want to understand how the narrative that we build in our minds of the change that we want to make, how that is understood. Because often when you try to explain something, it's really understood in a different way, and then using the words of somebody else can actually better explain what it is that you're trying to achieve. And that is often like really the way to do it. So to give an example, Friday night, I was spending 6 hours handing out bags of crisps, each bag of crisp containing leftovers from a pint of beer, and talking to more than 2,000 consumers about this. And the knowledge that you get as an entrepreneur from that, with engaging citizens and also trying to hear them, what they're saying, and engaging them in the process you're part of, and asking them all the questions that comes up into your mind when you stand there for hours and hours and talk to them, then that's really where you can also move your business and move your ideas of, okay, so this is the way that, you know, common people are understanding the food system, because it's very different from, for example, the panelists that we have here today. It's all, we've all been working with changing the food system for so many years. And if we really want to make change, we need to understand, you know, how different segments or how different consumers are really approaching this, and then understanding who can be the first ones to help us to get to the next ones and the next ones and the next ones to build a more plant-based and circular food system.
Thank you, Karen. We are running a bit out of time. So I think if there are emergency questions coming from online.
Well, there is maybe just a nod or a sign. What do you think about the meat tax? No? Raising VAT on meat products? I think people not oppose, but maybe
do it.
Have a comment?
Do it.
I think it depends how you use the results of the tax afterwards. Because that's always the big question. You can have all the tax, like a sugar tax, but then how is used the results of the sugar tax?
I think the important thing is to think about levies and taxes. Who does it most benefit? Who does it most affect? So what is it we want to do? So do we tax, do we tax foods because we want reformulation, or because we want to raise money, or do we want to mean that, you put a tax on sustainable or less sustainable food? Who pays in the first instance? Is it the polluter, or is it the person at the shop till who potentially doesn't have enough money? I mean, for me, one of the most important considerations that we have to continue talking about is how do we make a sustainable food system that is accessible to all, and we have to use a range of different policies and interventions to do that. And I worry about levies on food at the till, because you're not necessarily benefiting the people that need it the most. I'm not saying we shouldn't do these things. I just think you need to think carefully about what it is you're trying to achieve and who's going to be negatively affected. And we know the biggest issue is the communities that can't afford to access these, the products that we're talking about much of the time. So.
Yeah, I actually agree a lot with what you said, Victor, and I disagree with putting taxes on things, because in general, I think in food policy making, we need a paradigm shift, period. And this kind of thinking, putting taxes on things, is built on policies that put the responsibilities on individuals and also blame individuals for the failure of the systems. And this does not work. We need new paradigms that are more towards collaborative, collective approaches that value also experimentation. Policy is very reluctant of experimenting, and also treasuring failure. We hear too many success stories, but there's also a beauty in failure, especially when it comes to learning and innovation. So I disagree with the taxing approach.
If I may, also depends, tax on meat, tax on sugar, but however, tax on food waste has helped quite a lot in reducing food waste in Italy. There was a tax that was introduced on national level. Not all the cities have now picking it up. They are in the process of transforming it, and there was quite a lot of results, especially from restaurants, supermarket that want to have tax breaks by reducing their food waste. So you can use taxes in successful ways.
Yeah, it's where you put them, absolutely.
Great.
I think we can bring this to a conclusion. And
maybe a round of the table, just to round up. And actually the debate was about which are the enabling elements that can bring together policy with business, with citizenship, with innovation. And obviously we had a very wide range of speakers from all of these sectors. Just to round up with different experiences, but just to round up, just few words, very short, from each of you. Which do you think would be the most elementary stuff to put in place for this dialogue to start happening? Ryan said to help each other. How can we start helping each other, and where is this expertise actually can be brought from?
One sentence.
One sentence. Maybe to start with the online speakers, please. Not all at once.
Okay, I can go first. Just, I think, learning about how complex it can be, systemic change can be, and be humble and know that you yourself cannot solve the whole problem, so you need to collaborate with others.
Stephanie?
I think I need a repetition of the question.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't get it.
I just wanted to ask you to repeat the question, so I'm sorry for that.
Which do you think are the enabling conditions to make possible for this dialogue, business, policy, citizenship to be catalyzed, to start accelerated and get out everybody from their cup of tea and come together to actually help each other?
Well, okay.
One sentence.
Sentence question, yeah. Actually allowing people the time and to continuously meet. Actually, that's the first step to be taken, and that mainly, I think, in the first place goes to the administration, but then also, like, you know, pay those from the civil society organizations to join and really invite in a broad sense. I think that really getting together and exchanging perspectives in this broad field of sectors is a first important step.
Thank you. Karin?
So from my perspective, I would I very much like to say, stop talking, let's start some action. I think we've been
Viva
talking
Elvis,
more.
a little bit more conversation, a little bit less conversation, more action.
Yeah, and start with actions in the small. Of course, we cannot all change everything at the first try, but let's just start changing with small projects, and then we get started, and then we learn for the bigger ones. But let's start some action now.
Great. Victoria?
Not one thing, but I would like to go back to the first question you asked me, and I would like us to really pay attention to what happened during COVID, and learn from that and take forward what the innovation and the kind of speed and flexibility from that, and build on supporting those small individual local independent farmers and restaurants and retailers, and make the most of the story, and getting consumers to have a better sense of process and the journey that happened through that period.
Whether you're an individual, in a community, or in an organization, it's starting, I think, to find a challenge that you care about, bringing diverse talent around that, and really driving towards that purpose.
So in addition to an ambitious EU food policy, we are asking for ambitious national food policy that will overcome the agricultural policy and the use of EU funding that are currently there. And this should be co-created with all the actors, regional and local level, because we do have enablers, but we also have challenges, maybe a lot of legislation challenges that cities cannot address if there is not a little bit of leeway at legislative level. So this dialogue at multi-level governance would facilitate the changing of those legislation.
I think when we think about dialogue, we should think about who we're talking to and what are we talking about. And in terms of who we're talking about, we need more respect. Respect for each other, for the difference, respect for who we are, and respect for the planet. And what are we talking about is less talking about food as a commodity and more of food as a common good.
All right, thank you for this final words. And thank you for participating and sharing your questions, attention, and of course online as well, and the speakers who came up. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel, both online and here in the room. As we just found our way down and Dirk comes back together with Sally and Oriol Estela. We just have a little bit of a stage change. This is the last session before the lunch. I just checked outside, it looks really good. They're still cooking it, so there's time for last session. It's the final one for the Stakeholder conference this morning. Stay tuned, we'll have a couple of hours for the lunch. After the break, we will continue with the Food Accelerator Lab Barcelona Showcase. And I know from the inside that there's something to come back for. So stay tuned. Now, this last session is called The Way Forward. We have on stage, in a moment, Dirk and Sally. Dirk, you already met. Sally is the leader of Food Tech 3.0 in the Fab Lab here in Barcelona. Dirk, come on stage. Yes, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasmus.
And Oriol Estela. Oriol Estela is the general coordinator in Barcelona Metropolitan Strategic Plan. He's also part of the Barcelona World Capital for Sustainable Food 2021. We're looking forward to the last session.
Thank you, Rasmus.
Thank you, Rasmus, and thank you to all our speakers just now. That was a very interesting conversation and really, really interesting reflections. Today, in this last session, we're going to be talking a little bit about the reflections from this morning, the way forward for FoodSHIFT, where is Barcelona, the city, in all of this, and we'll be rounding off with a brief introduction to what we'll be doing after the lunch. So, Dirk, can you be so kind to give us, I know this morning has been dense, there's been some really exciting things happening from many of our different speakers. If you could just share with us some of kind of your top reflections as innovation manager from this morning, what would those be?
Yeah, thank you, Sally. That's quite a challenge, given the variety of comments and issues mentioned. But I think we look at the project as we now go ahead with FoodSHIFT 2030, and which is very dedicated to accelerating the solutions and working closely with the participants, the researchers, and the innovators. I think one thing which became clear also in the final statements is that you can't do it alone, is I think a very massive message in this field that relates to our process of combining. It might really even be that the maturing is something which has its dynamic, which has its needs to basically of support, but the combining of just letting people not work 80 hours or isolated or basically without funds, without land, that these are all issues which we really will take up at the level of the FALs, and that the FALs again can hope for contribution from other FALs. So these are not also free and alone standing FALs, living labs. So that's one thing. And it will take quite some resources and some energy to offer the right combination match and to establish this ecosystem for innovation. But I'm quite hopeful, seeing the needs which we saw in the Lime survey, which are on a couple of issues. It's citizen participation, it's investment, it's capacity building, and we know the innovators can't do this all alone, and that's where we're for. So that's one thing. The other issue, I think, is the role of business at large, that it is something which is much more diverse and which is often just kind of viewed as being mainly the upstarter, niche, small-scale innovation. but that we are all operating in a world where the big companies are, out there or in the shops and in the resource-consuming environment. So I think there were a couple of good remarks to really be open, be interested, and not turn the backs to the usual suspects, as we are sometimes considering them, with right, because it's certainly not the case that the big players are in harmony with this goal setting. But they do understand this. They are also humans. They also have families. They are also being forced sometimes to explain themselves or to look at, the current news, which is impacting on policy and on governments. So things are in motion, and when they are in motion, there are opportunities to just kind of link up and exchange. So I think we haven't much of that, let's say, large-scale business dimension in FoodSHIFT. We just simply saw it, but that doesn't mean that in this process of combining and evolving that we leave this out. So I can see a certain mission of FoodSHIFT to just really address this wherever we can. And then there are, of course, the role of citizens as such. We do have certain tools in preparation, participatory tools. We have apps which allow citizens to basically interact with information we generate. And I think that's something we do have in the coming 2 years. We have much more possibilities to just launch these apps, get the feedback from the FALs, what they think is most practical. We know that the Fab Lab is a front runner in this field, so we're very happy to learn possibly something this afternoon also in this respect, but that we can draw upon this expertise, and we have things basically ready-made to be launched, and it's in the making. So I think this is very strong. Then we do know that the city region themselves offer more than just, being inviting, policy changes, eventually zoning plans in cities to open up land for innovation, for urban agriculture. There are a couple of issues, the food councils, the Agropop, elements which are already out there but still limited to only a few cities and to only a couple of institutions, where we see the enabling and labs and the further spread of these thoughts and initiatives throughout Europe. So I just named a couple, handful, not even, of perspectives. I'm sure within you in this group there live other, let's say, harvests on ideas about what to take home. Please keep them, set them still into the mail, and at that moment I'd leave it with this. And
fantastic, thank you. And Oriol, thinking about this of citizen-driven innovation, I know Barcelona has quite a lengthy history with this. So first, maybe if you could just give us some context about Barcelona now. We know that this year Barcelona is the world capital for sustainable food, and next June, I believe, or July, we'll be launching the strategic food plan for 2030. So can you tell us a little bit about where Barcelona is now with this planning and what this has looked like so far?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this event. Barcelona is, well, we must see first the city of Barcelona and the metropolitan region of Barcelona. So the city of Barcelona has had for the first time a food strategy in the last period, in 2015, 2016, 2019. It was like a pilot of what the city could do for in terms of food policies, inspired in the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. And then we have at the regional level, we have the Metropolitan Food Charter that is like the framework for all the actors in this way. And the main goal, first of all, is to show the consensus around the need for the change in the food system and the food model that we have in the city. But the second one is to enhance and to foster cooperation among actors. Because in this work that we have done in the previous years, we have seen that food is everywhere, in every single municipal policy department, and there are a lot of actors in the metropolitan region that are doing something related to food. And one of the problems is that there is no connection. Even within the governments themselves. For instance, I was working for the Provincial Council of Barcelona, and they had food coupons for people, food vouchers for people after the crisis in 2008. But people were using these vouchers for trash food, so for junk food in supermarkets, not for real food, no? and good food. And one of the things that we say is that we want people eating organic food, but organic lettuces, organic artichokes. But first of all, they are to be willing to eat artichokes and lettuces. So this is the goal. And we think that schools are key for this. So the question is, for us right now, participatory processes must be in action, not only in thinking about the strategies or the action. So in real action, and for us, real action right now is in schools, in canteens, and working with the school menus, and with children, and then taking advantage of the huge network of municipal markets that we have in the city and in the metropolitan region. That is, it's something that it's very valuable for us, because it's the way not only to reach people, because not everyone goes there to buy food, but first and foremost to connect one of the most important distribution channels that we have with producers, with local producers. And we think that this combination is very important to reach people and to make people participate in real change. And the other one is from the Metropolitan Strategic Plan point of view are citizen labs, social labs, innovation labs that we have all around the metropolitan region, and science, citizen science experiments like we did in the past for food mapping, that was like going with people, you know, around their neighborhoods and identifying all the food procedures and all the food supply that there was in the different neighborhoods, and involving people in this idea of we need to reconnect with food. We need to be more aware about what we have on our plates and on our dishes, and putting all the efforts. Of course, we have urban planning, no, and land planning, and we must work on distribution channels. We must work on food waste, blah blah. But for us, these are the most important tools. So schools and markets and all kind of structures or like citizen labs and so on that are working with real challenges, with real people.
Thank you. And I was wondering if you could tell us a bit, because you mentioned that you're getting citizens involved in many different ways. I know that there are two particular spaces, one being Agropolis, which is a space for people at all different parts of the food system to engage with the city on issues of food policy, and another being Decidem, which is a platform that engages citizens in Barcelona in deciding on many different issues, not just food. And I see these as being two things that are being involved in the planning of the food policy coming up. Can you talk a little bit about how those spaces or platforms are being utilized?
Well, I think that both are interconnected, because Decidem is the platform, no? Is the technology that is used by Agropolis and other organizations like ours, like the Metropolitan Strategic Plan for Participatory Processes. So Agropolis is this idea of gathering a wide range of actors and of local actors that are doing different things around food and around food policies, in the wide sense of the term policies, not only public policies, but the involvement of all kind of organizations. So it's governance, let's say. And it's been very, very helpful in terms, first, for the local government to understand what we are talking about. Because one of the most important things, and it's already been mentioned, is this holistic approach to food. And one of the main goals of the Metropolitan Strategic Plan and the Food Charter, the Metropolitan Food Charter for the next municipal elections in 2023, is to promote that there will be a food political responsible for the cities. So we say regidorías here, so food councillors, and probably food councils too, with this participatory approach. So Agropolis is like the seat for this, for us. We have the similar thing. It's not that active at the moment, but for the metropolitan region, so all the organizations that have signed the Metropolitan Food Charter are involved in a group. And for instance, the first condition to be part of this is to put on the table a project that requires collaboration among all the stakeholders. So this is the way that we are planning this. And I will add another tool that will be in the Metropolitan Strategic Plan that is for everything, not only for food, but for housing, for blah, blah, that I manage, and that will be presented in June 2022. We are working the mission-oriented innovation approach, and one of the missions will be related with food. So this will be another place where everyone could contribute to change things. And the mission will be about how can we have more local produced food in our diets. So it's like a third of our diet could be based on, by 2030, could be based on local food. So this is another tool that we have. So it's the combination of them all, but it's a really new governance. So for instance, the municipality of Barcelona does not have a specific team for food policies. It's the strategic plan who provides the technical office for all the world capital and so on, because the municipality itself don't have this responsibility, this political responsibility, so there is no department, let's say, no? And all this is under construction right now.
Great, thank you. I want to see maybe now, Dirk, if you have any comments to follow up what Oriol was saying.
Thanks. Maybe briefly, my question to Luke, I don't know whether he's around. How's about the Mentimeter? Shall we show some Mentimeter results, or is this too complicated? Any feedback is okay?
No, yeah. We're getting a no on the Mentimeter.
Okay, I just didn't see it. Okay, I think information has been gathered, but it's maybe not presentable right now. So I think we move on. You want to say a few words then to the afternoon? Or?
Well, I had another question for Oriol that maybe you could also engage with. I'm curious to see, Oriol, now that you're working with the city and the metropolitan plan, how do you see this working with or working alongside projects, EU projects like FoodSHIFT 2030? In Barcelona, I believe we also have Fit for Food, EDI SitNet, and I believe in Foodie, these 4 EU projects. How do you see Barcelona fitting in to this more EU level of work?
It's very, very important. And we have realized that there are a lot of projects and very interesting projects and at different sizes but and levels, but very important projects. And for this reason, it's I think it's crucial for the municipality and for the metropolitan region, or for all the municipalities or most of the municipalities in the metropolitan region, to have this holistic point of view of what food is, just to take advantage of this ecosystem of organizations, projects, etc., that we have around cities. So, of course, for the development of the mission, of our mission in the strategic plan, we will be involved in, or we pretend, we want to be engaged in different projects, or even have our own project for with European funds. But we will be happy to collaborate with any kind of project that is aligned with the mission that we will have.
So activities and let's say innovation cases or efforts now being carried out by the FAL here in Barcelona eventually can also feed into the strategy?
Yeah. The idea of the missions is that we will have like strategic projects and demonstrative projects. So when we talk about this mission of how to make it possible that by 2030 a third of our diet is based in local food, we must find projects that already exist, but we must contribute with incubating new projects and finding resources for these projects that are aligned with this mission. And of course, European funds and European funded projects will be key for this.
Right. Is there a chance maybe to invite, let's say, these departments which are not linked up to something which happens in the Living Lab in the FAL, like an event where you get the person from transport or the person from energy to join? Is this an option?
Yeah, why not? We can explore this, yes. So the municipality is a little bit different, but we are the Metropolitan Strategic Plan are open to everything. So happy to hear.
Great. And just a time check. Okay, cool. So we're doing very good on time. This is great. So thank you both for your comments. It's been a pleasure to be able to, Oriol, have you here with us today, and Dirk, of course. And just to close, I'm going to give a brief for this afternoon. We'll be having the Food Tech 3.0 FoodSHIFT Accelerator Lab Showcase. In this showcase, we'll be having a brief presentation by Fab Lab Barcelona about who we are and what we've been doing here in Barcelona. We'll meet the Food Tech 3.0 FoodSHIFT Accelerator Lab and try to understand what this lab is and its goals. And then we will have a series of Pecha Kucha presentations from our innovators here in Barcelona. We were originally 10 innovators, but we will have 7 on stage today. And for those of you who don't know, a Pecha Kucha presentation is a presentation in which there are 20 slides and you have 20 seconds per slide to present. So we gave our innovators quite a challenge today to communicate their ideas as succinctly as possible, and that will be, once again, after the break. And finally, at the end of today, we'll be closing with a round table that will be moderated by Laura Sangra from BTV, and we'll be joined by our steering committee for Food Tech 3.0, and they'll be helping us understand a little bit more food tech in the context of Barcelona. So with that, now we're going to go to lunch. And one last comment for those of you who will need a translation for this afternoon. The Pecha Kucha presentations and the roundtable will be in Spanish, and so if you do need a live translation to English, please leave an identification card at the registration table. We will get those back to you by 2:30, but we just need that information to be able to give you the live translation. So thank you, and to Rasmus, I think, to close.
Thank you very much. It's lunch. And just a reminder or a piece of information for those of us who are online, all those questions and comments input on the chat on Mentimeter, there was quite a lot, which is great. That is not forgotten and will be cataloged, so just for you to know that. Enjoy the lunch.
Of area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a Food Life Center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food systems that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a Food Life Center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food systems that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a Food Life Center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a Food Life Center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food systems that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food systems that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a Food Life Center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food systems that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food systems that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area.
Hace tiempo observo un grave problema. Lo que comemos no es alimento verdadero. Nuestra comida está repleta de ingredientes que imitan ser reales ingredientes. Estamos llenos de fast y fake food. Y en mi opinión, esto es uno de los verdaderos problemas que nos han traído hasta aquí. Tomemos como ejemplo las cifras de desperdicio y nuestros orígenes alrededor de una mesa llena de deliciosos.
Area into short supply chains. Develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which
integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with consumers in urban areas and rural areas. We expect to be able to
Yes. Ui. Vale, si em podeu parlar per algun micro. Estic parlant pel canal 2, que és pel públic, que serà el canal K per l'anglès. I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, t'arriba bé, jo escolto el vídeo, clar, però si tens un micro, tens alguna cosa per dir-me, o tires una cadira per aquí dalt, segueixo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, estem parlant pel canal d'anglès, he girat el cap, poder ha baixat el nivell perquè he girat, ara s'ha acabat el vídeo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, i parlo pel canal d'anglès. Si paro, bueno, ara no entra res perquè no tenim res. No ha estat bona de la decisió. Què fem? Seguim? Segueixo? No segueixo? Perquè a vegades fem proves el dia abans, jo vaig fent proves, se'n van, els de so, que són manguis, marxen, no m'ho diuen, jo segueixo parlant, i clar, tornen l'endemà, em troben aquí, fet caldo, xerrant, i llavors diuen, vale, ja està. Vale? Ara apago el micro i entrarà vídeo.
Over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which...
Del que m'arriba, hi ha en pantalla.
Si obliden del vídeo, és que aquest vídeo és una merda. Estic aplicant delay jo. Després, és que aquest vídeo està malament. El que passa és que quan parlen li arriba molt saturat. Tu tens control de volum per donar-li?
Quan parla, qui parla? Jo?
Sí, el traductor.
Quan parlo jo, li arriba molt saturat?
Bueno, jo he vist allà que li està picant, sí.
O que entri, que baixi...
Sí, a veure si té valència per baixar ell, no? És que ara estava fora, vaig a dir-li i que s'ho miri. El que passa que el que sí que l'hem de dir, el que sí que l'hem de dir als traductors és que quan tal que tanquin el micro, que no se'l deixin obert.
No, tanquen, és tancat. Ara...
Vaig a dir-li que va ser...
Li puc baixar menys.
I a veure si li puc baixar la valència, vale?
Però tu, també per tu no passa per la taula, no?
No, per això. No, però que ella amb el programa que té a veure si té alguna ganància o alguna cosa.
També puc baixar-li una mica.
Besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation, where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
Ei, hola, hola, fem proves de so, a veure si t'arriba bé el nivell. Això seria la traducció que t'estarien traduint en anglès i quan deixin de punxar el micròfon d'aquí t'entrarà el so del vídeo.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Brasov area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is a driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
FoodSHIFT 2030 is an EU Horizon 2020 project which is running over 4 years and is involving 31 partners from in total 12 countries.
The objectives of FoodSHIFT 2030 is to transform the European food system towards a low-carbon circular future, including a shift to less meat and more plant-based diets.
The cities which are involved are Athens, Avignon, Barcelona, Brasov, Berlin, Bari, Copenhagen, Ostend and Wrocław.
We will be working on strengthening the local food system and making the eaters and local producers closer and in cooperation.
We're focused on building open source technology for urban agriculture.
We're establishing a food life center, which is a sort of food hub or food campus in the former Tempelhof Airport building in Berlin.
We build on the method developed by Copenhagen House of Food, try to educate the kitchens to demand more locally sourced produce.
We are expanding the agricultural park in Ostende.
Involving youth, entrepreneurs to recover abandoned land.
Nous avons besoin de construire une nouvelle cuisine centrale afin de poursuivre notre mission de service public en servant une alimentation plus respectueuse de l'environnement, biologique et locale.
The goal is to reconnect youngsters with the land and make them appreciate and value their food again.
Integration of the small producers from Russia area into short supply chains, develop the sustainability of short supply chains and the better connection with the consumers in urban areas and rural areas.
We expect to be able to use FoodSHIFT 2030 as an example of how cities can be hubs of innovation, successful hubs of innovation where food is the driver.
As a citizen-driven project, we are very interested to have as many as possible people on board to help us forming the new food system of the future.
We want to engage the SMEs, the NGOs, the local authorities, the researchers and the citizens in each of the city regions. The citizens from the local communities will be invited to join our FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, where we are working to develop the citizen-driven food system solutions.
That's why we count on them, we count on you to bring the change in our food system that Food 2030 is aiming at.
Good afternoon, buena tarde, buenas tardes.
Buena tarde a todos, buenas tardes. Dos detalles, como sabéis ahora la presentación será en inglés, luego será en español y cuando sea en español hay traducción simultánea al inglés, so when there's the presentation after it's going to be in Spanish, there's live translation to English that you could get just at the entry.
Exactly. So we will have now in the afternoon the Barcelona showcase of the FoodSHIFT Accelerator Lab. And we will start presenting the host of the fall here in Barcelona. So we will present Fab Lab Barcelona to you. Afterwards, we will have Sally Bourdon presenting the program and all the work that we've been advancing. We will be followed by the Pecha Kucha, which is the very exciting presentation from our innovators and their ideas. So they will do the non-elevator pitch in a very interesting style. We will stop for a quick break. After the break, we all will come together here for a debate. And Doris just reminded me that we shouldn't call a debate, that should be a conversation. So we are here to contribute to the dialogue and to build, to co-create, and to come up with new ideas on how we will keep advancing the notion of food citizenship, and in our case, combining food and tech. Remembering that the tech always come, in our case, in our approach, together with society. And that's what we would like to showcase to you this afternoon.
At the end, we want you to see that whatever has been discussed in the morning is being implemented in Barcelona. That's a reality here in Poblenou in Barcelona, led by Fab Lab Barcelona, and with all the people that together it's with us, all the innovators and all the community around food and Fab Lab Barcelona. So.
And finally, my name is Alessandra.
And my name is Guillem, and we are part of Fab Lab Barcelona.
We like to think, well, one perspective of presenting Fab Lab Barcelona, there are many, it's a word. And one way of seeing this space is a space like a hub where we have the community at the center. And when we talk about community, there are many communities that are part of the internal world that is where Fab Lab Barcelona is placed. We are placed here in Poblenou. We are neighbors of Palo Alto. And the way we are advancing our work is very much combining the nature of a Fab Lab, which is working with digital fabrication, techniques, tools, machines, and approximating these machines, this knowledge, this way of approaching learning and education and doing research with communities. So we like to think that who we are is represented by our team. And this is a portrait, is a fragment that we took in the beginning when we were able to go back to the office, which is something that we are very happy about.
You will see a few of the faces walking around here. And I would like to take this moment to make also a compliment and say thank you to the whole team that has been helping to organize the conference. So let's make a round of applause. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Manu. Thank you, Sally, and all the team that has been engaged with that. Kate, when you start naming, it's always difficult to go to the 30 people that we have here and beyond, and also that are involved in the project. But FAB Lab Barcelona is made of people and also networks. This is one important network, the FAB Lab network. So you will see it's fast growing. It started in 2001 in MIT as a movement. It was created by Professor Neil in the Center of Bits and Atoms. In 2007, the first FAB Lab in the European Union, FAB Lab Barcelona, was created. And now, as you see in this map, there are 2,000 pins or more FAB Labs around the globe. And what these FAB Labs have in common is that they share tools, they share a mentality, they share a philosophy, a way of doing things, a way of approximating these technologies to people. And some might say that we can prototype almost anything in a FAB Lab. But how we work. We wanted to showcase here the principles and also our approach to the projects. So what we do when we work is to make sure that we are approaching always projects from the bottom up. So when we are approaching projects and talking with the community, there are notions that are very important, as Dr. Marion would say in the project Cisco that we will showcase later on, the role of co-design, the role of co-creation, and the role of having different voices represented since the very beginning of any initiative, as was already mentioned in this conference in the morning. We actually practice this a lot. Working with communities of practice also in the mentality of a FAB Lab connects with the notion of open knowledge, open source, doing, prototyping, co-creating for sharing, because we care about what we do. And we care that the stuff that are being done in a FAB Lab is built for many and with many people, many arms and brains. So please go back a little bit to the previous slide.
Sorry.
It's you.
It's me.
Okay. Do you wanna talk a bit about the open mindset that we have in a FAB Lab?
Well, I think what's important for us is that by being part of a network, it's not that we are closing itself within a network, it's that it's in our mentality from the first day that you don't do things alone, you don't DIY things, you don't do it yourself, you do it with others. So this idea of working in community and working in a collaborative fashion, locally but also globally, is a fundamental part of the way we work, and we hope that the projects that we'll show you today help you discover the way we implement it.
So this double scale, this bunch of principles are extremely important, and they are the core and the center on how we will approach a project. And there's a scale of locally applied, but globally produced. So you share the bit in the atoms would rather stay local. So let's continue. This is an image that shows a bit of the daily basis in electronics and a few of the work in the lab.
Yeah, I think for us it's extremely important that when we use the word technology, you don't think in technology as big techs are actually approaching it in the way that you perceive technology when you go and you buy something that has technology inside. You think of technology one step before that, and you think technology as this cultural aspect that defines the way we navigate Earth, and at the end, let's say, our approach is in how you appropriate that technology, how individuals appropriate technology to solve the problems they truly have, to create the impact they want, and at the end, to technology as a personal expression of what they want to do.
And what is our agenda then? That's something that we started to figure out time after time, that we do a lot. Being a space for innovation, a hub for creation and invention, what has helped us a lot is to define certain areas of expertise. So you will see here the selection of projects that we brought are from the lenses of the civic ecology notion, but across many different strategic areas, as we call them: distributed design, emerging futures, future learning, which is core for everything that we do, material and textiles and the work with biomaterials, productive cities, sense making, and all of those, they go transversal to the projects, and they contribute us to categorize and also explain what we do in a more organized way.
Actually, today, most of the projects you'll see, if they have one ontology in common, will be civic ecology, whereas actually we unfold much of the work that we do into systems, into especially systems that have to do with agriculture, in the way we produce and consume food. But you'll see how all of them, in a way or another, are involved also with all the different areas, that they are all interlinked to develop these kind of projects.
So what we do, the very first project that we would like to share, and we are very honored to have it at the hand, it will be first about a few research projects that we are doing, later on the education projects that we do, and we will proceed. What is research in FAB Barcelona? What we are trying to put in practice is to experience things and try new things, learning on the way. This is one of our students from the Masters in Design of Emerging Futures. We will explain more in a moment. Yasmin now is back to LA, but when she was here, I was super happy when I saw this picture representing us, which is the extended community related to research that we have. And she talks about the agency of the materials, no? Materials agency. And it's a lot of food for thought. That's a picture that represents that. And there is a project that we selected to present in the very beginning of the session, which is the Syscode project. And we are very happy to have deployed this project, not only because of the outcomes that it has generated, but also the community that emerged out of it. Syscode was working until April this year, formally on research, responsible research in innovation. And you can see Silvana in the picture, and she will come up on stage in a moment with Joseanne. The project was investigating, through co-creation, how they could identify a problem with the community across 10 other labs around Europe. It's a Horizon 2020 project. And with that, bring and inform policymaking about how they could better shape and co-shape, co-design these policies. Apart from coordinating the 10 laboratories from here, we also deployed one pilot here in Popleno. And from that, we were able to see emerging a collective, which is called Remix El Barrio. And in this year, this collective, together with FAB Barcelona, but these people that were working in the project were awarded by Ars Electronics, especially because of their work as a community, showcasing a community of practice. You can see all the outputs of this project online, access the recipes. What we were working here in the neighborhood was with food waste, so that was the problem that was identified together with the community. And afterwards, all the capacity building to understand how we can use this food waste and create new things. And the recipes were documented and are available on YouTube. Beehives. This project is special also not only because John is here, and he has been doing very nice projects on ecological interactions and civic ecologies now in his own startup. But the Beehives is, we consider, a spin-off of the FAB Academy project that was managed by him at the time. And the core of this project was to take care of bees. And how they were doing that? They were using sensing technologies to monitor the sounds of the bees and create a community that are concerned about the bees. In understanding the different sounds, they could monitor the colony health. And monitoring from the very beginning, any issue that might emerge, they could take care of the colony if there were any sign of fragile needs to be addressed.
I think it's an extremely interesting project because of the multiscalar aspect. It's a project that, as Alessandra said, it covers from monitoring to building beehive. Actually, it showcases extremely well the capacities of Fab Lab to create awareness and impact. As you know, bees are a global issue. Bees disappearing, it's a global issue. And actually what we did here is first to design beehive that could be made at any Fab Lab in the world. And by this, many of these 2,000 labs and many other people in the world that owns the tools to make so have started to produce beehive and to create a communities, local communities, and to create this global network of beekeepers, which of course other networks exist, but it just helped to onboard people that maybe before were not aware about that problem. And on top of that, then we started to use sensors, as Alessandra said, to monitor bees and to use also bees as a swarm system to monitor the local context. So in a way, in a small project that arises at Fab Lab Barcelona, in this case with a partnership, creating this spin-off called Open Source Beehive at then scales all over the world.
I think I will add one sentence before I give the citizen something to you. The Grow Observatory is a growing community, and I think there are 20,500 participants already that are supporting to work with soil monitoring. So maybe you can go now to the expertise.
Yeah, I think the Grow Observatory, it's a project which in a way, it's a research project, in a way it's over, but many of the communities keep developing things. And for me, the most important thing, it's a project where we try to empower local communities to monitor soils using technology, but not for the signals of monitoring soil, so to work with people that, for farmers and people that grow food in general, in the importance of soil and create awareness through it, not by deploying high-end systems, but by empowering them to develop their own custom sensing solutions. Here you could see some examples developed at the Fab Lab, as the first one above, for example, which measures not only soil moisture, but also air quality, aimed at urban farming, where air quality is also an important aspect in the way vegetables grow. And secondly, one design for a project also that will be represented later by Loic here, which is called Aqua Pioneers, which pioneered the idea of, let's say, home or DIY aquaponic systems. Continuing with that, and I don't want to take you too much time going project after project, but so you see a bit that what we claim we do, or at least what we try to do, we do it. It's physical, you can touch it, it works, sometimes it fails because that's the way you learn and that you innovate, but we made it. That's Romy. I think the most interesting point about many of the projects we do is not how we answer them, it's the question that we ask. And I think always great research projects start with a good answer, with a good question. Romy is a project that starts with one question. How we can support small farms in Europe that are trying to do a different kind of agriculture, but that usually they don't last for many years because they're extremely labor intensive. You'll say, well, why you want to do so? Nowadays, you know, I know there's many different tech applications for agriculture. Yes, there is, but not for this market. And that's one of the things that we like to work with, markets which are excluded from the main trend, which markets that live in the long tail, we could say. Robots for monocrops, robots for big monocrop agriculture, they exist all over. There's tons of technology for it. But when you go to the small farmer that runs a land of 4 hectares, that actually runs in polycrops, so you need really, let's say, much advanced systems that are capable of dealing with this multitude of crops living ones near the other, you need a different approach of technology. And if what you deliver actually at the end, it's a closed solution that, you know, they have to pay, you know, monthly, and they are not allowed to fix themselves, they are not allowed to building within this community, it will hardly succeed after. And what we try to do here is this. In Romy, we develop tools such as this. That's an open source rover that could be allowed for a multitude of farming aspects, in particularly to remove unwanted herbs and unwanted plants from the land in an automatic fashion, but also in a manual fashion. Understanding that automation is not the end goal. The end goal is to facilitate the lives of the people that actually live and grows vegetables, but also the projects, for example, such as the Farmer's Dashboard, which is a tool to help you manage and monitor polycrop systems in a smaller scale agriculture, or such as, for example, the plant scanner, which is also a system built on top of that same group of technologies, which is for scientists, which helps you to 3D scan plants to understand the growth of new plants. And in a way, so connecting also research with farmers connecting, let's say, the base research with, let's say, the application in small communities. Another project we want to show you today, not particularly connected with food growth, but with the way we live in cities, and to show you also that in Fab Labs, we are not just about making things for making things. It's not that we want to make robots and chairs. At the end, what we want is to empower people through technology. And a key aspect when you want to do so nowadays, it's not just the tangible aspect, it's also the intangible aspect, so data. A Smart Citizen, it's a project that has started as a question again. It was not that we say, oh, we need to make something smart and citizen. No, we actually were, in a way, laughing that we couldn't understand what the smart cities were 10 years ago. In fact, for me, it's still hard to do it now sometimes. And so asking ourselves what a smart city is, we say, well, maybe instead of actually publish a white paper explaining the way we think a smart city should be, or doing a research on what the existing smart cities are, let's just make our own smart city. And as being a Fab Lab and not being a big industry, we decided to prototype a smart city with our students. So we'll give them low-cost tools to actually monitor cities, get the data, look at it, raise awareness, and create action through it. From that simple experiment in Barcelona in 2011, we grow it through multiple crowdfunding campaigns into a big network of open source DIY sensors for monitoring air pollution, noise, etc., that could be deployed easily in a city. And could be deployed with the help of the local people. So local people could customize what they want this to do with this process of looking at urban issues by measuring them, by quantifying them, but not just this, by creating awareness and mostly by creating action with this data. So how we inform citizens with data to have a quantified opinion about the reality of their cities and create action. And with this, we in a way cover some of the projects that are on the field of research. There's many more, and I encourage you to check the Fab Lab BCN website. But we wanted to talk to you briefly also about other work we do, particularly in education. Alessandra, I don't know if you want to introduce a bit the work we do in education.
I think what is crucial to say, and I see Chavi standing over there, is that we have great educators in the house, Chavi, Santi, and others that use and have in principles that push forward a different way of approaching learning by doing hands-on activities and actually experiencing how we do that. And we've been learning all together, co-evolving to transform this into accessible new ways of learning, and also having different academies, having different programs as the accelerator that we will present in a moment. And I think it's a different way of doing education. We can explain a bit about this now.
For sure, exactly. Many people actually say, why you do education, no? Or how you do education. And we always say that it's in the core of what you want to do, because when you want to create transformation, one of the best things you could do, is to empower the people that live around you so they could help you on that journey. And I think that's one of the things that we do the most in education. So let's unfold a bit the way we approach education. First of all, with a more, let's say, formal programs. So these are the formal programs that we lead as a Fab Lab. And I want to put a special attention in the one in the middle, Fab Academy. Fab Academy is a program that more than 10 years ago already started to do what now everyone discovered with COVID, which is how you do not only decentralized education, but fully distributed education. It's a program that puts together more than 100 Fab Labs around the world every year, with a student on each laboratory to actually teach ones to the others how to run a laboratory, what you can do in a lab, in a way how to make almost anything. So it's a program that originally it's inspired in a class teach at MIT called How to Make Almost Anything, but that's not the interesting part of it. The interesting part is how you get something that was done within one building for one group of people in particular, and you scale it in a distributed way all over the world. Because I think that's one of the key aspects about what we like to do, which is how you get something and scale it, but not scale it in a traditional way, scale it using the advantage of modern tools to actually create new ways of, in this case, educating. There's a sister or brother project of this one called Fabric Academy, which is more specifically focused in fabrics, wearables, and textiles. And then as a result of all these programs and our learnings, we started some years ago, actually 4 years ago, the Master on Design for Emerging Futures, which is the first formal master that we run as a Fab Lab as part of the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia programs, and in this case in collaboration with Elisava, the local design school. Well, that's quite of a complex chart, and I don't know if we have time to cover it, and it's not the point, but what I want you to show you today is how actually we try to link research with education, because when we have all these projects being done at the Fab Lab daily, what's extremely important for us is how we go from the research being done to actually the programs that we develop, and how we go from the programs that actually are at that scale of informal education, even I would say capturing a lot of tacit knowledge like learning experiences into much more official master programs and into actually incubating programs and incubating research.
Sally will go in more detail how we apply this in the acceleration program, and afterwards, Xavi, in the debate that we will have, just highlight also that there is a way to go, no? So we usually start with an instructional phase, then we go to a guided one, then to an autonomous one. And having the documentation ongoing and learning and co-creating and trying to go to autonomous is how you also build capacity, how you empower, and how you enable this transformation to happen in the end. The training the trainers approach, it's something that we often mention in the lab, and having this a spiral loop that is positive is super important, because you take by the hand, you walk together, you do it manually together, you learn how you do it, and then it has the chances to grow consistently.
So I will briefly go on top of two projects, which I have to say, the one that knows them the best, it's sitting at the end, and please ask him, there are Xavi and Santi there that are the ones that are unfolding all these projects into reality. The Do It project, it's an interesting one, because I want you to show you that we don't just work at the lab, that we work also locally in the context of schools, for example, and that we have put a lot of effort in the last years to move outside of the walls of the lab and to collaborate a lot with the schools to show kids at the end what I say at the beginning, that technology is not something you go and buy in Amazon, you don't buy it at the supermarket. Technology is something that you could use to solve problems that you have. And in this case, we work with local students, first to ask them about what were their interests and what were their challenges, which sometimes no one asked them. And from it, actually, to see how we could empower them with the technology that we work with, the tools that we use to actually solve that problems. So at the end, they feel that technology, again, is not something that you buy, it's something that could empower you. And through education, you get the skills about how you could use it. Another project that complements this one really well, it's Remix the School. So when Alessandra first told you about the Cisco project that let us unfold and build that collective in Barcelona called the Remixers, which extremely well built that project called Remix del Barrio, again about how we turn organic waste into new products. And something extremely important when you develop a project like this, it's how you scale it after. And we found out that one of the best ways to actually scale that project was through schools. And what this project is about, because we talk about organic waste, we talk about turning into products, that could be a bit like, well, what are you trying to do? For me, the most important thing is that we are trying to make tangible circular economy. We are trying to raise awareness about circular economy and all these, like complex aspects that, as we discuss here, all this systemic view that sometimes it's complex for the citizen to get into specific tangible actions. So when you learn yourself how you add still specific food waste, like for example, you get the waste out of a coffee machine and then you turn it into, in a specific material that you could use for packaging. As a kid, suddenly you discover that this idea that you buy products and you create waste, it's wrong. That someone invented, but it shouldn't be like that. At the end, we are talking about materials, and that materials is what matter. And to do so, we create these kind of programs like Remix the School, an evolution of a research project that now it's being offered as a train-of-trainers approach into many schools in the city. So teachers could go there to learn actually how to implement in their classroom these activities, and so how we turn these abstract ideas about circularity, about circular economy, about systemic view on business into a specific tangible results that they could then use to change their neighborhoods and to bring these ideas into their families.
We'll go very fast now because we are running out of time. So just to show to you that apart from doing research, education, we also have some product and services trying to collaborate with the corporations that want to advance this mentality. So here they are. We can see it.
Basically, so you see that we don't want to just, stay with our ideas, so we like to confront it with the industry. So we confront the ideas with the industry. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
And how we envision to keep growing, and how we also would like to keep unfolding the Acceleration Lab. Sally will come here in a moment to explain also how we will open up to all of you to feel invited to participate in this transformation. But we follow a notion that going from Fab Labs to Fab Cities, engaging with the policy level. The Fab City initiative that was created by a global collective of cities. So not only the distributed infrastructure of Fab Labs, that are these maker spaces that are trying to think differently, but connecting with the political will to make a change. So the mayors of these cities, all of them, they signed with a commitment to have more localized processes, and by 2054 to have more local production in the cities. All of the cities that are here, we're in Barcelona doing our part as Fab City Barcelona, and Fab Lab Barcelona is a hub for that. We have Milena here as an ambassador. We sometimes say she's the mayor of Poplano. I maybe push for that too much, but the Remixer Barrio also being represented here as a way of the Fab Lab also to open more the doors to the community. And apart from Fab City Global Initiative, we also wanted to show to you MakeWorks, which is led by Jess, who is here around. This is very brief for you to know that it's a place where you can source local manufacturers. This is an example of Love Kombucha, which is a business here, an industry working with fermentation. And actually it's also free to open, so you can find those manufacturers, those craft people that are working with the same mentality, but trying to approximate the Fab Labs, which is quite an special and unique community to the already existing ones. And then this is another invitation for you to take a look at MakeWorks.
Yeah, www.make.works. That's a website which isn't here, sorry. So with this, we'll finish the session, our session, because there's many more to come. And we'd like to invite to the stage Sally Burden to guide you through how actually we are trying to implement these ideas into food and food tech and changing the food ecosystem in Barcelona. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Guillaume and Ale. Oh, I forgot this is important, I guess. As they said, I'm Sally Bordon, and I'm the General Coordinator for the Food Tech 3.0 FoodSHIFT Accelerator Lab. So today I'm going to talk to you a bit about, okay, what is Food Tech 3.0? As you saw, it's on the name of the event. It's on the name here. It's representing this group of innovators here as well. So what is Food Tech 3.0? What have we done over the past 20 or so months with the FoodSHIFT project? What have we done specifically over the past 8 months with the Food Tech 3.0 acceleration program and the innovators that are here today? And where are we going next? So Food Tech 3.0, as you probably know by now, is one of the 9 FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs. And our goal as a lab is to develop and test open source food technology initiatives from all parts of the food system, so in production, distribution, elaboration, and even upcycling and recycling of food, and testing this locally and moving this knowledge globally. So like the other FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs, we had the goal of identifying existing local initiatives in this area, maturing, combining, and upscaling them, passing this knowledge not only locally, but also to the rest of the FoodSHIFT consortium, eventually to the FoodSHIFT Enabler Labs, which each of the FoodSHIFT Accelerator Labs will be responsible for helping to found 3 other labs, and then globally through different initiatives. And you probably heard a lot more about this in the morning program, so that's all I will say there. But before we go any further, we have to understand what food technology is. Ryan Edwards did a great job this morning helping lay the groundwork for helping us understand food technology, but it's not always clear. When we started asking people here in Barcelona what was food technology, they kind of looked at us and they thought, what Monsanto does, GMOs, making meat in petri dishes. And yes, that is food technology, but there is also more to it than that. Food tech is really technology that isn't at any part of the food system. So it could be things like Romy that Guillaume and Ale talked about just now with helping micro farmers advance their yields. It can be things like Abono Kilometer Zero, who is out there taking your food waste, hopefully there wasn't much of that, and any other compostable material and vermicomposting it so that it could be used as compost by local neighbors and more. It can also be apps that are helping link restaurants to consumers like Glovo or Uber Eats. So food technology is quite a broad sector, and it's a rapidly growing one. As Ryan also said this morning, from 2014, the sector had about 0.6 billion euros in investment. And since then, it has grown to about 2.7 billion euros in investment. Now, we can also measure the growth in this sector, not only by euros of investment, but also by the mounting number of incubation and acceleration programs that have popped up to help cultivate the next talent in this field. So then this begs the question, what is food technology for us? Here at Fab Lab Barcelona, in the context of FoodSHIFT 2030, what do we think that food technology is? And when we started thinking about this, we started thinking the actual state of the industry and how, yes, there are many initiatives that are doing really amazing work, but how a lot of times when we looked at the industry, we weren't seeing really the sustainable change that we wanted to see. When we think about the tech industry in general, 84% of founders in Europe are white. In Spain, only 15.6% of startup founders are women. Is the industry representative? Is it actually showing a diverse picture of what people want in food technology or what they really need? As well, when you get massive companies that, well, are massive ag tech or food tech companies, and all of a sudden they have an alternative meat protein and they call it sustainable. Is it sustainable if they're still using the same economically or socially extractive models? If they're not fair trade, if they're not actually supporting local farmers and regenerative practices? So we thought about this as we were thinking of our participation in FoodSHIFT, and we thought, well, if we're trying to create a shift in the food system, then we also have to take a stand and take a shift in the type of food technology that we wanted to support. So what we did was we did a deep dive into information from FoodSHIFT and priorities from FoodSHIFT, as well as our local community here in Barcelona, and with the work that we do at Fab Lab. With FoodSHIFT, we particularly thought about, okay, low carbon, circularity, just blanked on all of those other really, really important things, but they're on the screen, lucky for me, and concepts like food citizenship. So food citizenship, as we heard this morning, is how citizens can take more of an active role in their food system and not be passive consumers. We also thought about innovation readiness, which for us was combined of technological readiness and social readiness. And we realized, you know what, for us, food citizenship is part of social readiness. We wanted to be supporting initiatives, or we wanted to be supporting food tech that took the idea of food citizenship and made it part of its social readiness. And we also wanted to be working with initiatives that tied their social readiness to their technological readiness, that did not see them as separate. With our local community as well, which here you'll see some of these people on the screen, or actually on the stage later in the debate or the conversation, as Ali and Guillaume said, we started to understand, once again, what is food technology? What do people think of food technology? But what is the food technology that we want here in Barcelona? So one of the concepts that came out is that our steering committee had suggested that food technology is more than just robots and sensors. It can also be work that you do with your body, sensing that you do with your body. It can be reconnecting with ancestral practices like fermentation. And that, above all, it should be working ecosystemically. So not an initiative just thinking about itself and where it will be going on its own, but how it will be working as part of a collaborative network and how it can support those around it. And then, of course, at Fab Lab Barcelona, we brought in our own knowledge of past projects that we had participated in co-creating decisions or co-creating solutions with communities and trying to understand technology from that perspective. And once again, not just creating tech for tech's sake, but creating it in a way that was empowering citizens and helping them understand and solve the problems in front of them. So this led us to creating 5 tenets for food technology with Food Tech 3.0. The first is that the food technology we wanted to work with had to be community-driven and centered in citizens. Once again, employing this concept of food citizenship should be central to any food tech initiatives that we worked with. Another concept was open source. So open source could refer to hardware and software, but it could also refer to open practices like sharing how the initiative got to where they got to, sharing their documentation process, sharing about what types of work that they do, maybe workshops, maybe consulting practices of how they actually organize their initiative. Another concept that we wanted to also focus on was equity and creating a platform for voices and identities that are not often seen in the current food tech landscape. Yet another was holistic sustainability, that initiatives were thinking about not just economic sustainability, but also social sustainability and environmental sustainability as central to what they were doing. And lastly, ecosystemic, or working in an ecosystem, as I'd said before, understanding how they could be part of a larger collective goal as opposed to just working on one's own. So we took these ideas and we thought, okay, well, we have to mature, combine, and upscale. These are really big goals. And luckily, we have 4 years to figure this out. But what we decided to do during this first 18 months of the program was to really work on maturing initiatives here locally and trying to create a hub around this concept of food technology that could inspire existing initiatives and their existing communities. What we wanted to do from that is then to start combining these initiatives. So to help them connect to new or existing communities and try to create collaborations with them. And this could be within the local community here in Barcelona, but also within the FoodSHIFT community. And from there, the idea is to upscale. So to connect the initiatives and the knowledge that we're coming out of here in Barcelona and connect this to other points in the food system beyond just the European context and here at FoodSHIFT. So that brings us to this local context again, the maturation stage, and the birth, we'll say, of the Food Tech 3.0 acceleration program. We wanted to, as it says nicely here on the screen, locally mature food tech that was beyond the status quo, that really went with these 5 tenets. So last December, we launched an open call for these initiatives? Where were they? Can we find them? And luckily we did. We received 27 applications during the open call process, of which we selected 10 initiatives. Of these initiatives, there are about 5 that are involved in the production process of different types of foods, 4 involved in the elaboration process, and 1 that's more involved in upcycling and recycling. And I'll let them elaborate on this more afterwards. And we are also proud to say that 7 of our initiatives had women on the founding team. Of these initiatives as well, they were at different stages of development. Originally, we had said, well, we want an acceleration program because that's what we're supposed to be doing, accelerating already existing initiatives. But we found that the initiatives that we decided to choose were at all different stages, and we didn't want that to be a limitation. So in reality, it's an incubator acceleration program, but that was too long to put on one title, so we'll stick with acceleration program. And what did we do with these initiatives? Well, we ran this program from April to October, and the program itself consisted in weekly sessions that were mostly online, unfortunately because of COVID, and when we could in person, and also consisted of hands-on mentoring sessions. And I want to go back to a little bit what Guillaume and Alessandra were talking about. I think there was a slide that it had our framework for how we approach learning. And on that slide, it had things on it like attitude, challenge, and knowledge. And I want to say that this is the same type of framework that we took here with this program. We wanted to try to approach attitudes of people, understanding how they understood that they could work in this field. We wanted to try to help them work with existing challenges that they found, and even new challenges with the communities they wanted to work with, and we wanted to help them create their own knowledge in this area. And once again, we also wanted to do this moving from an instructional guided to autonomous way of working to make sure that what we were really doing is empowering people, not obligating them to work with us all the time. So in the end, we had these kind of 3 pautas, you would say in Spanish, or periods. This first period, which was instructional, which we took as more an inspirational moment to try to show other ways of working and how a food technology initiative could operate outside of the status quo. Moving from there, we had then this guided phase. Oh, okay, 5 minutes, I just found out. Let me move a little bit faster. We moved on to this guided phase. In this guided phase, our initiatives were co-creating a plan for how they would accelerate with their mentors. From there, they then went on to this more autonomous phase in which they were finishing their acceleration process, and they were really working on how to actually communicate their ideas and communicate to new audiences so that this could be completely independent. And we did this across 3 axes: technology, community, and business. For technology, what did this look like? So at the start, it looked like us trying to show how you could potentially create technology with a community, not just for one, using the example of Smart Citizen. We also talked about digital fabrication as tools that could be used to help develop this technology, which some of the initiatives explored more in their mentoring period. And lastly, we talked a lot about documentation of this process, how you can continue to show people what you're doing beyond just the moment that you do it, not just as a reflection tool for yourself, but as a way to share the knowledge. Then in business and funding, what we wanted to understand was what could not only business models look like, but also organizational models look like for companies or startups or initiatives that wanted to pursue a different way of doing things. We talked about collective impact, how to create a common goal and work towards that goal through adjacent or parallel actions. We also invited specialists like Rasmus, who spoke earlier, and Loic, who you'll hear from later, in to talk about how, as originally open source initiatives, how they adapted a business model to work in that way. And lastly, we worked with the concept of community. You don't often see this as paramount in accelerator or incubators for food technology, but for us, as we knew that we wanted to forward this idea of social readiness and food citizenship, it was vitally important. So for us, this was trying to understand, once again, what does a community look like? How do you relate to a community? How do you identify which community that you will work with? And then how do you create a feedback loop between yourself and that community so that you are not just selling them a solution, but there's an actual valuable relationship between you. So we talked about existing communities like that of Abono Kilometer Zero, or that of Precious Plastic, or that of Remix El Barrio. We also worked on creating community within the initiatives, or within the acceleration program and amongst the initiatives, so how they could support one another with their own needs and opportunities. And of course, we worked on how they could communicate to different communities or new communities, both locally and outside of Barcelona. And we worked on doing this visually, which you'll get to experience in the stands later this afternoon, in speech, which you will see now on this stage, and in other ways as well. So what are the outcomes and outputs of this program? Well, the first is that we now have this Food Tech 3.0 community, this amazing group of innovators here that are about to present their work. And wow, just a quick round of applause for them. I know I'm probably not supposed to do this in the middle of a presentation, but truly, this... because they have done something amazing. They have done these 8 months, and they have not only accelerated in different areas their initiatives, but they have also created relationships, support systems between each other. And that was something that for us was amazing, seeing that we could do this mostly meeting online. In person was great, but that this was able to happen was truly special. And part of the next output of this program was a knowledge hub, really a distributed knowledge hub that consists of the knowledge that's been generated by the innovators here that have been able to show us different ways of working, different ways of accelerating, and different ways of using food technology. So where do we go from here with Food Tech 3.0? Well, we've had this hub here in Barcelona, and now what we would like to do is to continue to share the knowledge that these innovators encompass with the rest of the FoodSHIFT consortium, and eventually upscale it through other tech entry points, like through MakeWorks that were mentioned earlier, or Fab Labs IO, or other entry points specifically with tech. What we would like to do there is help to connect food tech initiatives with ways that they can work with community, give them examples for how they can really work with people and work for people. And we would like to help put communities in touch with technological solutions that can help them advance in different problems that they might have. So what I would like to do now is actually an action point. For those of you that have a phone and a QR scanner, I would love for you to get it out, because we would like to invite you to join this budding hub, which is currently hosted on our Discord platform. And we would like to continue building this bridge between technology and communities alongside you. So this space on Discord, we've been using it over the past 8 months to talk with the innovators, to find collaborations, to talk about politics and legislation, to talk about all different types of topics. And we would like to try to continue to use it to host knowledge in this area. So we hope to see you there, and thank you so much for joining us today. All right, so now we're moving to the Pecha Kucha presentations. Do I get this to you? Just one moment. Do I have to give this to you, or do I? Okay, so first up, we have on the stage Maud Boussier and Antoine Janat of Domingo Club.
Vale, empezamos. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our presentation. We're going to speak in English because our Spanish is not that good. So we'll switch to English.
So first, let us introduce ourselves. We are Maud and Antoine, a duo of Belgian designers with complementary forces settled in Barcelona. We have special interest, it's going super fast, in fermentation ecology, in slow life, and you can go.
Yeah. So we designers and makers with different backgrounds, and we have been involved in the Fab Lab communities for some years now, in Amsterdam and then in Barcelona. And we focus our work on building tools for the benefit of our lives and our planet,
As we are facing a climate crisis, we have no choice but to act. Animal agriculture is one of the main causes of the loss of our natural environment and climate change. We believe that a key part of the solution is to shift to a plant-based diet.
Did you know that fermentation is a way to increase the protein needed in a plant-based diet? This is because the process of fermentation breaks down the molecule in the food. And this pre-digestion allows us to absorb many more nutrients from the food.
People have eaten fermented plant-based protein already for hundreds of years, like tempeh. Tempeh is a fermented product coming from Indonesia, made from soybeans and fungi. The taste evokes aromas of mushrooms, nut, and yeast, and the texture is firm, chunky, and fleshy. It's delicious.
How to make tempeh? So you have to sprinkle the spores of the mushroom in cooked beans and leave 30 hours to ferment. The fungus feeds on the soybeans and grows in the space around them, binding them together, as you can see in the picture behind me. This fermentation process makes tempeh as high in protein as meat.
In Indonesia, the hot and humid climate, constant over the year, is perfect for the making of tempeh. That makes tempeh a nutritious, sustainable, and affordable solution there. So we ask ourselves, how could we bring this solution here or elsewhere so that we could start making plant-based protein easily?
So we decided to bring the Indonesian weather to Barcelona in a box. We started to prototype our own tempeh fermenter from scratch using peer knowledge. And to start, it was just a styrofoam box with a bunch of electronic components. But it allowed us to start making our own tempeh, and it triggered a deep feeling of satisfaction.
While improving a prototype and making and eating a lot of tempeh, we started to share the food and ideas with people around us. From the beginning, community was central to our project. We began to wonder, how can we turn this project of one into a movement of many?
And we decided to shift from a personal project to a public initiative when we got selected to Food Tech. So our main challenges during those 8 months were to going from a prototype to a full MVP, find a model to sustain ourselves, and create a local and a global community around the project.
And here it is, the Domingo fermenter. It's a wooden box with a heating system that maintains a constant environment suitable for the growth of fungi. It consumes very little energy to operate, and it's easy to assemble, repair, and to upgrade.
It's 100% made in a Fab Lab using digital fabrication and accessible components. It's fully open source. All the fabrication files and instructions are available online. And it can be done anywhere in the world thanks to the Fab Lab network, allowing decentralized fabrication and peer reviews.
But then, what is our business model? How to sustain ourselves as an open source project? So let me tell you an example, sorry. Just because you know how to make a pizza doesn't mean you never go to a pizza place. Either because you don't have the time to cook it or because you like your pizzaiolas how to. But you still like to know all the ingredients in your pizza and maybe try to make your own.
So aside from the DIY version, we want to propose a buy-it ready-made version. So the idea is you do it yourself with the Fab Lab network and the files and instruction online, or you buy it to us ready-made.
And now that we have the fermenter and a business model, we need to build a community around us. And how do we get people interested in making their own tempeh? So the idea is to raise awareness of the need for fermented plant-based protein as a solution to the climate crisis, to let everyone taste how delicious tempeh is, and to teach them how to make it.
So in other words, we aim to organize tempeh lunch, or presentation and testing about tempeh. We already started to do so in our studio, but it could be tempeh everything else. And we also in the future want to organize workshops to make tempeh, but also to make the incubator.
And finally, we also made a poetic way to discover tempeh. We call it the Domingo necklace. It's a way to ferment your beans with the heat of your body. We see it as an invitation to be conscious and to take care of your own food, to discover tempeh at your own pace, and to take part to the movement.
And what's next for the Domingo fermenter? We would like to create an online platform where everyone learns from everyone else by sharing the knowledge and experiences about tempeh and the use of the Domingo fermenter, and maybe find other purposes for it, and that would be amazing.
And that's it, that's already the end.
Yeah.
Thank you. And please check our website for more information, follow us on Instagram, and most of all, come to our stand to talk to us and to see our product in real life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anton and Mats. You can go this way. And before we have our next guest up, I do want to remind you all that the Pecha Kucha, once again, it's 20 slides with 20 seconds per slide, and they are auto-advancing. So it truly is the ultimate elevator pitch, and just to explain that little technical detail. So next up, we have Ruben Lopez Moreno for Gaia Espirulina.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruben Lopez. I'm 45 years old. I live in Madrid, and I love nature and master plans, and that's where I take inspiration from, and that's where I try to capitalize my idea, Gaia Espirulina. We are co-creating a project that tries to reproduce this microalgae on the rooftops of large cities with the purpose of actually bringing back a food produce, fresh, and contributing certain economy to the communities and the neighbors. We want to cooperate in order to decrease the carbon footprint among the cities, making the most of CO2 capture properties that the Gaia Espirulina has. This project is conceived as a collective project. So apart from FoodSHIFT 2030, we have now 4 important collaborators coming from the fields of biology, communication, engineering. Here they are, and each and every one of the collaborators have their own entrepreneurship project, their own company that now partner with Gaia Espirulina to create synergies and to irradiate passion and to jointly generate knowledge. Technologically speaking, right now, I can tell you that we are reshaping the technology part of the project. We are then choosing the strain that best fits to the conditions in our open door lab. We base our technology on food tanks, low-cost food tanks that are easy to access. On the other hand, we have also developed a smart monitoring system which allows for us to know everything about the crop at all times, because the system sends data to a server and we can check this information out from any device, because our idea, our goal is to be able to activate mechanisms that help us monitor parameters like pH, for instance, or temperature, depending on the environmental conditions and depending on the crops, depending on the products that we are growing at different times. So our prototype is quite simple. And you can see here the outline. It's a low-cost system. It's made up of photobioreactors, tanks that resort to simple engineering systems, and a central core system made up of an air blower, a compressor that injects this air into the system so that spirulina actually travels from one tank to another one. And from a business perspective, we thought that our project best fits under the umbrella, under the concept of a consumer co-op. In order to be part of the co-op, every member would pay a fee, refundable, and then a monthly fee in order to receive fresh spirulina at home every single week. The idea is to consume 10 grams per person per day, minimum, so 300 grams a month. That's what they would receive every month, and the cost would be €40. Transportation delivery costs included, and that they would receive every week. The production that we have right now is around 1 gram of spirulina. We filter 30% of the production, and we harvest 2-3 times a week. We believe that we can get to 2 grams per liter, actually harvesting, growing 3 times a week. The prototype is grounded, it's solid. We would like to implement a pilot, 10 to 20 photo bioreactors, getting us closer and closer to a real environment and getting us closer to our business plan and what we really want to achieve. What else? The investment required is about €7,000, and that will come from private funds and also via some crowdfunding. We would like to stabilize everything based on a blockchain technology in the future. And speaking of the community, what we would like is for our partners to be able to receive training courses, different workshops being organized about the properties of spirulina, how to grow spirulina, and so that they know that it is a great tool for food sovereignty. So the idea is to go beyond a relation that's just merely a consumer-producer. We are in touch with Laos, a co-op supermarket chain in Madrid. We will introduce our project not far from now, and depending on how it's received, we would like to sell fresh spirulina from Organa in order to test the results. And we are actually thinking about how to share our technology based on an open source platform. We have a proposal that we would like to discuss on our table, so we will see with the European Institute. On the other hand, a next step will be to find a location to find a pilot project, best location, and to focus on a community so that we can further develop the prototype and so that we can improve the product itself with a collaboration that's fully participatory. And then, well, we hope that in the near future we will be present on the rooftops of so many different cities where the communities of neighbors can actually get some money back by renting those spaces on the rooftops. And if they're interested, they might even want to join the project for free by exchanging, the monthly fee by products. FoodSHIFT 2030 has actually helped a lot because it's pushed some energy and it's paving the way for us to be able to establish a new paradigm. And that will be all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Genial, gracias, Rubén.
Thank you very much. That's great, Rubén.
To the audience, if you do need a live translation, we do have those available at the registration stand. There will be more presentations now in Spanish, and the debates later on, or the conversation later on, will also be in Spanish. So next up, we have Sachil Asfar and Lukman Nohans.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I arranged the timing. Okay. Hello, with my project Lukman Nohans, I aim to upcycle discarded but edible fruit and vegetable peels, and with using 3D print micro extrusion technology to redesign the texture for creating a new sensorial experience while eating sustainably for our everyday life. What are the questions that we are asking for ourselves while selecting our foods? The first thing that might come into our minds might be the taste, smell, or the visual attractiveness of the food. However, there are more parameters that we need to ask ourselves, especially after COVID-19 and the emergency call of the climate change crisis. Now we are asking that, is it environmentally friendly or not? Is it healthy or not? Or is it vegan or not? Also, there is another parameter that is also very crucial, but sometimes we are forgetting that it exists. This is texture. The texture of the food can give pleasure to us as much as the other aspects of the food, like taste, smell, and the visual aspects. So, as you can see, the food consumption and the production habits in our modern world is not that much simple as what we think. So maybe we can think it as a multi-parameter system, and we can ask ourselves that, can we redesign the food supply system by changing our perception towards food consumption for a more sustainable future? When we look at from the history of the food production, the industry, after the effects of Industrial Revolution, also reflected into the food supply system. The paradigm shift triggered by the assembly lines and the mass production of the standardized goods also creates non-personalized and unhealthy food production in our world. Besides, the consumption-oriented growth strategies of companies and the fast urbanization and uncontrolled urbanization lead to food waste problem and the unbalanced food distribution across the world. So sadly, if we can check the data that almost 26% of the global greenhouse emission have been created by the food supply system, and sadly, we are sending this produced food to the wasteland, and it is almost 30% of the all food that we have been produced. So as a designer and as an engineer, I started to ask myself, like, how can we design and design integrated technology solution can help to solve this food supply system problem. In experience design, designers using light, sound, or space to create interaction between the users and their environment. So I start to think about, like, if I create a form in the micro level and able to find a solution to arrange the form, material, and the structure in the micro level, maybe I can create a new sensorial experience while eating, swallowing, and chewing. So as you can see, what we can achieve, we can upcycle discarded fruit and vegetable peels, offer a plant-based food alternative, and create a new sensorial experience for everyday life. So with the integrated design and manufacturing technologies, we can able to create the increased awareness of the food supply system and to take people's attention towards this place, because the fibers that we have been discarded has also contains lots of nutrition level. So the first, this project, I started with Remix Albario. This is a C-Code project that we talked before. In here, we mainly focus on the upcycling food waste and creating a co-creational ecosystem to find solution and carry this to local to global level. Later, the project proposal is also accepted into the food tech program. Now we are working on more developing the business model and creating a social awareness and also improving the technology. So inside the Fab Lab, I get help to develop my technology and how to create an open source data. And maybe it's sometimes hard to imagine how to go open source and sustain your life. But there's a way, and when you find it, I think it can be continue long term. Because in this world, the sending product from one place to one place is not makes sense, because we have now all the digital tools and all the materials. So we just need to know how to produce our products by ourselves. And my project's based on this idea. So what I want to do, in the future as a dream, like creating maybe the open source kitchens, like how we share inside the Fab Labs. We can share like food recipes, upcycling for upcycling food, or creating, designing textures together, and everybody share, because it's a kind of a complex process to integrate this, solve this problem of materials behaviors. So I already have some data in the GitHub, and also there's some explanation in YouTube. And but I would like to collaborate with the people who can help to maybe develop this open source data platform. Also, it would be really nice to collaborate with the kitchens, because if you create a feedback loop system between local, if you can really do it locally, you can carry it to globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachil. So next up, we have Mariano Pedernera and Florencia Caraletzos with Villagreens.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sally, for your introduction. Before we begin, we would like to thank you for giving us some room to explain this project. Florencia, Mariano, we created Villagreens, a vertical farm in Villafranca del Penedès, and we produce vegetables in a fast, efficient and sustainable way. And that's good for times of crisis. This is what we saw during the pandemics with the queues and the way all shelves were out of products, and probably we all read some manuals on how to plant an avocado and survive the apocalypse. But anyway, let's talk about these minerals. They are our food is the main shield for viruses, and they are the basis to anticipate situations such as what we went through. A strong immune system is the key to protect all of ourselves, and we need to bring together tools for economic and food independence. So we need to offer access in schools and in the corner shop. So to try and find a new way, that's how Villagreens was created 1 year ago. We are creating microgreens, micro vegetables for the public and for restaurants. These are live foodstuffs which improve our daily intake, and we can add these new vegetables in a nice way. Gram per gram, this is much more rich than an adult plant. We can create an accelerated nutrient production. In 10 days, we can obtain the same nutrients as a mature plant in many kinds. So we produce sunflower, peas, mustard, and many others. Horseradish, and that can be obtained. That can be done in a hub or in a maritime container, in a cargo container, which can be mobilized based on the needs of a specific community, or in case of natural disasters, for example. Production may need more or less technology, because it's not the same thing to set this up in a school or in a place with an unfavorable weather. But in any case, this is a traditional process. It can be updated and aligned to current needs. For instance, with hydroponic cultures, we can create an efficient and sustainable model. And thanks to the FoodSHIFT consortium, we were able to share our idea and to come in touch with people who are open to change, to new ideas and new ways of rethinking our collective impact. However, we at Villagreens are not too sophisticated. We just need a handful of elements to obtain a reasonable amount of production, and these the core elements we use are seeds, earth, light, natural or LED light, and cultural light, plus the soil, the earth. with good air conditioners, with air conditioning or temperature control or air drafts, we are able to automate this culture and to make it sustainable over time. And in our path, the first contact with real people was the local market. So we're building bridges between the local community and the need to find nutrients and good quality foodstuffs. 80% of our clients come back. Restaurants have also been a little bit more difficult, but we were able to be on par. We have good relationship with some elite restaurants, and their feedback is positive, and we are improving our ecosystem. And with interviews with chefs and so on, we were able to give more, raise the profile of nutrients and a healthy kind of intake. We also have we are present at the food markets on Saturdays, and we try to offer there more information, recipes, and ways to include these micro vegetables in our daily menu. We want to be economically sustainable. That's our project. And this needs to be a tool to involve relegated sectors. It's a great opportunity to offer the community capacity building on vertical production methods and healthy food possibilities. The first agreement was reached with the Vilafranca del Penedès City Council and their economic promotion service. They gave us a green light to start the project in one of the facilities of the Agora Center in that town. 1 year after we started, we are facing another challenge. We need to standardize our processes, and we need to make our system easier so that we can create new vertical production centers, so that we can create locally sourced nutrients, and so that it can be a mainstream possibility for many people, regardless of where we are, the weather conditions, or the economic environment of each location. As this year Barcelona is the capital of sustainable development, we hope to establish a discussion on proximity and the need to have fast, effective, and easy nutrients at hand. And that's it. Thank you very much to you all. Let's hope you can follow us in Villagreens. We are present in Instagram, and we also have a website, villagreens.com. We have a stand out there, and you're more than invited to come to Vilafranca del Penedès market, street market on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Florencia and Mariano. And next we have Pietro Tonini presenting Agropop by Tectum Garden.
¿Está cerrado esto? Bueno.
Is it on? Yes. Hello. Thank you very much. We are going to introduce a project that's called Agropop. It's a product stemming from a recently born startup called Tectum Garden, and our idea is to turn all the underutilized areas in the city into a green area, a green space. It's 10 people, actually, a part of the team, 10 visionaries, actually, as we like to call ourselves. We would like to paint all of the city in green color. So all the areas that are underutilized, we would like to see in a green color. We focus specifically in the area of Barcelona, and there's an important part of the city, which is, of course, rooftops, really, really underutilized by the citizens themselves. So under the umbrella of Tectum Garden, that's actually a startup created by the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and there is a group in particular that's just working on the field of green rooftop sustainability. Our vision is to turn areas that are not being used into a productive space for ornamental purposes, for food product generation. So we want to use waste stemming from the city in order to make them into a harvest. So shit, crap being the capital of the future, as we like to say as a motto. So we want to create a product that's affordable, economically speaking, a product with a very low carbon footprint, because of course we reuse materials, and we want this system to really be user-friendly so that everyone wants to do it. So Agropop is born in order to promote sustainable consumption for the sake of self-consumption, so that no excuses are taken anymore and people stop saying that they don't have the time or they don't have the place to grow their vegetables. So we want to promote sustainable food, and we want to foster a generation of self-consumption in the households. The concept is devised and under the concept of circular economy, because, as I said before, we use the materials inside the city and we convert them, we turn them into something that may be used for growing, for farming purposes. As you can see here, actually we have the stand, the stall outside, and you'll see that there are few elements that are the basic components. So it's about helping the citizens promote a healthy lifestyle so that they will consume more fruits and vegetables. The traits of our product: we are based on modularity. It's easy to repair. It's printable because we can actually put information there, and it's easy to transport. That's the rationale underlying our product, and that's very important in the context of an urban environment. So what types of waste do we use? Well, one, to create the bag, then to create the structure, and the third one to create the substrate. The bag, what we are using are supermarket bags, those that are made of polypropylene. Those are data from 2018. For every Spaniard actually purchases 15 of these bags, and they leave them at home, and they will never use them again because they forget, because for whatever reason. So we want to use those bags and turn them into something that can be used for growing purposes. Then many plastic waste, we don't want them to leave the city, but actually we want them to use them. We want to use them back again, and that's why I said that this is a modular system and based on the circular economy concept. Then for the purposes of the substrate, we want to use this by a good proper management of organic waste, because we don't want to use or resort to other elements that need to be brought onto the city, but we want to produce this directly inside the city. We can collaborate even with associations that actually do that already. There's one called Abono Kilómetro Cero, for instance. In the community of Agropop, we would like to do as follows. Basically, all the people who can start growing something, some produce at home. Actually, the community is made up of whom? Me, and you, and your family, and her, and the company next door, and the school in the district, and the whole community. Everyone can be involved for the purposes of farming and production. And we can make this so simple, and that's the key of our project, that simplicity that I'm trying to convey. Why? Because we want to change the mindset, the perspective. You know, this idea that growing or farming is boring, something that takes time, it's costly. You know, these excuses, it uses a lot of time and energy and resources. So with our product, we want to convince people that it may be so simple. We're simplifying the process, and that's the challenge. The mindset among the citizens needs to be changed, because people think growing on a rooftop on an area that's underutilized, people immediately might think, oh, but that requires a lot of money, a lot of initial investment. Well, it can be shared. So that's what we want to do. We can use those challenges, those preconceived ideas as a challenge, and change the mindset, change the perspective, change the standpoint by saying that growing is trendy, is cheap, and is easy. It's really inherent in our beings, anthropologically speaking. We're built to do that. So we need to pave the way and provide the tools necessary so that people can actually start their own farming project. We can give them irrigation systems, materials of what sorts. We can connect, we can put people in contact with other people already in the community. That's very useful in Agropop. So that's our product. Very simple, very easy. You can take a look out there and stall. You can ask if you have any questions, and here we are to help. Thank you very much.
Genial, muchas gracias, Pietro.
Thank you very much, Pietro.
We have Josean Villar and Silvana Catassini presenting Closka.
Buenas tardes.
Thank you. My name is Josean Villar from NAI Factory Labs, and I'll tell you about the Closka project, which is the result of another project on Fab Lab in that district. It's a project where we created a network of collaborators between designers, local designers and actors to deal with organic residues, organic waste, and turn it into products with the participation of the community. This was a very important participation in the project that we had, because then it led to other projects such as this one, Closka. Along with Niue, which was also part of our mix, we created a project with the idea of dealing with the packaging problem. Why? Because we know that packaging is a big issue, because it's usually single-use, very short-lived, made with polluting materials, and the amount of production is huge and on the rise. And we thought we could bring ideas that would try to find solutions to give them several uses, ongoing uses that would play a role in our lives, in our homes, that would be made with sustainable materials, that they could be, well, recyclable or be part of the circular economy. When we find things like this in the supermarket, if we look at this from that standpoint, okay, it comes, well, a nut comes with a natural packaging, and we're throwing that away. We're putting this in a plastic bag, and that plastic bag generates all those problems we mentioned. So what would happen if we gave that packaging we threw away, that waste, a second opportunity? Could it be turned into material to build packaging, a packaging that could play a role so that it would stop being a piece of waste? Let's add a bit more energy and intelligence and development. For instance, almond and hazelnut shells. These are treated as waste. Well, we could go and work with the cooperative, translate them, use it for packaging for nuts, and that with the assistance of the community, and to create other packages for other products that would make sense. Imagine the amount of possibilities we have if we look at that system, and if we apply it to other kinds of waste that we throw away, such as the pistachio shell or the avocado cores or the dates, the core of a date. We thought about cosmetics and the food industry, because they need sustainable packaging. And that's where obstacles began, because we did not have the financial conditions to do the testing and get the certificates the market requires. That's why we decided to start with a simpler testing and to replace the lids with lids made from these nuts. So we thought that we should address a premium market, a highly exclusive market where brands are looking for new materials, innovative materials which are more sustainable, and consumers, the final consumer of that market, is willing to pay the difference between a standard product and a handmade one. And that's why we got this very special request, packaging for this perfume that has a Mediterranean soul. This is a design studio in Barcelona requesting for it, and we decided to work with olive pits
And that's why we went to Fab Lab to do digital manufacturing and print 3D molds. And Dewey is developing some paper made with olive leaves to make it super exclusive. You can see that outside. It's outdoors. It's exhibited. We now have another command, a gifty box, and that display for well, a spice company. We wanted to give to create a packaging that would have a second use, and that's why we designed a modular system that complies with both roles. It can be used as a display and also as a gifty box, and we have as a gift box. So in the material we have added well, some of the spices, and it has a second use. It can become a shelf and a glass. And you can see that in our stand outside. And we would like to promote our designers network to organize a workshop so that they can create their own biomaterials. And we will share in open source all designs we have done with Segundoro. Because, yes, what's interesting about building a community, besides getting this waste and mapping territories, understanding where we can obtain resources and understanding who we can work with, both for design, as she said, for instance, teaching, so that then they can help us develop other possibilities, but also to locate workers who can help us take this leap from having a prototype to producing in series with the assistance of these specialized work centers, and to compete in the market where we could not compete for money reasons. And we are, for instance, now that we're talking about this, we are thinking about the waste that can be found in the territory and how we can scale this up and, well, if possible, replicate it all over the planet, because there are many places where we can offer assistance. And if we offer this as if we understand this project as a sort of a seed to be planted in this network of collaborators, actors, designers, and so on, for it to be able to grow, we need water, plenty of water, and hopefully not in a plastic bottle. Thank you.
Have Pablo Zuloaga presenting Powar.
Gracias, Sally. Hola, hola.
Thank you, Sally. Hello. Well, we live in a world where 2/3 of the poorest people work in something related to agriculture, and that's concerning if we think about the climate change impact. London is going to have the climate of Barcelona by 2050, or Madrid will have the weather of Marrakesh. Well, if we think about that, that led me to wondering, for instance, how can we help small farmers so that they are more resilient vis-a-vis climate change? How can we teach kids about the environment, about climate change in a more pragmatic way? How can we grow the foods that we grow today, taking into account this future weather, the future climate for 2050? That's how Powar was birthed, a plant observatory weather adaptability for resilience. It's low cost, it's open source, and the purpose is to train and educate, empower the small farmers also with data that they can generate themselves. How does Powar works? How does it work? It is linked to the internet and by means of MQTT protocols, it connects to the internet and takes the data of specific climate and it contrasts it with the values of the sensors inside. So the system then tries to replicate the characteristics inside the box. So how does it work? Again, so there are temperature sensors, pH and CO2, humidity sensors, so different parameters for the farmers, not just the farmers, but also children can experiment this in the school. How would a plant react in in the event of certain climates. So then the system compares the weather outside with the sensors inside. So if that's the temperature, that's the humidity, then the system replicates that. All right, so it takes into account also rainfall, etc. Powar started up as an idea, part of my PhD thesis, Masters of Emerging Futures. We heard that title before, and that was part of a methodology, actually, because I thought that I shouldn't just create an object in order to help, but I should design a way to learn so that farmers themselves, small agricultures, could do something themselves. Then I created a prototype under the umbrella of Fab Lab Barcelona, the Fab Academy, and then with the Rupit City Hall, I received a grant, and that's how we created this functional prototype, and they have it actually in the City Hall well, it was actually the other way around. It was functional first, and then it became a prototype, he says. Anyway, I spoke about that. I'm faster than the slides, apparently. So that began in the middle of the pandemic. Everybody had done the Fab Academy already, but I did it myself later on. But then I got this grant with Fab Lab Benfica in Portugal and the Technical Institute of Lisbon. So we started working with students so that they could themselves build a power system in Lisbon with their own technology. So after the project, I started to collaborate with the Catalan publishing house, Vicens Vives. So we wanted to take these methodologies to the schools. We wanted to teach young children about climate change, about the weather changing, and that's underway. And along the process, I also had the opportunity to teach a workshop. There's children, a bit old children. It's for the elderly, actually, and that was in a very, very dense district in L'Hospitalet. And we ended up having an automated, interactive kitchen garden. So it was very, very interesting and an experiment. And with FoodSHIFT, we have actually upscaled it. We've tested new technologies. There are 2 versions out there using 2 different technologies. I'm trying to connect them onto the internet, so don't be scared if you go out and suddenly they're not working. I'll find the way. But then I also realized that there are so many projects, Domingo, we heard about Espirulina, that can share the same brain, the bit, as I like to call it. It's the core, it's the heart, because they'll buy a Powar for 5 students in a school, but that's a very small device that every student can have, actually, so that the kid can experiment at home and they can play around with different sensors, because Powar is a methodology for teaching purposes, and it's based on the planet, and it's going to teach the students and the kids different skills so that they can face the future. It uses sensors. It's useful for environmental experiments that can be continued at home. There's multi-platform content, so the children will become part of a community, and they will be able to share and exchange their data and their experiments, laser cut, 3D printing, so a lot of opportunities. When it comes to technology, I would like to improve the technology itself, the way in which I simulate the weathers, the climates. I want to upscale the production as well. That's another important branch of the project, and I want to test it with other projects because I'm sure that the Powar can be used for other projects as well. I am searching for allies in investment, technology, the realm of science, you name it, people, communities that want to join, scientific experiments, people that have the place to do so. And I would like to launch a Kickstarted campaign. Hopefully in the end, this dream can become true. I'm thinking of Guatemala, Colombia, small farmers, or places like that. That's what I had in mind. But of course, I want this to grow, and I would like to have a community of educators that actually are practicing, iterating, and changing, and helping improve the design. I want students to be able to learn with Powar, and I want to simplify the technology so that it can be provided to everyone. We want to empower the people with technology and data and knowledge for a future that's actually based on the planet. please do not hesitate to browse our website. Thank you.
Okay, our actual last and we had 8 innovators presenting, is Maria Jose Mantilla, presenting Condimentos Vivos de la Asia. Maria Jose will actually be presenting a video, so she is not here with us, as she was invited to the gastronomic forum that's happening this year in Barcelona and is exhibiting there. So take it away, técnicos, please.
Hace tiempo observo. I have been seeing a big problem for a while. The food we eat is not real food, and it's full of ingredients that are chemical. We are full of fast and fake food, and this is one of the biggest problems that have brought us to where we are. Let's look at the example of how much food is wasted in a country such as Nigeria. One of the most alarming figures, 189 kilos of food per year, or the fact that a drink for kids has got more than 8 additives that change their cognitive and hormonal standards. However, movements are becoming more and more vocal about that. They are self-supply farms, the fungi culture, the fermentation as an empowerment tool. These are some examples of how our society is changing. In Mexico, DC, 20% of the foodstuff is self-produced by citizens thanks to a rooftop orchard project, and 3.2% of the European population is vegan, and a 3-star Michelin star restaurant is now offering kombucha, this traditional foodstuff. Fermentation is precisely a way of going back to the traditionals, to our traditions. It has become a powerful alternative to change the way we consume, sometimes in an unconscious way. It transforms ingredients in a natural way. It has a master culture in the Eastern countries. They understood that very quickly. China and Japan are very familiar with these practices, and they are also registered in their books of history and poetry. Ximin Jiaosu, a well-being and agriculture book, tells us about how to use chu, a traditional fungi. In the cellars of the emperor, cereals were first of all boiled and then kept, and they thought that all their harvest had been ruined because it smelled strange. But they finally managed to understand the aizu rice wine thanks to this fungi. So fermentation with Aspergillus cerevisiae or koji allow Japanese foodstuffs to be fermented. Some of these ferments are protagonists of tables around the world: soya sauce, miso, or rice sake. And, well, it's obvious that Japan has built a whole culture on this drink based on fermented rice. Rice, as in Spain, is a symbol of tradition and identity. These two countries have similar geographies, climates, and natural species. And when I was thinking about that while I was working in Catalan Japanese restaurants, I kept asking myself, why should we not combine the Japanese fermentation techniques in Spanish soil? Those beans we've eaten all our lifetime could become something totally different. Why not? That's why Barcelona created Condiments to bring Asian flavors in a genuine way, with the participation of people in cuisine, fermentation, while they change their perception of a culture which is radically different from theirs. Our ferments try to bring together the past and present using a little bit of technology plus lots of Asian popular wisdom. For instance, the miso in the soup you will taste today is created with rice from pulse, and it has been treated by a Catalan who's in love with rice for the last 15 years. Like in Ximin Jiaosu, this rice will be transformed. It will be cultivated with taijoi for 42 hours, and that's where the proteins, sugar, and fat will become bioavailable, and they will be resting in these large vessels for 10 months or more. When we tell these kind of stories in our events, we try try to create an experience that brings us back to the life of our foodstuffs and their cycles. So the Ma experience wants to create a hands-on food experience where we get dirty and we share ideas of our identities and origins around a table full of interesting ferments. And who's the Ma citizens? Well, we have people from all kinds and colors. We were with Pablo, who's a chef of a Costa Brava restaurant, who wanted to create the condiments like we do. Sometimes we have Mot. She's a vegan girl who loves coming to the market, and she does sake in the morning. But we have local citizens. Some of them are only known virtually. Pao is a Taiwan girl who is based in London and who is following us on Instagram and is fermenting everything. And Julieta is a Colombian 7-year-old who loves miso in her soup after school. So our community is spread around the world. And this tiny little dream would be nothing without this community we've built together. The challenge of turning our brand into an example of circular micro-business led us to connect with wonderful professionals and especially with people who have enriched and made our concept a reality. Slowly. These alliances and mycelium networks built over 2 years have led us to impacting over almost 5,000 people in the social media. We are in 10 shops in Spain, and we are being sold by 15 chefs around Europe. The idea when we started with Ma was to have the word koji included in people's vocabulary. Now people talk about koji. They have included on their tables, menus, practices of home cooking, and to our surprise, in their libraries too. We want to promote this 1,000-year-old ingredient coming from Asia to come to Spain and stay here. Koji has allowed us to participate in many interesting initiatives. Now that our incubation time is over, and we now have a good basis to take another leap and create a space that will allow us to open up our doors and continue offering you Mami with regenerative cooking and preservation of our cultures. Thank you.
So that concludes our Pecha Kucha presentations. And just another huge round of applause for our innovators today. Congratulations to you all. And we're excited to continue to see how our innovators continue to engage with the FoodSHIFT 2030 consortium here in Barcelona and beyond. Moving on now, we do have a short 15-minute break, and we hope to see you back here at 5:45 for the speakers or for the roundtable happening next. For those of you who are speaking in that roundtable, if you could please now come to the front of the stage, and the rest of you, we will see you in a moment. And also, before you go, just a huge thank you to the FoodTech 3.0 team for making this happen. We had so many people helping from all of our team, from all different parts, and without them, this wouldn't have been possible. So thank you to you all.
Hola, 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 ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis? Bueno, vamos encarando.
Hello, how are you? Yes, please do join me here on the stage. I need to fill the void while you accommodate yourselves, but I'll try to do my best to entertain the audience. So as I was saying, we are starting to wrap up this session. At least we are going to wrap up what's going to happen on the stage, because this roundtable is the, let's say, official closing ceremony, if you take the whole day as an event. But then we'll go out onto the garden and we'll have the chance to visit the different stalls, and we will have, well, further conversation. Some of the speakers actually asked me to tell you that there'll be beer, so that is a key word, so don't leave, because, you know, there'll be a beer waiting for you at the end of the session. So I hope you enjoy this discussion, this live discussion. It'll take an hour, and then afterwards we'll join for that weighted beer outdoor. This week, as you know, is the celebration of the Sustainable Food Week. As you know, Barcelona is the World Sustainable Food Capital City for 2021. Food technology is going to be the core of today's discussion, and it's not just because out of this concept many more stem. I'll try to be fast to see if we can cover this array of topics. I don't think we'll have the time, but anyway, we'll do our best, and we would like to divide the discussion into three pillars. We would like to discuss citizenship, then tech maturity, and then society maturity levels. So before we begin, let's briefly introduce our speakers. Let's see who's here to talk about this topics, and I am going to start with Miki Royan, the co-founder at Abono Kilometer Zero, the first web-based compost manufacturing company in the city. But you're not the only ones, right? No, we are a bottom-up proposal. And have you done compost? Have you not? Have you not compost ever? Okay, if you ate something here today, you are composting, because we are a composting club for households and for stores and shops. But we attend meetings like this one so that people can take things back home. So for those of you who said you'd never done it before, you are officially a composter. You've done it, yes, even without realizing. Yes, do give him a hand. Next to him, Ivan Enrique at Leca. Well, introducing Leca probably is not necessary, but maybe someone still doesn't know who you are. Two restaurants, right, with sustainability and self-sufficiency as a motto. You have one restaurant at the Poblenou area here, another one in Cotzerova, I believe she said. Now, actually, I shouldn't be here, but I'm taking the place of Arlene. Because okay. That's another topic, why you're here. But anyway, you are here now. Yes, let me explain. The Leca restaurant was originally a family-run restaurant, and we had worked the way my mom used to work, and we took everything that happened there. Arlene and I tried to see how we worked and the amounts of waste that we would generate. That was in the year 2000, and then we thought that was alarming, and then we took it one step further. We said, okay, this meat that we buy, what does this come from? Okay, this producer up in Girona, can we go visit the farm? They said no. They said no. Then we said, okay, let's stop for a while. Why not? Different story. Fish. Where does this fish produce come from? When we realized where it came from, we realized that it came from so far away, so that a large amount of the fish that we consume in Europe come from the southern Atlantic Sea. So we said that we wanted to reduce the fish consumption, so we started to manufacture our own beverages, and we tried to pause every now and then, stop and think and reflect upon what we could do to become more sustainable, because we are not sustainable yet. It's very difficult to be sustainable, but of course this mindset, taking us one step further, improving little by little to be better and better, that's the way we work in our two restaurants and the two Lecas. and we want to share the experiences, and we want to share these experiences with our eaters at our tables so that they can be better people as well. Doris Boira, the CEO at La Fábrica, a co-op, and you also manage projects, yes? Yes, indeed. Hello, I would like to say that it's been 10 years now, nearly 10 years. I am, let's say, the guilty one, the person in charge. So I've been introducing in all the community processes this green concept, this eco-social dimension, so the ecological and the social dimension in all the processes. So we help relationships grow, okay? And the green umbrella, that is what we take care of. And we feed ourselves with these concepts in the group. Loic Legeuf, Executive Director at Green in Blue, is at one of the most atomic presentations in the world. So the fish crab is transformed into lettuce. That's what we do. Okay, got your attention, right? So on to you, Loic. Yes, in Green in Blue, we have an aquaponic growing system. If you are not familiar with this system, it's a growing system that allows for us to combine fish farming and plant farming, because the fertilizing system is very complete then for the plants. And if you ate lettuce today here, was it good? Was it tasty? So that was made thanks to aquaponics. So thank you, Leka, for having our lettuce in your menu. So apart from these crops being high quality, they are low impact. They use much less resources, much fewer resources, water, energy, fertilizers, etc. And therefore, actually, what we are after in Green in Blue is a top quality product, and at the same time, a quality that has a very, very low minimal impact. This year is very special for us. Indeed, after 6 years, we've been developing aquaponic cultures here in Catalonia, collaborating with Leka. They trusted us for, a long time now. We are about to open the first aquaponic farm in Catalonia at Vilassar de Mar, 1,200 square meters. So we're enthusiastic because we will try to make a difference in the system in Barcelona. Edith Claros Ugalde, next to him, a co-founder at Co-Responsable. You work from the roots and you try to change paradigms, correct? Yes. Hello. We started off a decade ago, and we started with social impact, social change, and we've realized with time that it was not enough. It was not enough to create something from the outside. And that is why during these 10 years, give or take, we've actually taken the leap, and we've started working with the roots. We heard about this this morning. We are sort of reacting vis-a-vis the problems that are out there, but actually we need to go back to the roots. That's what we think. We need to go back to our essence as human beings, and that is where we can access our deeper knowledge from as people, as communities. We work with different paths, both individual and group paths, so that this transformation process is possible, and the innovation that is created needs to really come from a deeper wisdom, and it's not just about reacting to or against something that we already know. So we use nature, and we are growing this seeds for the future, because we take care of the people first, the person, the people, the community, and then we generate transformational paths, and we work also with leadership, etc. And next to her, we have the founder of Huertos in the Sky, so vegetable gardens in the sky. She's Adela Martinez. The idea is to turn rooftops into green spaces, correct? Yes, 67% of the rooftops in Barcelona are flat. They're not used at all, so we want to turn them into something green so that people become aware of where food comes from, and we want to contribute something environmentally speaking. Green rooftops are very, very positive. They're good when it comes to absorbing pollution, so they're like sponges. So we would like to encourage you. Next Sunday, you can visit us, because we have an open indoor project at Barceloneta. So please do come and visit us or give us a call because we can help you depending on the traits and characteristics of your building. Last but not least, Xavier Dominguez, a researcher at Fab Lab Barcelona, Future Learning in Food Tech 3.0. Thank you. I'm not going to introduce Fab Lab because, of course, you've heard enough. I can discuss our job. We want to do research about how people learn, and we want to share the knowledge generated at the Fab Lab, and we want to, well, convey this and make it come across so that people develop technology in an innovative way so that they can cause a positive impact on the society. Okay, so introductions done. I would like to start with something that's maybe basic, but I actually wondered that. I asked myself, when I was asked to moderate this panel discussion, because not everybody is an expert, as you can imagine. So it's important to try to define the concept. So when we were preparing this panel with the Fab Lab colleagues, we ended up referring to kombucha. I'm quite good at it, by the way, I have to say. And we wanted to reach an agreement because we needed a definition of food tech, and they said that is food tech. And I thought, yeah, well, there's some science between us, some alchemy even, but what is food tech? What's food technology? So that's maybe the number one question that we should address, to be on the same page, I mean.
I think this is a science fiction word in a way. Food tech, okay, but a technology is a tool. It's something that does not appear in nature, but as it is not present in nature, then humankind finds a way, a tool, a process to do whatever they want to do. So it's a way to find a technically viable way to generate foodstuffs. We are not inventing anything new. We simply observed that organic matter becomes compost, and with that we can grow plants. So if we bring together plants and fish, that is food technology. That's it. As simple as that. My contribution, if we to try and define what something is, sometimes it is worthwhile to say what that is not. And food technology is not simply a pizza and a 3D company sold with bitcoins and Twitch, but it's rather to apply science to a purpose. And science includes social sciences, natural sciences, those sciences which in the past we would have called soft sciences, but they are all hard and deep. So food technology is to use human culture to feed ourselves, not to eat, but rather to feed ourselves. So talking about kombucha, I wanted to ask you, why do you think self-production of drinks is so important? Let's talk about self-production. It's useful because it reduces transport and waste. The same can, which can be taken to the container, if it can be recycled, it's so much better. But if we can avoid that, all the better, because it requires a lot of energy to bring it back to the market. So we reduce 50% of transport overnight, well, in a month, from one restaurant to the other. The first one was to produce drinks. It released lots of space in the warehouses, in the coolers, and so on. And we're offering health. We offer drinks with no chemicals, no extra sugar. For instance, the other day, our daughter came home and she said that her karate teacher said, if you do well, I'll give you a Coca-Cola glass. So how is it possible to give Coke as a drink? It should be kombucha or something we have produced in our schools, in our restaurants, in our homes. Something we can do in this world which is so special. Yeah, you opened up a few fronts. Something else. Something else I would like to discuss is sustainability.
Thinking about those who are listening to us either here or online, what is holistic sustainability? How can we implement holistic sustainability along with citizens, with the community? From my holistic and systemic perspective, we could think that the project you're developing should involve several stakeholders, several agencies, your supplier, your client, the government, your relations, plus a few more things that you relate to. You're supplying, meaning all suppliers. So, when we work in projects, when you realize what can be generated around everything that relates to us, we could realize that very often there are certain things we only see from our own perspective, from our own angle. And when we talk about holistic, it means that we are including everyone who's involved, because they are involved with us, because we are an organization. So we're looking at bringing together several standpoints and to generate a specific action to the benefit of all. So going from an ego vision, you, yourself, your business, your profit, to an eco vision where you have the whole system in mind. It means like opening up your gaze, your vision. For me, sustainability is a term I wrote down to inform myself more, and maybe FoodSHIFT could help us understand what sustainability means. For instance, we now have the Chief Sustainability Officer at IKEA. They help us comply with the social responsibility policies and so on, because, well, we all need to change and so on. But we have the B Corp. So how you measure sustainability? So the B Corp hallmarks. Then we have the ESG metrics. There are so many different metrics. I don't know what that means. I don't know, in FoodSHIFT 2030 you are using different types of metrics to see if your projects are sustainable, including social sustainability. I think it's a bit of a mess at the moment. I don't know if this is sustainable or if it's not, how I should measure my projects and so on. So I think we need to do a project. So when one word is used all over the place, the first thing we need to say is to make it to make it rest, to put it to rest, to put it in the composter and make it ferment. So sustainability means to sustain, to support something. And in this planetary context that we are, in this Barcelona subject to climate emergency, it would be much more suggestive for me to think about regeneration. We don't need to sustain anything. However, if we were to leave what we leave behind and leave it better than how we found it, to regenerate your district, your soil, your family. I feel much more included in this kind of concept. It doesn't mean a burden, such as the idea of sustaining. From a feminine point of view, it's, hey, again, we're sustaining so much burden already historically. So regeneration means to give life, and to keep the flow of life is something that we feel much closer to, because we are human nature too, and that's what it resonates to me.
Chief Regeneration Officer.
Yala.
Sí, resuena completamente con lo que dices y
Yes, it resonates perfectly well with what you said, and with a colleague from the orchard, Flavia. Sustainable things means things which can be sustained. So let's take a first step and talk about sustained technologies, and then let's compost them and regenerate them. Doris, why don't you tell us about the 0 miles jobs and 0 miles food? You talked about proximity and local things and so on. Whatever is closer to you creates a feedback loop. It creates a life close by. And you can live that kind of life, and you can introduce things, and you can test it on a daily basis. So what's interesting about these projects that talk about food and generating challenges between different people, that's a challenge, generating this communication between others. I talk about I work as a mediator too, and conflicts happen all over the place. So it is very important to bring people from different backgrounds, because we're not all on the same point, but we're all part of ecosystems and districts. You have this mentality, you have this land, and maybe the other one has a different mentality, but no land. So we need to learn to understand each other. We need to learn to listen to others in order to generate new things, or maybe to go back to where projects got stalled. So we need to come closer to the zero ground, to the starting point. In permaculture, that is used in that way too. That's where you find the difficulties and the challenges, the issues that will take you further. And in the case of our food intake, well, it's essential. It's a building block for our lives. So if we sit down and try to find how we can work together on that, then our work, our occupation will be in agreement for those basic needs. And we will not be working on things which are flippant and are not useful for something that is so immediate. So this could be part of the 0 miles jobs that could lead to 0 mile foods that would go much further than simply filling our tummies.
Great. So let's move on to the other chapter, because along the lines of food tech, we've seen many different innovative proposals right before the discussion. So are you familiar, I'm asking all of you, and linking with this concept of what's local and what's even more than local, what's more neighborhood-based, community-based, district-based, and it might sound pejorative, but actually it's the essence of a city, the districts, the neighborhoods. But anyway, that's a different story probably, and that's my own personal fight. But back to the question, I wanted to ask you, are you familiar, you're willing to share examples of best practices, or more than that, that are stemming from this neighborhood here, this district, Poblano, examples of food tech that can be a model, a role model for other areas, even for other districts or for other cities, I'm thinking. I don't know if circular gauze could be a part of this, all of the food excess. I mean, if you've left a piece of meat on the plate, the eater doesn't want to finish the plate, or when you're cleaning the kitchen, there are some pieces of meat, protein that have certain value, but they're treated as waste and they're put in the trash. These could be used for pet food, and that was an idea created by Lenny for the restaurant. And actually, I think there's a future there, because you generate this locally, you produce this locally. There's no need for water consumption, and it's the same needs actually that are required, and you distribute it locally as well. So you produce it, you generate it, and you distribute it locally. So everything in the same place. What is the name you gave to that? Oh, circular gauze, because gauze is the name for dogs in Catalan. So it's like circular dogs. Okay. Any other examples? Well, Yes, there's so many examples. I'm thinking of Miki from compost proximity compost. They actually take the trash from the neighbors here and give them back compost. So I think that's very local as an example. And they distribute fertilizer here in this district. And I don't know, we collaborate with Leka in our case. We've been doing this for a long time. We grow part of the plants here in the district, and we take it to the restaurant that's located here, also at Poblano, and I'm sure that here up on stage and even among the audience, many examples could be found. But if I take Mickey's compost, let's say, and I have access to an app, an app that tells me when to use this compost, this fertilizer with my plants, and I understand how to use it thanks to the technology, that's when we are taking it to a next level. Next step, as Doris was saying, proximity, kilometer zero. That's where the technology needs to help us, but at least we have a vision, we have a purpose, and we know where we're going. So technology as a means, not as an end, of course. Good nuance. Yes, very good contribution. As Doris was saying, that the challenge is there because there are many initiatives in different districts that we are not aware of, and our challenge is to actually make those initiatives visible, help connect the different communities among themselves, how to knit networks of knowledge so that this idea can actually go beyond the districts and go beyond the cities and cover all of the metropolitan area and even further than that. And projects like FoodSHIFT, connecting European cities among themselves. Well, we should replicate that, but with the districts and how to exchange knowledge. That would be very powerful indeed. Just some food for thought along the lines of what we're saying. The concept of a district, as you're saying, there's a tango that says, district, you have a restless soul. What is a district? Where's the limit? Where's the boundary? Because you can be referring to a worldwide district. That's why global makes sense. Some things are global, some things are local. So fertilizer doesn't need to come from long distances. It needs to come from here, but knowledge does need to travel far, far away. So it's very important to connect with other spaces. It's important to understand what's local, to share, in order to share the benefits, and also in order to share the impacts. And those are my boundaries, what I call a knowledge basing of ideas, concepts like knowledge. They need to flow, and they need to be replicated and upscaled. And I see the potential behind all of the projects that I heard about today. And it should be standard, not at the level of the EU, but at the worldwide level. In our case, when we submitted our project of the club compost during the pandemic, we got in touch with people in New Zealand, Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, Brazil, from Colorado, from France. So it's so important to knit a worldwide network so that the door is open. Let's not be crazy about what's local, but no flags needed. That's my district. I mean, football, soccer is a flag enough. So if we're going to talk about proximities and what's proximity product, let's go more global. There are things that are global and local that are knit together, that are intertwined, and I think that's very powerful. So out of curiosity, the people that during the pandemic got in touch with you from all over the world, what did they want? Were they interested in your model? Did they want to receive compost at home? I don't think so. No, I mean, you could have a global network for the incubation of microbiology to generate compost. They can share the microflora and wildlife that can be then amplified once it reaches the destination. That could be done. Interesting. But it was the other way around, actually. We were working 3 hours per day every morning, be it sunny or not. We actually contacted the world. We reached out onto the world, and that's how the relationships first were created. And the doors open. They open immediately from small producers to large corporations. So I would like to encourage you to reach out onto the world and see what's there, because it seems crazy, but you hashtag something, you tag someone, and you can be in touch with the innovation manager of a company in Singapore and have a conversation with that person in real time. That's what's been good about the pandemic, because once again, it's been proven that the world is flat. And people are changing their mindset. It's not about competing anymore. It's about collaborating. We are creating associations and links and bonds and ties with companies that are doing the same, but yet they talk to each other. They're not fighting. They're not competing. So if we want to do something for food worldwide, we need to think about collaborating and not about competing that much. That is correct. And that, Leka, you do that brilliantly, right? Yes, the future and the present is about sharing. You were referring to global and local, so let me mention that actually we have a great support. We have a great trust in green and blue from the beginning, because the problem that we realized was, for instance, fish consumption. Okay, we stopped eating meat, but suddenly we eat more fish, and actually it's not the way to go. And when I started off and I said, okay, I'm going to buy local fish, and I went to the Fishermen Association and I saw those tons and tons of fish being pulled out of water, and they told me that that was 50% less compared to 50 years ago. So that apparently that actually had changed, and actually that's because of the technology. They were supposed to be able to fish more quantities, but it's less because of the destruction of the planet. And now, as I say, you know, the fish products come from the African coastlines with large vessels that have their own shares. And, well, the local fishermen in Senegal, for instance, they no longer can go fishing because these large vessels, ban them from doing so. So they have no job, they have no food. Then they come here as immigrants. Then we don't want them here. You know, sometimes I think, okay, I would like to have a hake today. I'm going to the supermarket. I'm going to buy a piece of fish, but you know, I'm thinking about that. Sorry, we missed the comment from the audience. So I buy fish, and I no longer know where that hake comes from. So we need to be aware of this. In our restaurant, we reduced it by half, then 80% reduction, and then now we actually consume virtually zero fish. So we see that now as an elitist way to have, you know, fish that's been produced here for human consumption, because we are a lot of people on the planet. So we need to grow food, produce that can be sustained organically and can be regenerated, because we hear about this concept, sustainable fishing. There's no sustainable fishing because there's no balance at all. There's total imbalance. So producing fish, collaborating with projects like HIST, that's so important for the future. And here in this room, well, we need to be aware of this, and we need to try and cut down on the use of fish. Let's be even more dramatic after the first euphoria, enthusiasm about the projects, but we need to mention as well that we need to be ready because the situations will not be even. I saw the containers with LEDs, etc. Some anxiety was what I felt. So it's, you know, farming is happening in there with no sun, with no soil, with no water. But then if worst comes to worst, maybe that's going to be the only way to get nutrients. You know what I mean? So these narratives, those images are important as well. So it's not everything is about enthusiasm. Not everything is about science is going to solve it all. But human beings, humankind is actually taking us in this direction. Maybe we don't like like it. We don't like the path we're taking, but we're all on the same boat. And with this technology, well, it will be useful. It will be helpful if it's at our service with the dimensions that Edith was referring to, the persons, the community. Otherwise, what is the point? Even if it's pioneering technology, it needs to be used for the good, for the sake of everybody. So it's not just science for the sake of science. So we need to strike a balance. Let's focus. What's purposeful based on what we basically need, and then we can go as crazy as you want. But I'd rather focus first.
What does it need? Well, the best trilogy is us. What is the best technology? Sorry, not trilogy. The best technology we have is our bodies. But what are we feeding our bodies? We're giving them smoke, tobacco, alcohol, industrial, soft drinks. So the best technology we have, i.e. our body, is not getting what it really needs. If we start being aware of ourselves, our inner bodies, our spirituality, more body and mind, then we will start changing our habits. And when we do that, we will be able to convey the change we want to be. And if we do our inner change first and then you express what you have, well, I feel very well now because I only take food at these periods of the day, and then I don't need to be eating anymore because my body doesn't need to be consuming all the time, and I'm eating this and I stopped eating that. Then we will feel better. We will not be part of the system because, okay, it's good. You can start eating that micro plants and that pill that will feel you very well. But then on the other hand, you have to do da-da-da-da-da-da. No, we need to be aware, and we need to be aware of what is right. And can we expect the system to quit the system? We are always looking at this responsible society, this wise community, which is aware and understands why it does things and so on. But what about the other side? Where do you think the different public administrations are? Where do they stand? Barcelona or the state, the national state, or Europe? Do you think that they are, well, hindering what the community wants to do? Are they actually facilitating things for the community? I don't know. I think there are mixed feelings. There's a lot of excitement. A lot is being said this year about sustainable food. And a lot is being said, but not so much is being done. At least it's a beginning. But in the end, politicians only follow what we people ask for. So unless we start being aware and enough, they are not going to get moving because they cannot take risks. So I believe that, yes, efforts are being made, but there is a big barrier. And I'm sorry if I'm going off the topic, but we've also have the problem of the economic problem. We talked about eating local, consuming local. That's true, but many of those here realize it's very difficult. It's more expensive. You need to find alternatives. And when I am at the supermarket and I can choose, most of us will choose what is cheaper. Yes, it is true that maybe today we are surrounded by people who are very, very much aware, but there is a vast majority of people who don't play this game. Maybe not because they don't want to, but rather because they have other priorities, or they can't afford, simply can't afford to think about these issues. So there's a lot to be done. We need to educate, raise awareness, and politically we need to act so that projects such as ours can move forward, so that people can start consuming that kind of technologies. Because technologies without people are nothing. Let me add something to what you just said. Awareness is essential. Awareness, not only awareness raising, but also being conscious ourselves as persons and as groups. Conscience needs to be is related to attention, and you might be sensitive to a specific topic. You might know that you would prefer to access an ecological product, which is a bit more expensive, but maybe if you are aware of that, you cannot afford to buy that. But when we talk about conscience, talking about conscience is essential, and it's something that starts with each and every one of us. So if we expect the government to cater for all our needs, I'm sure this is going to be a little bit difficult because, as you said, politicians have a different agenda, and 5 people can change the world. Yes, but they need to do that with conscience, from their conscience, because when people become conscious of something, they don't need to compete to feel well. You simply try to collaborate. You are accessing empathy and another place from where innovative projects can stem. Innovation means creating something new, but not reacting as we've seen so often. We want solutions. We simply want so many solutions. All those trends, when we talk about sustainability and technology and so on. But really, I believe we're losing focus. Technology is simply a means, but we need to pay attention to ourselves and to what we are doing, because little by little we're doing things. At every moment we are doing different things, and if we've not been educated from that perspective, so it's difficult to be aware of the consequences. For instance, we don't know how to listen. So what Doris was saying before, diverse groups are not able to listen to each other. And maybe if we integrate things and if we see things from, somebody else's standpoint, then we might be able to change our minds. And these skills, these capacities need to be cultivated. They need to be cultivated to create this true culture, this true conscience. I understand that public government wants to change this because we are in a EU event. We're also part of the Week for Sustainable Food, which is a Barcelona City Council project. So we need to raise our voices. We cannot sell what we produce in our cities. There is an old-fashioned act in our city which prevents us from doing that. So we wrote a manifesto. It's not so easy to change the law. They are getting onto that. Are we going to stop for that reason? No. We will need to continue. I guess that public administrations will also be willing to change at some point. They're not going to be the bad guy all the time. But what's important is, what can we do today? We're not convincing anyone. We're preaching to the choir. The thing is to convince others who are not engaged on this, maybe because they are not so aware in this life. Maybe in their next life they will be convinced. How can we convince everyone they can be the change they want to see in the world? And then the rest, okay, go and talk to the public administration. But along those lines, it is important. This conscience sometimes arrives when you see or when you meet someone who can show things which are different, and in events and talking about official stuff. Last weekend there was a state meeting of urban gardens. So people who have come here to share their experiences of growing food in the city. And when you do that, and when you listen to other people who are doing the same kind of things, it's interesting. Interesting ideas come up. I'm also part of a working cooperative, and that's a tiny little seed which is part of the solidarity social economy. This weekend, next weekend, we will also have the trade show of Solidarity Economy of Catalonia. People from all the territory are going to get together. They will talk about services, technology, food, anything. So these realities do exist. It is important to raise their profile. It is true, because if you watch television, you're not going to see that. So these kinds of events, these possibilities to share are essential. That's where this infection, this joint infection happens. Oh, they are doing this. I'm doing that too. Well, in my town, they have not started with this, so let's start this kind of project. And that's where things, well, when you get the snowball rolling. So that's what we really want. Things are moving on, and you need to pay attention to that because these things do exist. Well, you may or you may not pay attention to that, but things do exist, and we need to be happy for that. I'm listening to different positions, and it's true, we share several of the associations. Several of those who are here, we are part of Replantem, which means rethink and replant at the same time. And we are thinking about where we're trying to get licenses for agriculture and farming activities within the city. I don't know if you know that, but there is a very old-fashioned regulation that forbids this kind of activities within the city, and it's a daily battle that we're waging. And yes, we are like the rebels against Darth Vader's empire because we are living on the sidelines and we're taking our agricultural and farming activities in the city, our fishing bowls, and our urban gardens and so on. I think it's heroic in a way, and this heroicity is not. Well, it doesn't have that massive involvement of engaging thousands of people over the media and so on. Well, maybe not, but let's go back to what I was saying about spirituality. Yeah, I saw you doing a breathing exercise when I came here. You were surrounded by 3-4 people, and you could see that you were happy and fulfilled at that time, and people realize that. So this showing them how you breathe is something that generated change in these people. So we can be a bit more optimistic about change, but we need to see change in the little cell that you are part of. Change in the people around you. We are in this composting association, and we talk to people all the time, and this looking at people in the eye, those who are standing in front of you when you talk to them. I mean, that has nothing to do with the engagement in the social media that we all talk so often about. So I think that the objective is not something massive, but something much more nuclear, much more local. And this brings me back to several projects that I have already seen. For instance, Domingo Club. I'm an extra fan of what they do and how they want to run this club. And other projects, they want to have that niche. And so we're going from a moment where everything was massive. You can buy everything in bulk and in Amazon and the social media and so on. But we're getting tired of that. We're now moving towards a second wave, and we are valuing the niche. I'm saying, no, I'm not buying my painting through a large, seller or retailer such as Amazon, but I found this community of artists and have a website, and they are in this, I don't know, in the Basque Country or in Valencia or even in Barcelona, but it's not super 0 mile. I am very fan of, I'm a great follower of the 0 miles, but it's also looking at how your small niche is improving or deteriorating. And it's important that many of the projects that I'm seeing propose the creation of clubs and meeting points of that little niche. And that little niche, that little snowball that can get rolling and growing, is like a little grain in an almond, in a clam that can become a pearl. And that's so very important to understand that the real action is when you can look at people in the eye.
Just one thing about the community. This tech part of food tech, I come from the telecommunications world, so I come from this area. And you know, the Mobile World Congress, the latest one that took place, that was when the first agro-tech conference took place. Data science, blockchain, big data, that that there's not that much, or that there was not that much as applied to farming and agriculture. And I think it should be more than that. So we need to link and connect with many communities so that the agro part of the word is part of this. I don't know, and speaking with the hat of FoodSHIFT on, I don't know what you think about that. Yeah, I wanted to say that the tech world knows about that. The tech was born in small garages. It sounds like a movie, encryption, etc. But I see many different peaks of technological development. Large corporations in the tech world stem from small niches, and now, okay, the word is tech, but it can be food tech or agro tech. But this stems from small groups of people that know what they're talking about, and I'm a freak. Do you know there's a lot of this? Yeah, there's a lot of people who love what they do. I'm a freak of worms, and microarthropods. I can speak forever about earthworms, and I love the passion when it's shared. It's fantastic. Well, luckily, we have so many more hours ahead of us outside, but not that many minutes left on the stage. So maybe let's have a final round of conclusions, if you agree, along the lines of this concept, FoodSHIFT 2030, that is going to imply such a change. It's going to be a ripple effect. So tell us what the greatest challenge you think is in order to, get to the purpose that you want to get to. I can start if you want. Again, let me go back to what we were saying before. The challenge is about taking this freak culture that you were referring to places that are not aware of this, that they have other problems, other issues. They haven't thought about it yet. You mentioned before responsible food. In some places, they don't have access, and they don't even think about it or worry about it because their daily routine is different. So we need to establish networks among the freaks and the nerds of this topic. We need to break molds and break borders. Probably now here, this district is specific, but if you go to other places in Barcelona, they haven't heard of this. They haven't heard a word about food tech, and that this technology exists and that it can be made available for them. There are many people working on this field for years, and that they could be helped. So that is the challenge, to take this knowledge to places that have never heard of this so that the community grows. And it's not just so much about changing the public authorities, but it's about lobbying them with best practices. I think that the challenge begins in oneself. How can I contribute? I can be the champion of a project. I don't know. What am I going to do? What change am I going to incorporate in my daily life? A part of our daily jobs. It's about raising awareness, I would say. Yes, I also agree. I think that the change begins in oneself, and it all depends on what you want to do, really, and then it becomes contagious. And the communities are very important because they help you learn and they help you listen to each other. And I think this is something that we can further exploit as people who share the same interests. Yes, because otherwise, if you're on your own, it's tiring, right? But when you find a community, big or small, but a community, you feel relieved. Yes, you need to join that other community. So from your point of view, I'm going to be a champion tomorrow. For whom? For what? One of the main challenges for us here on the stage, for everyone on the audience, I guess, it's to do with the economics. I would like to land this now, because if we can offer competitive alternatives, it's going to be easier. Because if you tell someone, okay, here's this lettuce, it's been grown right next door, it's fantastic, and this other one is exactly the same price, and it comes from Almeria down in Andalusia, and it's getting rotten. No one's going to pick that one, right? And that's the challenge. It's not easy to get to this point, but then if we succeed, it's going to be a snowball, and then I think that the institutions and the authorities can help us. They can help us be more competitive in what we do. Yes, exactly. And along the lines, we are all the same, right? We are human beings, same species. You were referring to the freaks, but I was discussing with Edith about a district here in Barcelona called El Besós, marginalized areas, etc. We had a project there, ecological food, an urban garden was planted, and people used to say, yes, of course, I want the best food for my family. Yes, but then the question is how. People want to protect lives and protect their kinship, so maybe we should start by strengthening ourselves and focus on what we need to focus on. We are being bombarded with so many messages. You cannot do it alone, etc. But we are part of the system, and we feed the system. If we feed it something different, we will get something different. Well, our case is about going after self-sufficiency, always in as much as we can, because there are thousands of restaurants out there. And we generate a lot of waste, we consume a lot, the restaurants, we generate a lot of transportation in the city because we distribute and deliver many products. So we want to find the best way to be as self-sufficient as possible and share this and make it easier for everybody else. So pave the way for the food industry and the hotel and restaurant industry. We want to improve day after day and be able to convey this message to the household and to the other companies. And just another detail, if I may. The schools, let's take schools as an example. It's just a minor detail about animal protein. In Catalonia, in Spain, we have lots of wild boars. We don't eat them, but we sell them. We send them to the north of Europe. They're used to eating, wild boar meat. But then we purchase meat from the south of Spain, from Argentina, Yes, and the hake exactly comes from afar. Yes, so, right, how do we jump from place to place? This protein that's highly rich, it's super sustainable. I'm talking about an ecological food product. Or let's say veal. Let's take veal. Why do we export it? Why? Why don't we offer to the children in school a bolognese sauce made out of wild boar meat? Why not? Self-sufficiency. That's our meat. We consume it here, and maybe we consume less of other types of meat. Exactly. Why don't we eat our own insects like other cultures do? And they're so nutritional. The nutritional value is high, but then the cultural abyss is huge. Vermis? No. Well, maybe not the earthworms, but we could eat other insects, right? We organized a couple of dinners, theme dinners based on insects, and people received them very well. Yeah, it was a success. In the beginning, if you just say it, it's a bit complicated. There's a bit of reluctance, but we need to take the leap because the change needs to happen now.
I wanted to say that restaurants are not only those who generate more waste. They are also the places that generate most happiness. Let's not destroy restaurants. Now that I'm got so used to being at the terraces of restaurants and bars, don't make me lose them. And precisely, I was going to talk about what you mentioned. Who has eaten insects around here? Who has ever eaten an insect? Oh, no, not so bad. I forecast as Nostradamus, so that if we have a new edition, at least 3 projects will be about insect growing for protein. This is coming, and it's coming strong. Are you uncomfortable about thinking that you're going to eat insect protein? For instance, soldier fly larvae and so on. There is plenty of protein, very healthy protein there. So the big challenge that we face is to get people out of their comfort zone. By 2030, we are going to get to that time in different ways, but none is going to be by keeping the status quo. Either we are going to be living in a post-apocalyptic world that will not be comfortable at all, or else we leave our comfort zone in terms of consumption habits and food habits. And the main challenge that I see for the 2030 goal, either the SDGs or other planetary challenges, is getting out of our comfort zones. And that's a big challenge we're going to have to face. So if you ask me, the main challenge is that in the coming couple of years, you will probably have to eat at least 1% of insect protein. That's my bet. Yeah, well, let's hope we have a little bit of time to get used to that idea. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thank you very much to the audience, those who are here on site and online. We will have time to continue with this conversation offline, outdoors, but let's have a little bit of time for the closing of this working day. Let's give the stage to them.
And we will invite Christian and Dirk as well. So we hope you have enjoyed this afternoon, the Barcelona Showcase, and also the whole conference in the morning. I think we had some good food for thought. What do you think? Have you joined the Discord to keep the conversation going afterwards? Otherwise, you can get the QR code outside.
Yes, so thanks for coming. Thanks for everyone who organized it, as is always said. I won't read the full name of people who collaborate on that because we'll stay for hours, and we are tired. I would just like to remind a bit what this afternoon was about the values that drive the change that we're trying to push. I hope that the initiative actually that you saw today help you understand what are we trying to do and help reflect on the values that we proposed at the beginning on community-driven, on open source, on equitable, on holistically sustainable, and on systematic or ecosystematic, let's say. In a way, I think now we all feel the pressure of the climate crisis, and we in a way feel that kind of individual guilt in all of us. And I hope that today, in a way, we turn this guilt, this individual suffering that we all have on the climate crisis for more of a collective urgency to act together now. So thank you very much.
Yeah, Dirk, actually, you actually conceived the idea of this Midway Stakeholder Innovation Conference about 3 years ago when we were actually just making the proposal for the FoodSHIFT 2030 project. So what do you think? Are you happy with the results?
Oh yes, I'm very happy with the results, especially also with the addition of this splendid afternoon. And I would call it a rich harvest of inspiring innovation talks. And also this discussion was just wonderful. You could sense the energy. I liked that there was lots of passion and also contradiction. There were different pathways, maybe we want to call it, were pointed out. And it's a struggle. It seems clear, or it is clear, that this is not an easy, straight-ahead way where everybody agrees on. This is something where the community, as it exists, also needs to get to grips with itself. And I think it was just really a live showcase in its own right to just follow this. And originally, as you say in the beginning, we were planning to have a stakeholder conference which eventually would involve many stakeholders from across the living labs in all of Europe, possibly 90 or more. Now that wasn't possible because of what we went through in the last 2 years, and because of the restrictions, planning had to change. But it was really great to just have that edition here and have these innovators to be on location and informing and giving feedback in the way you did. So yeah, I mean this conference, which is now coming to an end, and having it embedded in a whole week of food summit or food Barcelona World Capital events is just another opportunity where we're very happy to link up with the other projects. And that was really good thinking of the Barcelona team to really make sure that things happen here this week and that we are with FoodSHIFT here. And when one word you were mentioning a couple of times in the discussion, the link to FoodSHIFT 2030, what is sustainability and what would be our definition? Now, I think I would roll out another phase of this interesting debate if I would really answer. But we would like to come back to your question, and please be in touch with us. We think about city regions of being eventually a reference base for sustainability, but I'm not going any further, otherwise we start discussing. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dirk, and thanks everybody for participating today. I think we've had a really amazing day today here, also with all the online participants. So I think we had a great morning session with thanks for all the presentations, a great debate in the morning session also. And also I really enjoyed, like Dirk, the many on-ground action here that's taking place here in Barcelona, learning about all the food system innovations here. I think the day has provided a lot of inspiration for how we can move forward in the FoodSHIFT 2030 project and fulfilling this vision of transforming the food system in Europe. So thanks a lot to everybody who presented here today and to all you participants who joined, both here in person and in online. And then, last but not least, I would like to give a big applause to everybody who's been working here behind the scenes, because I think this has been an amazing experience. So I think we had 35 presenters here on the stage, but I think we had even larger crew supporting us. So first I would like to thank first and foremost the team from IAC, especially Sarah. As well as also Sally and Alessandra. And Manuela, also for the beautiful designs you see here around here, the posters and the masks. Thanks a lot for that. Also big applause to the conference support team, where we have Luke, as well as Paul and Adam. We have Poppy from SUS Metro. And Kate, also from IAC. And then I think also the host here from Palo Alto deserves a big applause for having us here in this amazing location and for just top-notch tech support throughout the day. So thanks a lot to you guys as well. And finally, also big thanks to the amazing live translators. That was a fantastic job that you did. And thanks everybody for joining, and please don't go. I know we have like more or less a garden party outside, so everybody should continue discussing, networking, and enjoying the afternoon, evening here.